Hey guys, welcome to this tutorial of ethical hacking and penetration testing. So in this specific course that I would be teaching, I would be mainly concentrating on Kali Linux. Besides, if you have some prerequisites like basic fundamentals of Linux, or if you know what programming is, or if you have at least done some basic programming stuff like C, or even better, the least easiest programming language that I think would be Python. So even if you have the basics in that, this would be much more easier for you. So before I start with any of this process, I'd like to ask one question, that what is ethical hacking? If you are talking about as to getting into someone's or invading someone's privacy, that is not called as ethical hacking. It's just hacking, and hacking can never be ethical. So hacking means to go ahead and gain someone's personal information. And if you define the term as ethical hacking, then ethical means doing it for the right purpose. But when you are going ahead and invading someone's privacy, that cannot be considered as ethical, no matter what good you are trying to do. So at that point of time, there was a time when there were a lot of people computer in 1990s, and the computers were just came into existence. The Google just came into existence. People did not knew much about using computers, and there were people who used to run programs, and there were con artists who used to call people, gather information about their computers or bank accounts over the phone. And at that point of time, the government thought that yes, there is a need for something, some countermeasure, so that these people who go ahead and create some kind of, let's say, chaos or try to cheat people, there needs to be some way so that they can be tackled with. So at that point of time, the government came in, this kind of ethical hacking came into existence, and they defined this term as ethical hacking. So to start with, uh, just before I proceed, let me I'll tell you that ethical hacking is not only necessary for, let's say, for your studies, or to go ahead and get some, let's say, to get a job in a company. If you're just doing this for getting a job in a company, then let me tell you that it's not that easy. And even if by the time you see this course may become a bit outdated, because to be in process to gain information about ethical hacking, what I could do in this tutorial is that I can go ahead and give you the latest updates that I have. But this is as for today. And after 1 week, there may be new updates. There may be more zero-day vulnerabilities, and there may be more different kinds of trojans that I won't be able to secure you from now on. So, and just before I proceed, I would like to tell you that this is just for educational purpose only, and anything that would be used for doing malicious purpose, I don't take any responsibilities for that, or even my company. So to start with, yeah, that's how it is. So in this whole tutorial of ethical hacking and penetration testing, I would teach you what ethical hacking is, footprinting reconnaissance, that means gathering information from different places. Then we need to go out and scan the networks, the IP addresses, the whois, the domain names, and we need to go out and get into systems. So getting into a system is far different from what we see in movies. It's not like we can just go ahead, and if you see some movies like, let's say, The Matrix, which was very famous, or if you go ahead and see the Hackers movie, or if you see any movie in which they show that, okay, this guy is a hacker, so you can see them that they just go ahead, type some random stuff into computers or cell phones, and yes, it is hacked. But no, in reality, that is far away from different. It's not that interesting that you just go and get some terminals like this, the one I have on my screen, and you just go ahead and type in some stuff, and yes, you can go to hack. No, it does not work like that. You need to go ahead and gather information about your specific target, each and everything related, from his personal life to his background, what he did, to his history, what he did, to what he is current, what he likes, what he does not. Yes, because ethical hacking is a term which consists of gathering information and exploiting them on your target. But ethical hacking is not only to save yourself or your customer to whom you would go and save from getting, let's say, getting indicted from the specific hacker. It's also about attacking them. So you might be thinking that why do we need to attack someone? If you go ahead and try to penetrate someone else's organization, then it is unethical, right? Yes, that is unethical. But if you get the permission, then it is not. So there are some, not some, I can say that most of the organizations allow penetration testing in their on their firms. The reason being that they need to know that if there are some hackers out there, and so how could they go ahead and save themselves from them? So they go ahead and authorize a penetration tester, someone like me or someone like you who would become after going through this whole project of mine. So once you go through this project, you will become some kind of an ethical hacker, but you need to keep yourself updated and you need to go ahead and practice continuously. And there is no actually stop for this ethical hacking. So there are daily different viruses, trojans, malwares going ahead and getting updated. Previously, it only ran on computers. Nowadays, it even works on Android or your iPhone, even the Windows platform. So you need to know each and everything. And when you are going ahead and gathering information, let's say you are a penetration tester and an organization has hired you. So you need to make sure that you use each and everything up to that you have under your pocket, inside your pocket, to go ahead and try to penetrate this organization, because that is your aim. You need to know, you need to think from a malicious hacker's point of view as to how would they try to gain access. And it's not just by typing codes or going ahead and, let's say, writing trojans or backdoors or trying to penetrate the firewall, because which would be quite hard if you ask me. Because just go you cannot we are not Bill Gates or, let's say, Steve Jobs to go, or even Aiden PS or something like that, to go ahead and write some extreme codes that could go ahead and penetrate the Cisco firewalls or something. So that does not happen in our day-to-day life as you see in the movies. To go for, if we need to go ahead and penetrate an organization, Kali Linux is the best for operating system that I have ever come through to go ahead and gather in my whole life. So you can go ahead and write your own, let's say, programs, be it in C or Python or whatever, whichever language you want, and you can just go ahead and target it to a specific person or an organization. So yes, that's how it is. So to start with, I would like to tell you that if some person has hired you for going ahead and, let's say, you might be thinking that how will I go ahead and penetrate someone's organization if I write some Trojan, but that is I am not able to penetrate through the firewall, or I'm not able to get the specific IP address. Then how do I go ahead and how can someone, a malicious hacker, can go ahead and get into an organization's system? Then at that point of time there comes something which is called as social engineering. Social engineering is a type of con that you go ahead and con into someone to gain information, and any kind of information. It does not require what information is that. So in this tutorials that I would be teaching, I will be telling you some case studies in between as to how there were some penetration testers who went ahead and gathered some information through the clients itself, and they didn't even knew that they were giving out some important information, and then they went ahead and hacked into their personal systems and told them that these are the ways that any kind of hacker go ahead and get your access into your organization. So that is what ethical hacking is. And after that, there are footprinting and reconnaissance, that you need to go ahead and gather information, which operating system the people are using, let's say, what they are working on exactly, what kind of firewall they are, which antivirus they are using, and loads of stuff. After that, we need to scan networks as to which IP address they are, again, which IP address they have, what are, let's say, what are the sources of IP address, between which range are they exactly, things like that. After that, we need to go into system hacking, trojans, backdoors. We need to know what viruses and worms can do. And when we talk about viruses, virus, worms, trojans, backdoors, malwares, these are all different things. There are multiple types of viruses like polymorphic virus, or you can go ahead and take something like, let's say, the Trojan, which is the most famous and the dangerous one, because you don't actually know what it is doing in the background and what information it has already given out. That's the reason. And viruses and worms normally go ahead and destroy your computer, whereas Trojans and backdoors give out your information from your computer to someone else. So at some point of time, virus and worms, I am not saying that they are good enough, but they are not the worst part, because okay, fine, my system is damaged and they have corrupted all these firewall or something. So you know what is happening, but in case of Trojans, you don't actually know. So in this tutorial, in these tutorials that I would be teaching, I will also teach you something about forensics that would help you gather much information about how it works actually, and how you can go ahead and check if someone has used a Trojan to go ahead and get access to your computer, to view event logs, to view which all permissions were given out by your system, not only on your computers or your laptops, but also with your PDAs, your tablets, or with your cell phones, especially Android, because Android runs Linux, and it is one of the most you can say as vulnerable out there, until unless you know what you're doing with Linux. You can also secure that, but finally it comes to social engineering. If someone tries to con you and insert some kind of malicious program in your cell phone, then no one can help you out. And there's a famous saying that instead of me telling you, I'll just go ahead and show it out to you on Google. I'll just go and type social engineering, and why social engineering is much more important in ethical hacking. I'll let you know, because let's say you can go ahead and patch a software, or you can go ahead and create a software, or even sometimes impenetrable software. But let's say thousands, and or you can say lakhs of people are working on some kind of let's say a software. You can understand that one single person cannot go ahead and penetrate or try to find a specific vulnerability where 1,000 people have helped to create a specific software or any antivirus. So, but there is one thing which is vulnerable to everything, that is human nature, and at that point of time social engineering comes in between. I'll show you a famous quote as to what social engineering is. Let me just go ahead and open this out. Okay, as you can see over here, that social engineering is the clever manipulation of natural human tendency to trust. So, and this is my favorite part over here. You can see social engineering is the best because there's no patch for human stupidity, and that is true. If you're thinking about softwares, you can patch them, can give out or shell out security patches to them, or you can go ahead and secure them at one point of time. But as of humans, you cannot. There are different types of ways in which you can go ahead and gather information, and the person who's standing in front of you, who is giving you out the information, won't even know that he's giving out information. So there are several ways. I'll let you know each one by one everything in these tutorials, starting with everything. So the first topic that we will be getting into would be the introduction to ethical hacking, how it works and how it is different from movies, and what important things are that you need to consider when you are trying to gain information. And you need to set up your own lab before you go ahead and try to gain access to anything. And yes, after that there comes enumeration, sniffing, denial of service attacks, session hijacking, hacking web servers, web cameras, web applications, SQL injections, and even you can also go ahead and penetrate into, let's say, wireless applications such as WEP or WPA, WPA2 PSK, Wi-Fi modules, then hacking mobile platforms, evading honeypots, firewalls, buffer overflows, then going ahead and finally into cryptography and forensics as to how we can go ahead and gather them. So there are specific, let's say, courses out there on ethical hacking as well. But if you need to keep yourself updated, then you don't only need to go ahead and gather information by looking on the web. You need to go ahead and try it out on your own computers before you can go down and try out on someone else's. So these are things that are important. And in the next tutorial, I'll be starting with the main, that is what is ethical hacking and stuff. So that is it for this tutorial. Have a nice day ahead. Hey guys, welcome to the next tutorial of ethical hacking and penetration testing via Kali Linux. So in this tutorial, we will be learning about the installation and configuration of Kali Linux, and we'll also learn about what actually ethical hacking is and why is it actually called as ethical, and what are the different types of attacks that can be done and how we could do to prevent it. So before I proceed, because that would be a long conversation, so before I proceed with that, let's just go ahead and start something in the background that would be useful to us, since that would take a very long time. And what I'm talking about right now is installation of Kali Linux. So one thing you need to keep in mind is that I can also go ahead and install this directly on my operating system, but that is not what I would do. Since I assume that you are just a beginner with the Linux, I won't ask you to go and install the whole operating system on your PC or your laptop. The reason being that if you don't know what you're doing and if you just try to play with it, then unnecessarily you will be in a lot of trouble. That is the reason. You don't know how the system works. For example, let's say I've been working on a Windows machine since, let's say, around past 7 or 8 years maybe. And since I'm working since past 7 or 8 years, I know how exactly it works. Let's say, for example, I know why there are system files over here, and what each and every system file mean. Like, say, I can go into Windows system 32 file, and I know that if I delete either of the programs, what will happen. So these are the driver store for my drivers and group policy users. So I know what is what exactly. But if you're a new person, if you're just a noob, and if you're trying to go ahead and try to run the Kali Linux on your whole PC, the first thing that might happen is that it may not get installed, because maybe sometimes your laptops are not bootable, not dual bootable. I'm not telling not dual bootable, but there are some specifications set by Microsoft nowadays which are crackable. But by the time you listen to this video, I don't know if something else comes in. So then you might not be able to dual boot or be able to single boot Kali Linux. The reason being that there is something that is UEFI set by the Microsoft, which only allows you to install the Microsoft Windows 8 or any newer version, 8.1 or similar versions. So that is the reason why I won't be asking you, until unless you are an expert in dual booting or installing systems, until unless you are not a system administrator, don't go ahead and mess with this, because it can actually go ahead and create a hell lot of problems for you. That's the reason. So that's the reason I would be asking you to go ahead and run it on your VMware workstation. I have the workstation 9. I have not yet updated it. There are workstation 10 and 11, I believe. And workstation can say you need to go ahead and buy the workstation. But if you want something similar to that, you can use VirtualBox. If you don't want to unnecessarily go ahead and spend your money, you can go ahead and download the VirtualBox, which I'll just go ahead and show it to you. And you can go over here. This is the VirtualBox, and in case just you don't know what VirtualBox is and what Kali Linux is, Kali Linux is based on Debian, and it is an operating system which has loads and loads of penetration testing tools. Okay, before I proceed, let me check if my system is working perfectly. Okay. Perfect. Advanced. Proceed. Save. Now it should work, I believe. Okay, perfect. So we are here, the VirtualBox. So you can see that VirtualBox runs on Windows, Linux, Macintosh, Solaris host, and a lot of other operating systems. And I assume that you are installing it under your Windows, so that's the reason I asked you VirtualBox. If you're running it under Macintosh, then you can surely go ahead and use the VMware player, VMware is also as good as VirtualBox, but I support VMware. But the only thing is that you need to go ahead and spend your money if you're trying to buy a workstation. If it's just a player, just a single machine, then you can straight away go ahead and use the player. Okay, so if you want to download, you can go ahead and check the downloads option over here. And you have it for different versions of Windows, for 64 as well as 32-bit versions. And as of in my system, I have an 8 GB RAM, so that's the reason I would be going ahead and using the 64-bit version. So you can go ahead and download it, everything from here. And besides, you also need to go and install the VMware tools or VirtualBox tools, whatever they have inside them. I am not much in concern with VirtualBox, because I hardly use it, or I don't even use it sometimes. The most thing which I use is the VMware. So I'll just go ahead and close, and just in case, you can also go ahead and download the VMware. I'll go ahead and show it to you. And yes. So this is VMware. It's just a virtualization platform that goes ahead and converts your that means you can go ahead and run a computer inside a computer, an operating system inside an operating system. So what I would do is that, let's say if I have a 6 or 8 GB RAM in my laptop or computer, then I can just go ahead and run this and assign 2 GB of its memory to my Linux or either of the operating systems. And the best part of Kali Linux is that it even runs in as less as 512 MB RAM. That's its best part. But I suggest that you should not run it in a 512 MB RAM. The reason being that if you're trying to go ahead and crack passwords or password hashes using that, it will be quite difficult for you, because it requires a graphic card and a good processor to go ahead and run that. So since you are just learning Kali Linux and these are the basics for that, I'm only going to teach you how to install and do the basic stuff over there, so that once you are completely sure that you know what you're doing and the basic Linux commands and what kernels are and how to hack into them, only then I'll suggest you to go ahead and install the whole operating system, so that you can go ahead and mess with anything you want and you will still be knowing what you're doing. So to come back, I'll just go ahead and show you over here. You can go to downloads version. We have vSphere over here, but we would be needing the VMware. So you can go ahead and check over here. These are for, okay, so, okay, here it is, VMware player. Perfect. So I'll just go ahead and open that. So these are the two versions, one for Microsoft Windows and one for Linux. And these are 64-bit versions. If you want, you can go back and check, and you will find the normal means 32-bit versions as well. And these are compatible, so you have the drivers and tools for them, and open source, just in case you're using Linux. And you might be wondering that if you're using Macintosh, then what can you do? So if you are using Macintosh, then you can go ahead and download the VMware Fusion. And I'll just go ahead and open this, and okay, sorry, this was the VMware Fusion. Perfect. And just in case you want to buy, you can also go ahead and buy the workstation. Workstation is far more better than the VMware, the normal VMware. The reason being that workstation goes ahead and you can go ahead and connect two virtual machines at one time only. So that's far better, but you can do the same thing in VirtualBox and without spending any kind of money. So, but I support VMware because it has an extended support. That's the reason. So yes, you can go ahead and download these over here. These are for Mac and these are for the Windows. So yes, you can go ahead and download them. So once you have downloaded virtual VMware, you can just go ahead and click next, and it's quite easy. You don't actually have to do anything. Just go ahead and double click on the installer file, and once you have installed, you will see this VMware workstation. If you are using let's say VirtualBox, then I won't be able to help you, but there is quite a suitable topic I can show you if you don't know how to install it. How to install VirtualBox. Perfect. You can see over here there are images, and just to be precise, if you don't know how to install a VirtualBox, I don't even think that you should be learning this tutorial. The reason being that installing these programs are much easier than going ahead and learning this. So once you have installed these things, there are specific you can say as ways as to how they have given how you can go to install that. So once you have installed, I assume that you have the VMware. After that, we need to go ahead and download the Kali Linux. So I'll just go ahead and download the Kali Linux, and I'll just go ahead and open it over here. And just to be clear that once you're using Kali Linux, there may be a lot of bugs because previously this was known as Backtrack when it started. And after on, they later got converted. They stopped at Backtrack 5, and they started distributing Kali Linux because it's much better than the Backtrack version, as this is based on Debian. And you can see over here that this Kali Linux even works on cell phones such as Nexus 5, Nexus 6, or even the previous versions. As you can see, Kali Linux Net Hunter on these devices. And you can also install it on your Raspberry Pi, Odroid, Qbox, and a lot of other things. So in these are the penetration testing tutorials. You can also go ahead and search them in case you don't understand this. And to download the Kali Linux, you can go over here. These are the SA1 sum file. Just go ahead and check them if you're unable to go and download a proper file. And these are the proper versions of downloading. Mini means you just have to go ahead and again install everything once you have downloaded this file. And as of me, I would be using the 32-bit version of Kali Linux since I am going to install it in a VMware. And you can go ahead and download these over here. There are torrent options as well as ISO. And once you go ahead and download them, these are the latest version 1.1.0a, the same version which I would be using. Just let me check before I... Okay, perfect. 1.1.0, and that's what I would be using. Perfect. And once I have downloaded that, we would need one more thing. Since I assume that you have at least 4 GB of RAM to run this, because either you have 4 GB of RAM or you should install the whole of Kali Linux under your operating system if you have 2 GB of RAM or less. But the reason I'm saying that is because we are going to run a total of 3 operating systems. That is the main host, that means this whole operating system. Inside that, we are going to run Kali Linux over here, and we're also going to run Windows 7. Because the Windows 7 will be our target machine, and Kali Linux will be our main machine, attacker's machine, through which we would be going ahead and attacking the Windows 7. And the Windows 7 version which I would be using right now, it would be the first one, and I won't be using the Service Pack 1 activated. Service Pack 1. The reason being that You can say it as, let's say, it is. You can also go ahead and install Service Pack 1. The only reason I'm using is because I don't have it, and I would just recommend that you don't go ahead and start the Defender. If you have it, it's not a problem, but I would suggest turning off the Defender, since I assume that you are just a noob who is going to learn through these tutorials. And the different, if you're using a Defender, a Windows Defender on, if you're keeping that on, then there might be a different way to go ahead and, let's say, penetrate that particular operating system. So that's the reason I'm not going to teach you how to go ahead and bypass the Windows Defender. So yes. So when you have all of these three things, after that we can go ahead and start with the installation and configuration of our operating systems. Hey guys, welcome to the next tutorial for ethical hacking and penetration testing via Kali Linux. So in the previous tutorial, I showed you from where we could go ahead and download Kali Linux and the specific operating system that I would need and the VMware workstation. And if you want, you can also go ahead and use Windows XP or Vista. That is what most people use. But I would suggest going ahead and downloading Windows 7 as well. If you don't want to go ahead and spend money on going ahead and downloading operating system, then you can also anytime go ahead and although I don't support piracy, but still you can go ahead and download the Windows 7 activated versions and activated versions on torrent, and you can go ahead and download them. You'll see a lot of these things, and I specifically state that I don't support piracy, but still, just in case, I too believe that all software should be free, so that's the reason I'm telling you that you can go ahead and download this. But this is just for your home purpose that I would be suggesting you to download. So once you have the Windows 7 version, and you might be wondering that why I am not asking you to go ahead and download the Windows 8. The reason being that Windows 8 and 8.1, though I am using it in my computer, it has a hell lot of bugs. Trust me, guys. And if you go and download that, then leave hacking behind. You just have to go ahead and go ahead and configure your operating system, that's Windows 8 or 8.1, to go ahead and solve its bug. You will just be sitting to solve this bug rather than going ahead and learning them, because that's what Windows 8.1 will do. So unless you know what you're doing, Windows 8, I won't suggest that, because it has a lot of bugs in its updates. So you need to be very careful when you are going ahead and downloading the updates for that. So speaking of Kali Linux, as you know how to go ahead and download that, I'll show you how to install that. And whenever you install any kind of operating system in a VMware, you will see it over here on the left hand side, and whichever system you have. So I'll just go ahead and tell you how we can go ahead and start downloading installing the Kali Linux. So, and just before I go ahead and show you how to install the Kali Linux, I'll also go ahead and open my notepad. Let me check. Okay, so there are a few different ways as to how we can go and install the Kali Linux. The first and the most important way would be, I'll just go and note it down, would be through VMware. And the second would be on a physical operating system, which would be the same, it would almost be the same as VMware. And the third one would be it would just be a bit different, the physical operating system. And third way to install would be dual booting with Windows. The fourth way would be to go ahead and this is one of the toughest way, because I know that a lot of people would be using Macintosh or a Mac rather than a normal laptop. The reason being that it's far more faster and softer to use to that operating system, but still there would be some people who would want to dual boot it on a Kali Linux. I know that people who are using MacBook will not go ahead and replace Macintosh OS X, but still there are ways how you can go ahead and dual boot that. So I'll also go ahead and teach you that in this tutorial, and this would be for the OS X version. And the last and the final one would be, I'll just go ahead and mark it is important. I'll just go ahead and let me check if I could increase the font. Okay, perfect. And the last and the most important thing as to how, if you ask me or any penetration tester, how they actually go ahead and use, they don't use it in any specific PC or any laptop. The reason being that it leaves, although Kali Linux is extremely, or I can say the best operating system we ever had in penetration testing or hacking, there's still ways how how a forensic investigator can go ahead and trace it back to you. That is the reason most people don't go ahead and install it physically, either VMware or any other thing. If you're using VMware, then I would suggest also going ahead and downloading the Unix version, because that makes you almost anonymous. And just in case you don't know what Unix is, I'll also go ahead and show you. It is an operating system which goes ahead and makes you anonymous when going ahead and, let's say, downloading something or browsing something, but still it depends upon how you go ahead and browse the internet, or someone can still trace it back to you if you're not smart enough. So, and I won't be teaching you how to install Unix. It was just an example of that. So, but why go through all of this trouble when you can simply keep your physical operating system, Windows or Mac, the way you want it, and without interrupting anything? No VMware or spending money, no physical operating system, no dual booting, anything. There is still a way how we can go ahead and use Kali Linux, and that is called as live USB or live Kali. That's what it is known as. And inside that we have again two different methods. That would be normal installation, or the second one would be the persistent way. And I would suggest going through the persistent way. The reason being that I won't tell it to you right now, but when I would be going ahead and teaching it to you, I will show you. And so coming back to the VMware, I'll just go ahead and show you how we can go ahead and install that. You just need to go ahead and click on the create new virtual machine. And we will be using the custom because we need to know exactly what we are doing. Next, it's a VMware Workstation 9. Perfect. So these are the limitations for this VMware Workstation 9. 64 GB memory, 8 processor limit, and 10 network adapter limit, and 2 TB hard disk size. After that, normally people go ahead and choose this, but I would suggest not, because that can sometimes create problems. So I'll go ahead and select I will install the operating system later. Next, and since we would be installing Kali Linux, I would go ahead and suggest you, it's going ahead and selecting Linux, and then going ahead and selecting simply Ubuntu. If you have, let's say, any other version, such as, you can also go ahead and use Debian, but I won't suggest that. I would suggest using Ubuntu because that's what normally we use. If you have 64-bit, then you can go ahead and use Ubuntu 64-bit. So I would be using the normal one. Next, I would be saving it in my own folder. So let me just go ahead and check. Okay, and over here I'll type, let's say, Kali, or I'll just type VMware OS. Perfect. And I'll name the virtual machine as, let's say, Kali Linux 32-bit. Perfect. And next, and I would suggest using 2 processors. That makes it a bit more fast, and 2 cores. Next, and 1 GB of RAM. That's what I would suggest using. Next, and make sure that you use the network address translation. If you don't use that, then you won't be able to communicate with any other virtual machine, not even with your own host machine. That's the reason. And just in case you don't know what host machine is, host is your actual computer, that's your physical computer, and this virtual computer is known as a guest machine. So use always network address translation, that's NAT connection. Because if you use bridge networking, then the guest must have its own IP address on the external network, else it won't work. If you use host only, then it will only connect to the host network, and this, as it suggests, it's self-explanatory that do not use a network operating system networking connection. So we would be using NAT, since we need to go ahead and connect each and every other operating system we have. Click next. We don't have anything to do with this, just click next and create a new virtual disk. Perfect. Next. SCSI next, and 20 GB, that's what we want. It's more than enough for us. I'll click next, and I'll go ahead and select a place as to where we need to go and install. I would suggest going ahead and using it in the same place where you created Kali Linux. So I'll just go ahead and make a new folder. Is there an option over here? Okay. And where OSS, and I'll go ahead and save it over here. Perfect. Next, so as you can see, VMware OSS, and we have everything over here. Finish. Perfect. And once I have it over here, before I go ahead and install it, I need to go ahead and click edit virtual machine, because we need to insert the ISO that we had. So shared folder, I will go ahead and select always enabled, and let's check where we have CD. we need to go ahead and use ISO image rather than using a physical drive. If you have went ahead and created a boot CD out of your ISO file, then you can use physical drive and insert a specific CD inside your operating system. If not, if you only have the ISO file that we just downloaded, which would look something similar to this one that I have over here, then I would suggest going ahead and using this. Use ISO image, I browse and go ahead and select the specific file that we need, and we have it over here, ISO, open. Okay, and I would go ahead and ask it to power on this virtual machine. Okay, let me check, and I'll just run it. Let's see. Okay, so this button goes ahead and makes it a full screen window. If you want to go out, you can just type Control Alt and you can go out, and over here you can see that we have the live. That means we don't need to, and as I was telling you previously, live means you don't need to install anything. It will just run itself on the USB or through the ISO file. These are the forensic method. That means it won't even leave any single trail, no matter what. And but we would proceeding with graphic install since we need to go and install that. So graphic install, and it may take a bit of time, though it's very fast. And English, since I'm in India, I'll select India. American English. It can take a bit of time, but it's actually faster than installing any other operating system. If you're installing this inside a physical computer rather than on a virtual machine, then you will have to do the same thing. Just install, insert your boot disk or your USB, whichever you have. And once you have installed that, once you have booted the PC, it will ask you to go ahead and the same thing that you're doing over here, graphic install. And let's see, the host name I would be using would be Kali_test. That would be the name for this PC. Okay, I'll just go back and I'll type Kali test. Let's see if that works. Perfect. Domain name, skip. And the root password, it's necessary that we have a root password. So I'll just type it. Okay. Perfect. The only difference in installing it on a physical computer or over here would be this. If you're using a physical computer, then you need to go ahead and select manual and specify the partition that you have created, the primary partition. If you have not, then you can just go ahead and use the entire disk and it will straight away go ahead and install the VMware. Next, all files in one partition, perfect. It will do everything on its own, create swap of 1 GB since we have 1 GB of RAM. The remaining it will go ahead and supply to its external hard disk, that's ext4. Whereas Windows uses NTFS, it uses ext4. Select next, write changes yes. Perfect. So it will take quite a bit of time for it to go and install that. So I'll just go ahead and pause it. So by the time it goes ahead and install, also let's go ahead and install the our another machine that would be the Windows one. So perfect. Over here we'll be using Windows and Windows 7. Perfect. And now I'll just go ahead and browse it. See Vinayak and VMware. I'll go ahead and create a new folder. I'll name it as Win7. Perfect. Yep. 2. Perfect. And 1024. I don't think we would be needing that much. I'll just type 512 MB RAM. That would be more than enough. Just suffice. Just go ahead and click next. The same things that we did previously. And I'll just go ahead and select 25 gigs because or 20 gigs because we won't even need that much. Perfect. And I'll just go ahead and select it the same way where we installed it. Windows 7. Perfect. Save. Next. Perfect. And till the time our Kali Linux installs, let's see if we could go and install the Windows. Let's go and select edit virtual machine. And I have the NRG file instead of ISO. So let's go ahead and see if I could use, I actually doubt, but let's see if we could install it through our NRG file. Let's check. And let's try to power on this virtual machine. And by the time it gets started, let's wait. Okay, perfect, it's working. So I hope that you know how to install a Windows version. If you're not, then you can still go ahead and see this. If you know how to install, you can straight away skip to the next part, where I would go ahead and teach you how to install it on a Mac OS and finally the live CD. So that is it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, I'll be continuing with the installation of Windows version. Hey guys, welcome to the next tutorial for ethical hacking and penetration testing. So in this tutorial, I'll be teaching you how to install Kali Linux on MacBook Pro or Air or whichever version you have. And this is specifically mentioned for the Mac OS X, which I assume that you would be using because it is the latest one. So the things that you would need would be the grub2, the REFIND, the specific boot thing which you would be using, and the pros of installing would be we would be using grub2 for EFI, which is simple and easy to use, and Mac OS X can be encrypted but requires extra work, and I would not be teaching you in this tutorial. And Kali Linux would be encrypted as well, and it will coexist with the Mac OS X. And Kali Linux bootable USB cannot be booted with the REFIND version. So since Kali Linux 1.1 is based on Debian, which is EFI enabled by default, we will not be requiring the REFIND to go ahead and install it on MacBook Pro. And but still, just in case if you have any older version of MacBook, then you would require, if you have any version earlier than MacBook 2012, then you would require REFIND. So you can go on Google on this website. I'll just go ahead and open here and let's search REFIND, and we need to install this since Mac does not have the UEFI version. So we need to install this. You can go ahead and okay, so you need to go ahead and download this for the Mac version. Yeah, obviously it is for Mac. So once you install it, it will be able to detect dual boot, and then you can go ahead and install this on your specific MacBook Pro. And you can see this are the described processes, but this is not which we would be using because Kali Linux requires a different thing. So first thing first, install REFIND on MacBook Pro, and then boot up your MacBook and download the REFIND binary zip file and extract it. Once you've extracted it, open your terminal and type to cd downloads, and then go ahead and start. Let's assume that I have this MacBook Pro. So if this is my MacBook terminal, go to your cd REFIND and whichever directory you have. And since I won't have, I'll just be assuming. And once you have the specific folder, just going to type /install sh, and it will install everything related to REFIND inside your MacBook Pro. And at the MacBook Pro OS X, execute the disk utility, create a new partition and make it as two, one for Macintosh HD, that's hard disk, and new one for Macintosh HD2. And then remove the newest created partition, do not format it, leave it as it is, and after that shut it down. Insert Kali Linux Live, install USB to the MacBook Air, MacBook Pro, and then power on your MacBook Pro with long pressing Option key. When the Kali Linux boot menu is displayed, select Live AMD64 and press the tab to add persistence at the end of the line. The Kali Linux will be installed and install it as per your normal process as to way we do that. So next time when you go ahead and try to run the Kali Linux, it will ask you whether to start the MacBook Pro or to install or to run the normal version, that is Kali Linux. So once you have all of these things, the next thing that we need to do is to go ahead and install the live USB. And so before I proceed, let me explain to you what live USB is. I'll just go ahead and open the Kali Linux website and I'll just type Kali Kali Live USB. So what this does is that you need to boot your computer or laptop, whatever it is, through your USB drive. You need to go ahead and make your USB drive bootable for your Kali Linux, and once you have that, you can straight away go ahead and connect it to your computer and run your Kali Linux even without installing it on your computer. So once you could do that, no matter what you do, you will not be there would be no trace of you getting caught, even if everything goes wrong or for any other thing. And just one more thing, if you go and install the live USB, you won't be able to update that unless you go and install the Kali Linux persistent. So, and you need to have the unit boot in order for you to go ahead and convert your Kali Linux inside a USB to make it bootable. Or you can use the Win32 disk imager, which I would let me show you. Win32 disk imager. If you have a Windows operating system, then you can go ahead and run this Win32 disk imager, through which you can go ahead and boot your ISO into your USB drive. And you have this on your sourceforge.net. Just download this, install it, and it will run. And as you can see that once it is bootable, you can straight away go ahead and run each and everything. And if you need to make it persistent, there is still a way. Persistent means that you would be able to upgrade, and any changes that you make will be saved in your USB drive. I cannot show you that because I don't have a USB drive as of now, but you can do that. And I would suggest you having a minimum of let's say 16 GB of USB, because a Cal Linux will take approximately a total of 7 or 6 GB of your total space, and remaining should be there in case you need to install anything separately or anything extra. And once you connect it, you will be able to run each and everything related to Cal Linux through that USB. So that is what Kali USB is. So now we know that, let's go ahead and configure the remaining things that we need. So I can go ahead and show you as to the next thing that we need to do is we need to update our social engineering toolkit. It would be, to start that, just type SETOOLKIT. Once you hit enter, it will start, and type yes, enter, it will start. So need to update all the third-party modules and SCT configuration. So just type 3, as you can see that 3 means third-party modules. So you can see we have these two modules over here. To update these things, go ahead and update the social engineering toolkit. That would be 4. And to go ahead and check all the updates and get itself the latest updates. After that, go ahead and update your SCT configuration, type 5 and hit enter. And yes, we have all the latest updates. The next thing that we would need to do would be to go ahead and update the MSF console. So I need to type MSF console, and we need to go ahead and update that so that, because sometimes what happens is that it's not updated along with your normal repositories. That's the reason we need to go ahead and specifically install that. So it's starting. It can take a bit of time to start, and the things that we need to go ahead and install would be let's check if we have the LibreOffice over here. Okay, we don't have the LibreOffice. Let me check. Okay, we don't have the LibreOffice. And as you can see that this is the Metasploit framework, which has 1389 exploits as of now, which out of which 788 are auxiliary, and 356 payloads, out of which 37 are encoders. So to update this, which I will be teaching you later on, so first we need to update. So just type MSF update and hit enter. And you can go ahead and expect weekly updates on using this method, because you cannot find such kind of updates on a daily basis, or when you go and type your normal aptitude get install, so, or aptitude get update. So this is one way of doing that. And along with this, we need to install the Java and the Adobe Flash as well. So we'll go ahead and also type apt get install open jre slash sdk slash, don't remember exactly, let's check. Okay, install Java Kali Linux, and install Adobe Flash, and as you can see over here, we have different versions. You can go ahead and also download it manually, but I would suggest updating it through. Okay, we have start apt get install Flash, and yeah, Flash plugin non-free. Perfect, we have it. So I'll just, by the time I'll just install this. Let's say if we have received any updates over here. Okay, we have updates as you can see over here. So 235 MB of file, and I won't be going ahead and installing that right now because it would take a very long time. I'll update it in the background. I'll let you know. And as you can see that we have this version over here. Okay, so we get install. Okay, here we have it. I'll just copy that and paste it over here. apt-get install openjdk-7-jre, and yes, I need to install that. Yes. Okay, I did not press yes. That's the reason it was not able to authenticate it. And after that, we can also go ahead and type apt-get install flash plugin hyphen non free, and it will get installed again. So these are the few basic things that you need to remember to go ahead and configure these things. And once you have all of these things ready, updating these things, upgrading and installing these specific things, after that we can go ahead and start attacking your Windows 7. And just make sure that you have all the updates. If you don't, then you will lose one or more important things which you may not be able to run under your computer. So that is it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, we will be starting with the basic hacking stuff and footprinting and methodology. Hey guys, welcome to the next tutorial in ethical hacking and penetration testing. So in the previous tutorial, I showed you how to go and install the Kali Linux. I'll continue with the installation of Windows 7 in this version, and I'll go and select install now. And by the time it gets installed, I'll also go ahead and show you some specific things as to what exact. Okay, so before I proceed, we have it over here. I would be installing the 32-bit file, and let's use Ultimate. It has everything. Windows 7 Ultimate activated, 32-bit, perfect. And yes, I accept. Advanced, and yes, perfect, next. Okay, so till the time it gets installed, let's see where we have on our Kali Linux. Okay, it will take another 5 minutes, I believe, to install. So by the time till this gets installed, let's talk about ethical hacking. So computer attacks have been that targeted undisclosed vulnerabilities are more common, and they last longer than many security researchers previously thought. So there's something called as zero-day attack nowadays, which has become more popular. The typical zero-day attack, by definition, says that it exploits software flaws before they are publicly disclosed. That means it lasts on an average of around let's say 300 days, with some lasting as 2.5 years as well. So zero-day attacks are meaner and they are more rampant than you can ever think of. So you can say that researchers said that their findings suggest that this can be much danger than the normal. And zero-day attacks are difficult to prevent because they exploit unknown vulnerabilities for which there are no patches, no antivirus, or not even intrusion detection signatures. The one of the most famous virus that was created till now was the Stuxnet malware, which went ahead and we can say as it disabled the whole of nuclear research center of Iran. So, and it seems that as long as the software will have bugs and the development of exploits for new vulnerabilities will be a profitable activity, it will be exposed to zero-day attacks. So these there's some kind of viruses that you cannot go ahead and prevent it. So you need to make sure that whatever you're installing is foolproof, because it cannot be foolproof, but still you need to know that what you are trying to install and where you're going to connect. However, it is doubtful that repacking alone can account for an increase up to 5 orders of magnitude, but still more likely this increase in result of extensive use of virus be proven that there are exploits in other malware as well. That means you can still go ahead and exploit a virus as well. So it is important to bear in mind before learning ethical hacking that attackers break into systems for various purposes. Therefore, it is important to comprehend how malicious hackers exploit systems and the probable reasons behind the attack. So if you know what you're doing, it's fine. But there are some people who don't know what they're doing, so it will be very hard for you to go and actually trace them. Ethical hacking is the process of checking and testing the organization network for possible loopholes and vulnerabilities. And that's what you would be doing once you go and learn this. The individuals or experts who perform ethical hacking are called as white hats. They perform hacking in ethical ways without causing any damage to computer system and thereby increasing the security parameter of an organization. There are different types of hackers, some called as white hats, black hats, and there are even gray hat hackers. White hats are the people who do it for good. Black hats, obviously, you must have guessed it right that yes, they are the bad guys. And there are some people called as gray hat hackers. They can be called as hacktivists as well, or something like that. So we would be thinking in this tutorial as to how a black hat goes ahead and hacks into system, and the same way we would be using. But just in mind, make sure that just by learning Kali Linux alone, it won't make you some kind of a very genius person, because there are people who go ahead and sit months and years to go ahead and create a single exploit, and that exploit can straight away go ahead and let's say make your foolproof plan full of loopholes. So you cannot expect everything to be the best way. So you need to go ahead and keep yourself under testing. You need to go ahead and test each and everything that you have. You need to go ahead and keep learning yourself. That's how it will work. So there is one question though, that why do people go ahead and hack other people's stuff? So in these tutorials further on, I would be using the specific terminologies which would be very much necessary for you to understand. So the first thing would be the hack value, and the hack value is a notion among all hackers that something is worth doing which is interesting. And hackers might feel that breaking down the toughest network security might give them great satisfaction, and that is something they have accomplished not everyone could do. That can be one of the reasons why they hack. Or another thing is an exploit. Exploit is defined as a way to breach security on an IT system through vulnerability. Vulnerability is a weakness in design and implementation error that can lead to unexpected or undesirable event. Let's say you have not yet patched your Windows 7 version or the Windows 8 version, or so that means that there can be a loophole in your security and it can still be hacked. And at that point of time, malicious hackers create exploits, or you can say as viruses, and those viruses and exploits go ahead and harm your system. Then they have zero-day attacks. Zero-day attacks are those that means they have not even known to normal people that okay, these are the kind of exploits that are there. And there's something also called as daisy chaining. Attackers who get away with database theft usually complete their task and backtrack to cover their tracks by destroying logs. The attackers gain control of other systems and use them for malicious activities. It becomes difficult to identify these attackers as they use other systems to perform illegal activities than using their own. And the same can be done through Kali Linux. So let's check if, okay, so we have our Kali Linux installed. So let's go ahead and check it over here. Use a network mirror, no. And it will take hardly a few minutes to go and install this. It's almost over. Same over here. So let's wait till these things get installed. So it seems like our Windows 7 has started, and make sure that you install the VMware tools before you go ahead and start anything practicing anything. The reason being that we need VMware tools for lots of things. That's the reason. Okay, perfect. Let's wait till this gets started. Seems like Windows 7 has started. Where are we on Kali Linux? It's still trying to configure the package manager. Yes, seems like our Kali Linux is back on track. So install the grub boot record, and in case you don't know what grub is, you need to go ahead and select yes always, because if you're trying to dual boot sometime later on, then you will surely need the grub bootloader. That's why. So, and the things that we would be learning in Kali Linux would be information gathering, sniffing, spoofing, eavesdropping, session hijacking, MITM, that's man in the middle attack or monkey in the middle attacks, SQL injection, ARP poisoning, and a lot of password based attacks. We'd also go ahead and use the malwares that we have inbuilt inside. I'll select continue. Then we will target the footprinting and DDoS attacks, that's distributed denial of service attacks and denial of service attacks. We will also be going ahead and backdooring everything so that in case due to some reason if we lose our connection, we will still be able to enter our own operating system or our target system. So I believe that's getting installed. Let's check. Perfect. Seems like our Windows version is starting. Okay, perfect. So this is how we can go and install the operating systems. So that is it for this tutorial, and in the next tutorial I'll be going and letting you know as to how we can go ahead and start them and configure them. Hey guys, welcome to the next tutorial for ethical hacking and penetration testing. So in this tutorial, we will start with configuring our Kali Linux and Windows 7. So Windows 7 is almost started, and this is our Kali Linux. This is the recovery mode. If due to some reason you have done some mistake and your Kali Linux is not working, then you can go and choose the recovery mode, but I will be choosing this right now. And I'll just go ahead and maximize it to show you how it looks like. Starting it the first time can be a bit slow, but because you need to configure each and everything, you need to configure the repositories, and after that, there are loads and loads of things. You can go ahead and search on the web and check that what are the things required to go ahead and start. What are the things required? The first 20 things that you need to do after installing Kali Linux, and you will get specific things. So you can go ahead and configure these things as per your request. So this is the first time you start, you'll get something like this. And the username will always be root until unless you have assigned any user. So root means you are the owner of this operating system, and then password would be the password which you have set. Once you have started, it will look something like this. And trust me guys, this is way too different from Windows 7, so or even Macintosh. So if you think that just because you know Windows 7 or Macintosh you may know what this is, then you're wrong guys. So I'll just go ahead and configure this. First I'll make the screen a bit bigger, and by the time it starts, let me check if my Windows 7, okay, it is almost completing installation. Perfect. And let me check the display. Okay, I think I can go ahead and use this one. This would be perfect. Okay, great. Perfect. Keep this configuration. Okay, so the first thing that I need to do after installing this would be the installation of VMware. So you can go ahead on the left hand side, right click on Kali Linux and select install VMware tools. If you don't install VMware tools, then you won't be able to go ahead and copy anything from your guest operating system to your computer. So once you have that, you need to go ahead and copy everything, and just in case you need detailed information, you can go ahead check over here at the web and you will get it. So I'll just go ahead and select install VMware player, sorry, not VMware player, install let's say VMware tools on Kali Linux. In case you need a detailed version, go ahead and select. And by the time it starts, let's see if our Windows 7 is starting. Yes, it is. It's getting started. Okay, so as you can see that you need to type API once you have over here, you can go ahead and just go into the specific thing and need to install that. So I'll just go to my directory, I'll just go ahead and open it. Let me check what we have inside the CD-ROM. Okay, okay. Why is it that I can't see anything? Let me check. Okay, so Windows 7 has started, so I'll just type test user, it would be the name, and let's say I'll put the same password, and perfect. No, perfect, whatever it is, home network. No, let me check. I'll just go down and try to remount it. Let's see if I get something over here. Okay, Kali Live. No, I'll just check. Let me check if I still have it over here. Okay, yeah, this is the reason. So I'll just go ahead and I have to remove that. So by the time I'll just go ahead and install the VMware tools. Okay, perfect. We have it over here. So I'll just go ahead and you need to copy it and paste it in the home directory, and your home directory will be over here. I'll just go ahead and open the sidebar. So we have the home over here. I'll just go ahead and paste it over here. So once you have it, I'll just check by the time. Skip. Okay. Okay, perfect. Okay, so yeah, that will happen. Okay, so we will start with configuring this, and once you have copied it, just go ahead, open on your terminal, and I assume that you have no knowledge of. I will be assuming that you don't have any knowledge of using Linux prior to this tutorial. So I'll just go ahead and let you guys know the basic commands that you would be needing would be cd, that we would be to change directory. The next thing would be ls, that would be to view everything or in which directory you are. If you were to go ahead and type control z, that means to break you out of that specific loop, and cancel. Perfect. Okay. And if you have, let's say, cp, that means to copy any specific thing. So I'll go ahead and check where I am like right now. So ls, that means I am on desktop, I am inside home. And if you get pwd, that means it will show you where you are. Root means you are at your home. So I'll just go ahead and type chmod plus x and vmware. Perfect. And yeah, I think my Windows 7 has started. Okay, perfect. So before let me just go ahead and change its resolution. Okay, let's be the same. Okay, perfect. I'll just shut this down, and just before I go ahead and close this, make sure that you go ahead and turn off the Windows Defender, because we don't want that open. If you actually keep it open, then it would be something that we would need to go ahead and close it down. Okay, it's already disabled by default. Fine, no problem. Okay, never mind. It's already closed, so I'll just go ahead and shut this down. Since as of now we won't be needing that, we need to go ahead and configure our Kali Linux. Okay, so back to Kali. I'll just go ahead and what I did over here, chmod, that means take control of take root permissions for to go ahead and modify or access this VMware tools. And now I'll type tar-xf space VMware tools. That means it will go ahead and extract the tar file that is a specific code that we need to use. And by the time it goes and installs, let's close our Windows 7. Perfect. And as you can go ahead and see, it has already went ahead and extracted this specific zip file, and tar-gz means a zip file. So if you go ahead and see, this is your original version, and this is actually installed, so actually extracted, and now we need to go ahead and install that. So I need to go ahead and through that specific directory, cd and VMware. Okay, let me check. Okay, we have VMware tools distribution, And now I need to go ahead and extract that. So let me check by ls. We have these files. So this specific file that we have over here ending with pl, that is a Perl file, and it is similar to the one that we have in Windows, such as .exe file. That means it's similar to that. So that means it's an executable file. And since I have the root permissions, I will be able to execute that. So I'll just type /VMware. That means it will go and install that, and I'll hit enter. And it will ask me, just go ahead and hit enter everything, and it will go ahead and install each and everything over here. So yes, yes, no, yes, whatever it asks you, just go ahead and keep hitting enter. Doesn't matter what it's asking, because it will straight away go ahead and install all the necessary things. And to change it, no. Okay, instead of the running, please enter the files running. I'm not compiling modules for some reason. The distribution, okay. So it will take a bit of time for it to go ahead and get installed, and perfect. So it's been installed right now, and I'll just go ahead and type exit, and I won't be needing these VMware tools. I'll go ahead and delete both of them. And yes, and I need to go ahead and get the latest updates, but before I do, since I have installed VMware, I need to reboot. So I'll just go ahead and type reboot, and it will go ahead and reboot itself. So yeah, that's how this looks like. So that is it for the configuration of VM Kali Linux, and in the next tutorial I'll be going out in detail and explaining it to you as to what else we need to do after the installation of VMware tools, and how we need to go ahead and configure the scripts to go ahead and start using Kali Linux. Hey guys, welcome to the next tutorial for ethical hacking and penetration testing via Kali Linux. So in the previous tutorial, I explained it to you as to how we can go ahead and install the VMware tools. In this tutorial, we will be going ahead and configuring each and everything. So just to cover the basics, here we have the system settings, the root, whether it's available or busy system settings. You can go ahead and change the background over here. I'll be changing it to something light so that it will be easier for you to see. So I'll just go ahead and select this. And after that, you have the brightness unlock, and you can go ahead and configure your, I'll just go ahead and keep it to fast, and sensitivity would be this much, and perfect. Okay, everything else is perfect. So just go ahead and configure, and when you start it for the first time, your Kali Linux, you can see it over here, this specific thing that your sound is turned off. So in order to turn it on, you need to go ahead and click mute, and then you can go ahead and increase its volume. And no matter how much time you go ahead and make it, it will still be mute when you go ahead and start it, because Kali needs to be quiet when you start it for the first time. And we need to go ahead and get the source files first. So in order for us to go ahead and get the source file, I'll show you how to go ahead and first things we need to do is whether to check whether we have the correct repositories, because if we don't have the correct repositories, then our system will break when updating. So you can go over here and set my computer, file system, etc, and we have apt, that's aptitude, and the source list, we have it over here. And by default this will open in VIM, and I don't actually support VIM, so I'll go ahead and change it to, let's see what we have. We have leafpad over here, so I'll set it as default, close, and it will open with default. Perfect. I'll just overwrap it. So as you can see that we have one, okay, we have these, or we have only one, you can say as one specific repository, but we need all of these which we have officially from Kali Linux. Sometimes they don't update it. So as soon as you open your browser, that is Iceweasel, you will see Kali docs over here. Just click on that. If you're connected to internet, it will straight away take you over there. So let me check if I think so. I have the connection on. Let it load perfectly. Okay, so once you have it over, you can see Kali source list repositories. Just click over here. So as you can see that we have 3 repositories over here. One for the regular repositories, that means the updates. One are the source repositories, that means any extra installation that you need other than the operating system that has in its default, you will get it over here. And these are the bleeding edge. You won't need the bleeding edge unless you are a developer. And since you are watching this tutorial, I will believe that you are not a developer and you are just trying to learn Kali Linux or hacking. So we need only these two repositories. So what I would be doing, I'll just select each and everything, delete, and since this is a period list file, if I go ahead and type pound, it will go ahead and convert that into a specific comment. So I'll just type and I'll go ahead and copy it regular repositories. I'll paste it over here and I'll go ahead and copy these two repository links and I'll paste it, and then I'll type source repositories and I will go ahead and copy everything from over here and I will paste it. Perfect. And just one thing, most of these people out there don't know about this. Just in case you want to speed up your updating process, just go ahead and convert this HTTP to REPO. I can just go ahead and copy the same and paste it over here and save it. And when you go ahead and try to update, you will get much better speed because it will go ahead and try to get its latest network mirror than directly downloading from the source web server. So once we have it, I'll just close, open this terminal, and since we need to go and update, we don't need to type. If you are a Linux user previously, you might be wondering that you need to type sudo, that means super user do, every time to go ahead and get a root access. But as you can see, we have already the root access over here, root@Kali. So we don't need to type sudo every time. We can straight away type whatever we want and it will directly run through root. So I need to go ahead and get the update. So I'll just type apt-get space update. That means aptitude get update. So it will go ahead and check all the updates that it has, connect to its web server and give me back the result whether there are any updates or not. So by the time it's getting updated, I'll let you know about some few other things, that is installing this on MacBook Pro, which I have not yet taught it to you. I've only let you know as to how we can go ahead and install this normally, and we also have to check the live USB version as to how we can go ahead and install that as well. So, and also we have the persistence inside that. So just let this update. And just remember that unlike Windows, over here we cannot install multiple things at one time. We need to install one at a time so that its source does not break, else it will break. That's the reason. So just let it complete. By that time, the time it gets all the updates, I'll show you some few other things. You can check applications over here. We have several things you can go ahead and notice. We have the Arduino chip, that's Android programming, just in case you wanted to hack into Android. And these are a few different things that we can see over here. The best part over here is Kali Linux. It has more than, you can say, as 200 tools for hacking, each for a specific purpose. So that means if you have Kali Linux and you know how to use it, that means you have almost half of your hacking knowledge. That's how it will be. It has included Ruby and Python installation and as well as Perl, so you don't need to go ahead and install it separately. To start Python, just in case, you can just type Python and it will start the Python 2.7 version, which is by default. If you want anything else, then you can go ahead and select that as well. So you need to go ahead and right click, edit menus, and in order to activate the Python version, you can go ahead and select it from over here, 2.7 and 3.2, the normal version which we will use. And this is the default ICE Weasel. If you want, you can go ahead and install Tor browser as well, just to go ahead and browse safely and securely. And these are the ham radios, the radio chirp, and these are the Wireshark, which you would use for sniffing and spoofing, EtherCap, and which I would be teaching you later on. So as you can see that we have several tools. These are the top 10 security tools which we have over here. Aircrack NG to go ahead and crack wireless hacking, Burpsuit to crack password, John the Ripper, Maltico to gather information, and Metasploit is the best that we could ever use. SQL Map and Wireshark again, and Nmap for OS fingerprinting and stuff. And then we have, for information gathering, we have DNS analysis. We have all of these things in which I consider ZenMap and DNS Tracer the best. We have intrusion detection, identification, live. So you can see that now you can understand that why Cal Linux is far different from any other operating system we have ever seen. I believe we have all the headers. Okay. So this is one of the reasons that it has n number of tools, or you can say it has all the tools that any person can need to go ahead and do anything. Routing analysis, vulnerability, web application, passwords, be it anything from social engineering to exploitation, it has everything. So as you can see, coming back to our updates, it has checked all the updates, and let's check if we have any upgrades. That means any updates. So I can go and apt get upgrade. We have 433 MB of updates that we need, which I would not be updating as of now. Or if you want, you can also go and type distribution update upgrade. And okay, we have total of 730 MB of files, which will update each and everything. And I won't be installing that because it would take a very long time. So no. And I'll also go ahead and type install a few things that I would need. That would be gedit. That's an editor. Okay, apt get install gedit. And yes, it's a 4 MB file. It will take quite a bit, I believe, to go ahead and install that. So by that time, I'll let you know as to how we can go ahead and install MacBook. This is it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, I'll be teaching you about installing Cal Linux on MacBook Pro and configuring it. Hey guys, welcome to the next tutorial for ethical hacking and penetration testing with Cal Linux. So before I proceed today, what I would be teaching is footprinting and reconnaissance. So before I go ahead deep into what it exactly is, before I go ahead more into letting you know how we can go ahead and use Cal Linux for penetration testing or hacking into some random stuff, I'll teach you how we need to first go ahead with that. So there are a few layers of hacking that you need to know before you can go ahead and hack in any kind of stuff. Let's say it may be a PC or laptop or cell phone PDA or in any company's server or anything. So there are a layer of things that you need to know. You need to follow these specific protocols before you can get into deep hacking. So today I would be teaching you, and as you can see over here that we have lots of stuff over here. When you check Cal Linux, we have n number of security tools. So you might be wondering what is information gathering, vulnerability analysis, web application password attacks, and many more. So I would first go ahead and teach you the different layers of ethical hacking today. So let's open the web browser and go ahead and check. I have some or the other over here. Let's check years of ethical hacking. The few things that you need to know before you can proceed into detailed stuff. So I would be teaching you that today. The first thing that we would be needing would be to know that, okay, the first thing is that we need to go ahead and gather the information, and then we need to go ahead and know whom we are attacking. What are the different layers for that? That means what are the countermeasures that they can go ahead and take against us. So these are the few things that I would be teaching you today. So let me check. Okay, I think that it's checking the layers of OSI. So I'll just type steps of ethical hacking. Perfect. Okay. So these are the things which we'll go through once we go in detail related to ethical hacking. The first that we would be looking today would be the footprinting, who is NS lookup search engines and social networking sites. After that, scanning and enumeration, that are computer ports, which ports are open, which ports are not, and what would be the application services. Then Trojans and backdoors, viruses, and then finally the hacking and exploitation. That would be the buffer overflow, spoofing, or different types of attacks, which includes even DDoS, which is not over here as of now. But yeah, these are things I would be teaching you. So let's take a first look at footprinting. So I'll just go ahead and show you. Let's go ahead and take a look at what are the footprinting tools we have, and after that I will explain it to you what is footprinting. So let's check. Okay, we should be okay here. As you can see, we have these information gathering tools are also known as footprinting tools. And as you can see that we have loads of things over here: service fingerprinting, routing analysis, OS fingerprinting as to gathering information about a related OS, and loads of other stuff. So let's first know what exactly footprinting terminology is. And what all things are included in that. So footprinting is just that we need to go ahead and gather information about specific people. Okay, let me check the updates. By the time it gets updated, let's go ahead and start with the footprinting terminology. Okay, so footprinting and reconnaissance is what we would be learning today. So what is footprinting? These are the several ways of gathering information about footprinting. So before we go deep into this concept, it is important to know the basic terminology used in footprinting. And these terms will help you understand the concept of footprinting and its structures. So open source or passive information gathering, that is the first one. So open source of passive information gathering, PIG, that's what I call. It is the easiest way to collect information about the target organization. It refers to the process of gathering information from open sources or publicly available sources such as newspapers, television, social networking sites like Facebook, Twitter, Orkut, or blogs, etc. And using these, you can gather information such as network boundaries as to where they are actually located, their geolocation, IP addresses reachable via internet, operating systems, web servers, which are used by the target network, TCP and UDP services in each system which are open and which are not, control mechanisms, system architectures, intrusion detection systems, and many more. So that is what is included in open source and passive information. After that, we have active information gathering. So in active information gathering, process attackers mainly focus on the employees of the target organization. Attackers try to extract information from the employees by conducting social engineering on site visits or interviews or questionnaires, something similar to that. After that, we have anonymous footprinting. This refers to the process of collecting information from sources anonymously so that your efforts cannot be traced. And at this point of time, people normally use Tor browsers, which are mostly famous in anonymous web browsing. So yeah, and after that we have pseudo-anonymous footprinting, and these refers to the process of collecting information from the sources that have been published on internet, but it is not directly linked to the author's name. This information may be published under a different name, or the author may have a well-established pen name, we can say, means a random pseudonym, or the author may also be a corporate or government official, and he may be prohibited from posting under his or her original name. So irrespective of the reason for finding the author's name, collecting information from such sources are called as pseudo-anonymous. So after that, we have lots of other types of information gathering, which are organizational or private footprinting or internet footprinting. So in footprinting, we normally collect the basic information about the target network, determine the operating systems used, platforms running, web servers. Then we perform the WHOIS or DNS network and organizational queries. And finally, we find the vulnerabilities and exploits for launching these attacks. So you might be wondering that how Facebook is very useful in that. So I could have also, and you might also be wondering that why only Facebook? Why not, let's say, we have Twitter as well over here, then why not Twitter or why not Orkut? The reason being that Facebook is the most popular and people don't hesitate to give out information on Facebook. Let's say, for example, and even if they don't want to give out information, they may just simply give out without even them knowing that. Let's say, for example, you want to search a person on Facebook and you have find out his name. And if you want to go ahead and access his, let's say, for example, Facebook profile, you want to hack into that. And when you go ahead and let's say you click forgot the password option, and then it will ask you what is the date of birth of the person. Just one example, because that is a normal question that people keep. So you want to know the date of birth of that person. So what you would do, you would go ahead and search into his profile, and you may not able to get that. So, or you may call and you may do social engineering to get his date of birth or something like that. But there is another way. Even if you do social engineering stuff like by calling them, there's still a way that they can trace you out by looking up at the phone number, until unless you have not created a fake account and you have created a fake cell phone number as well. But that is getting into deep stuff, and it may also have different expenditures as to getting a phone, getting a cell phone, getting a SIM card, and then creating fake IDs to get this fake SIM card. So instead of doing that, why not go ahead and use some just social engineering techniques such as just guessing and gathering information. So the first part would be just go ahead and look up his, if you just want the, let's say, year of birth, just go ahead and look at his colleagues with whom he has taken pics. Let's say, for example, if, let's say for XYZ, the guy's name is, let's say, Mr. Smith. And he has another friend whose name is Mr. Adam. And they went to the same school and they were in the same class and everything. So it's probably that he might be, let's say for example, Mr. Adams' age is 1989. So the Mr. Smith's age would probably be 1988 or 89 or 90. He won't be much bigger or lesser than that. So you can just go ahead and try all these options out, and you can get at the date of birth. So now you know how you can go ahead and gather such information just by looking at someone's Facebook profile. You don't even want to know who his friends are. Just by looking at his photos that he have uploaded, you can get loads of information. So in security research, Facebook is called as a treasure trove of personally identifiable information. A report by Imperva revealed that users' general information can often include date of birth, home addresses, and sometimes even the mother's maiden name, allowing hackers to access this and other websites and applications created by targeting spear phishing campaigns. In detail, a concept called friend mapping is also there, when an attacker can get further knowledge of a user's friend circle, having access their account and posing as a trusted friend. They may even cause some mayhem or damage, and these can include transfer of funds and even extortion. So, when asked why Facebook is so important to hackers, then the Imperva security senior strategist Noah Barsioff said that people also add work friends on Facebook. So, a team leader, let's say for example, can be identified, and this can lead to a corporate data being accessed. So, you can go ahead and gather information, create fake accounts, and gather information from there. So, in more extreme cases, even if Facebook's administrator rights can be accessed, although it is said that it requires more effort on the hacker's side and it is not prevalent, but it is a holy grail of attackers, as it provides a hacker with data of all the users and not just one user. So, on protection, it is set out to rule that you need to go ahead and only access the website when you are using the SSL security across the whole website, but that's also not that effective, because people can also do man in the middle attacks and they can also strip the SSL layer off. So nowadays everything is possible. So these are the ways as to how we can go ahead and get into footprinting. Now, the next question that you would be asking is why footprinting. So I'll get deeper into that, but that would be it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, I'll be getting into much more information about the ethical hacking and why it is considered as illegal hacking, and I'll help you more understand about the footprinting tools, their threats, and their countermeasures. So welcome to the next tutorial of ethical hacking and penetration testing with Kali Linux. So I have told you in the previous tutorial about anonymous footprinting, pseudo anonymous footprinting, and loads of other stuff. So you might be thinking that why footprinting is much important, but you must have already have had some random idea as to why it is that important and what kind of strategy it is exactly. So it allows, in terms of security for companies, it allows attackers to know about the complete security posture of the organization, and it is not good. Trust me, guys. It reduces the attacker's area to specific range of IP address, network, domain names, even remote access. It even allows them to build their own information database about the target's organization security and their weakness to take appropriate action. And it is also easy for them to get the actual environment they are going to break, and they can also go ahead and create a home environment in the same way that they have in the organization. So for attackers to build a hacking strategy, there are a few things. That is knowing security posture, performing footprinting on target organization in a systematic and a methodological manner. They will be able to get information or complete profile of the organization's security posture. It will also go ahead and reduce their area of attack because they will get a specific amount of IP addresses within which they know that okay, this company has only uses this set of IP addresses, and it will be easier for them to go ahead and hack into them because he already knows what can be. So he just have to guess some specific random things, and by doing a good amount of social engineering, he will even get that. After that, we have building information database. As I told you, going ahead and creating a virtual network at home based on the similar organization structure. And then finally drawing the network map, that is combining footprinting techniques such as tracert tool, which allows the attacker to create network diagrams of the target's organization network presence. This map this map network represents the understanding of the target's internet footprint, and these network diagrams can also guide in the attack. So coming back to the next point, there are a few objectives of footprinting. So these objectives, the major objectives of footprinting include collecting the target's network information, system information, and the organization information. And by carrying out footprinting at various network levels, you can gain information such as network blocks, network services, application, system architecture, intrusion detection systems, specific IP addresses, access controls, and many more. And with footprinting, information such as employee names, phone numbers, contact addresses, designations, work experience, and even the employee ID and what is their ID and what is specific amount of salary they get, even each and everything can be obtained. The first thing that a hacker would do would be to collect information That would be its objectives. The network information can be gathered by performing a whois database analysis or trace routing, and it includes domain name, internal domain names, network blocks, IP addresses of reachable system, rogue websites or private websites, TCP and UDP services there that the company is running, their access control mechanisms, that is ACLs, and networking protocols, VPN access points, intrusion detection system, and how they detect and how they are running on which protocols, analog or digital telephone numbers, authentication mechanisms, and system enumeration. These things come under the collecting network information. After that, we have the collecting system information such as the users and group names. And if you go and check into an organization, they don't have any specific name, such as each the users they have. The username is almost the same. Let's say for my piece, let's say if the name of my company is let's say XYZ, or let me take a specific item name, let's say Mercedes, for example. So the name of my company is Mercedes. So the name of the system's users would be Mercedes 1, Mercedes 2, Mercedes 3, and Mercedes hash PRO1, Mercedes hash PRO2. So it's quite easy to gather. If you even if you get one specific user's name, it will be easier to guess the other user's name. And by that, you can also get the group names, system banners, routing tables, their SMP information, system architecture as to which system and they are using, and they will be able to go ahead and try to override the hardware by if they get access to the hardware, then getting remote access to the system machine, system names, and passwords. So after they collect the system information, that final thing would be to gather the organization's information, which would be the employee details, organization's websites, company directory, location details, addresses, phone numbers, backgrounds of organization, news articles, and all these things. So till now I have discussed the footprinting concepts. Now I'll go ahead and discuss what are the threats that footprinting gives you. The footprinting threat section familiarizes you with the threats associated with footprinting, such as social engineering, system and network attacks, and corporate espionage. These include attackers gathering valuable system and network information such as account details, operating system, installed applications, network components, servers, and many more. And these finally lead to business loss. So the first and the foremost important thing would be social engineering, because it is if any other attack fails, such as let's say if you have an updated Windows 8, or if in your organization you're not at all using any version of Windows, which is quite not possible, but let's say to be secure you're only using Linux, so that you don't have to let's say worry about any person hacking your organization. Or if you have applied each and every patch of Linux, Ubuntu or Fedora, whichever you're using, or even Red Hat, but still hackers can gain access via social engineering. So what is social engineering? Social engineering means without using any intrusion methods, hackers can directly or indirectly collect information through persuasion or any other means, and the crucial information gathered by the hackers and the employers without their consent. So this is a very unique method. Let's say, for example, you are working in an IT company, or you're working, or you are just a normal, let's say, normal person working in a company, and one day you are at home, and some random day you just get a call stating that if the person may have gathered already your, let's say, your user ID, or not user ID, he may already have your employee ID. Yeah, he may have gathered there by just looking over you when you're just going ahead and crossing your subway line on the road, and he has your employee ID. So he will just call you and tell you, hello sir, I'm calling you from this company. That means the same company in which you are working. Let's say your name is Adam and you're working for an XYZ company, and this guy sees you and he wants to hack your organization, and so he gathers all the information. So he sees you passing on the road with your ID in your neck, and your employee ID is ABCD at the rate 123, let's say, for example. So he will just go ahead and call you, hello sir, I believe your name is Mr. Adam. You'll say yes, and then he will tell you, okay, so I believe I am calling you from your company, that's XYZ. I am the network manager over here, and due to some reason I'm unable to access your password to your PC, and so can you just help me with that? And before I proceed, I believe ID would be ABCD at the rate 123. So you will think, okay, this guy knows my address, he knows my name, he knows my employee ID, so he must be the real guy who is from the IT department. So you will just go ahead and give him out the username and then password, and then finally he will have what he needs, and he will just go ahead and he won't even go ahead and directly disconnect the call. He will just tell you, okay, thank you sir, I'm able to access your system now, and by the time you access your system tomorrow, I will have full maintenance done on your system. And he will close the call in a very good manner. And you will think, okay, I just helped this guy, so you will feel good. But when the next day you reach the office and you'll come to know somebody has already accessed all the information, and you are the person who gave the information, and you are the only person responsible, and you will be the one who will be serving jail time, or perhaps you may not even get another job because of your insecurity that you performed. So these are the ways as to how any person can gather information via social engineering attack. After that, we have system network attacks, information leakage, privacy loss, corporate espionage, and business loss. So these are different ways as to how we can go ahead and gather information on a specific person. We are using loads of other techniques, and yes, after that we have footprinting tools, which I will be showing you some practical stuff as to how we can go ahead and gather information. And the most important one is, which I will be showing you later on, would be the Google hacking database. You won't even need any kind of specific tool to hack into any stuff. You would just need a computer. You won't even need any software to install. You won't even need the administrator, right, to go ahead and just gather information. You just need a computer with the internet access, and just the access of Google is more than enough for you. So yes, so I will be teaching you that in the next tutorial. That is it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, I'll be teaching you about the footprinting tools and gathering information via Google hacking database. Hey guys, welcome to the next tutorial for ethical hacking and penetration testing via Kali Linux. So in this tutorial, I'll be teaching you more about the footprinting tools and gathering information via search engines, Netcraft, leak extractor, and loads of other things. So to start, what a hacker would do would be to find the company's external and internal URLs. A company's external and internal URLs provide a lot of useful information to the attacker. And these URLs describe the company and provide details such as company mission and vision, history, products, and services offered. So if you want to find the external URL of a company, you need to follow some specific steps. Open any search engine such as Google or Bing, type the name of the target of company in the search box and press enter. The internal URL is used for accessing the company's vault server directly inside the corporate network, and this internal URL helps you to access the internal functions of a company. Most companies use common formats for internal URLs, and therefore if you know the external URL of a company, you can easily predict the internal URL through trial and error method. So these internal URLs provide insight into different departments and business units in an organization. You can also find internal URLs of an organization using Netcraft tool, and I'll show you where you can go ahead and download that. So I'll just go ahead and open this, and in order for you to go down start Netcraft, we can just type Netcraft. It has its own specific website, and yes, we have over here. Let's start it. So Netcraft deals with web server, web hosting, let's say share market analysis, operating system detection. It provides a free anti-phishing toolbar for Firefox as well as Internet Explorer browsers. The Netcraft tool avoids phishing attacks and protects the internet users from fraudsters, and it checks the risk rate as well as the hosting location of websites we visit. So as you can see over here, we have different things as to we can do data mining, and like similar to Bitcoin, and then we can check the performance, and we have loads of other things over here. So if you want, you can go ahead and just do some random stuff over here, and you can also check the application stress testing. Let's go ahead and check that if you have any vulnerability in any random pages. So as you can see that we have but you need to go ahead and download, and you need to go ahead and buy these from them. That is what a normally company does. But attackers, as you know, that attackers normally don't use these things. They normally go and download it from somewhere else, or they start phishing. And as you can see that we have loads of things over here which you can gather information about. Anti-phishing links and gathering information about these things. So these are things that you can go ahead and download. Let's say, for example, if someone has created a phishing website for Facebook or something else, then you have these phishing extensions that you can go and download for Firefox as well as Chrome over here. And then these guys won't be able to visit that specific link because it would have been banned by the administrator already. So these are things which which Netcraft actually checks. After that, we have let's check. We have the link extractor. So let's go ahead and check the link extractor. It would be HTTP www.webmaster. I'll just go and type link extractor, and we should be having a webmaster web page over here. And link extractor is okay. Here we have it. So link extractor is a link extraction utility that allows you to choose between external and internal URLs. And it will return a plain text of URLs linked to an HTML list. You can use this utility to competitor sites. Let's say, for examples, just to check, I'll just go ahead and check over here support.microsoft. Let's go ahead and, yeah, I know the spelling is wrong. So I'll just open this and I'll just copy paste it over here. And then we'll go ahead and check what are the errors that we get. Okay, I'll just copy it from over here. Okay, so let's go ahead and check what we get. As you can see over here that, okay, unique error from time and date error. Okay, let's check track links. Okay, we don't have any extracted links because, okay, let's check. Let's check if we have HRES. I don't think we have any HREFS links, so let's check if we have it for SRCs. No, close this. Okay, so as you can see that we don't actually have any specific extraction for that, as you can see, because that website is already secure. So these are just examples, and after that you can go ahead and get extractions for different websites. You don't need any specific thing for that. You can go ahead and get information about external and internal about any specific website that you want. So that's just an option. After that, we have what we have over here would be Google Earth, Maps, Facebook, LinkedIn, Google Plus, and email tracking tools. So I'll go ahead and give you a deep detail about how Google Earth and Maps can be useful, and you may have no idea that it's used to gather information, or you can even look into a specific organization to get the location of a specific place. Information such as physical location of the organization plays a vital role in the hacking process. This information can be obtained using the footprinting technique, and in addition to the physical location, we can also collect information such as surrounding public Wi-Fi spots, hotspots that may prove to be a way to break into the organization's network. So attackers with the knowledge of target's organization location may attempt a dumpster diving or surveillance, social engineering, and other non-technical attacks to gather much more information about the target organization. Once the location of the target is known, detailed satellite images of the location can be obtained using various sources on the internet and many more. Attackers can also use this information to gain unauthorized access to buildings, wired and wireless network systems, and so on. So Google Earth is a valuable tool for hacking that allows you to find a location or point and zoom into that location to explore. You can even access 3D images that depict most of the Earth in high resolution detail. So I'll just go ahead and show you some specific things that you can go ahead and check into Google Maps, providing a street view feature that provides you a series of images of buildings as well as its surroundings, including Wi-Fi networks. Attackers may use Google Maps to find or locate entrances to buildings, security cameras, gates, places to hide, weak spots in perimeter fences, utility resources like electricity connections to measure the distance between objects, and many more. So I'll just go ahead and show you some example as to how we can go ahead and gather information about that. So I'll just go ahead and open Google, and I'll just check, let's say, let's check. We want to go ahead and gather information about cameras. So let's check how Google Map can be useful to go ahead and give us information. Let's say cameras, or let's say let me get the specific term: traffic cameras in Mumbai. So we have over here, you can see we have different cameras, and I'll just go ahead and check into maps. And if I go ahead and zoom into here, I don't know exactly where the cameras are, but if I go ahead and zoom into over here exact places, then I can go ahead and get an extreme amount of information. Let's check if we could go ahead and get any random camera. Let's say, let's go ahead and check over here at the flyovers, and I'll show you how we can go ahead and gather information. And if a hacker is good enough, if he could have already, let's say, if he already has any specific range of IP addresses, then he can even narrow down and get access to that camera as well. So let's check, and I think this is the deepest I can go, so I won't be able to zoom any further. And let's get the satellite view. Let's check if I'm get, okay, perfect. So over here I'm getting the exact detailed information about where cars are, where they are not. So just let it start perfectly. Okay, so don't think there are any specific cameras over here. I'll go back to my normal mode. Okay, so but you can see that let's say we have these corporate buildings over here. So if you go ahead and check Google Earth and cameras, if I go ahead and get let's say 3D view of that, let's see if I could go ahead and get some 3D view where it is exactly. Okay, let's take this Julius for example. We have this. So if we want any detailed information, as you can see, I can have this information handed to me without anything. I can see how it looks like from the inside, and I won't even have to actually manually go over there. So I'll just go ahead and enlarge this a bit. Okay. So as you can see that we can gather much information just by looking at the Google Maps or the Google Earth, which is quite useful to us. So this is just an example. Perfect. So as you can see over here, I have all the information that I need, and I can even go ahead and check the cameras. Okay, I think probably we should have some cameras over here. And is this the 3D view? Okay. I don't know, but I believe that last time I went into specific, why I'm unable to zoom it in much further, but sometimes you're able to zoom in much further and you can go ahead and gather much better information about this. So this is just an example of gathering information via let's say Google Maps. So after that we have Google Earth and other stuff. Just We have Facebook, as I told you, how we can go ahead and gather information via that. We have email tracking tools and LinkedIn, Google Plus, and then we finally have the Google hacking database, which is far and far much useful than anything else. So I'll just go ahead and show you a quick example for that as to how we can go ahead and access different databases or using Google. So, but that would be it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, I'll be starting you with Google hacking database. Hey guys, welcome to the next tutorial of ethical hacking and penetration testing via Kali Linux. So till now I have shown you how we can go ahead and get access into that, or how we can go ahead and gather information about any specific people. But this time now I will actually go ahead and gather much better information, and I will teach you how we can go ahead and gather information, and I will show you by gathering some actual information, let's say such as gathering credit card details or debit card details of any specific person. But the thing I would be showing you would be the expired credit cards and not the actual credit cards, because I don't want to go ahead and spoil any random person's image. So let's start by normal stuff such as MetaGoofle and Goling Scan. Before I proceed, starting with these tools, I'd like to tell you something about email footprinting and how we can go ahead and gather information about that. So if someone has sent you a random email, then what you need to do is just go ahead and you want to go ahead and check the geolocation or any specific thing. Email tracking is a method that helps you to monitor as well as track the emails of a particular user. This kind of tracking is possible through digitally time-stamped records to reveal the time and date, and the geolocation, the read duration, proxy detection as to when it was read and from where it was read, and things similar to that. It provides information about the server, type of server used by the recipient as well. So similarly, you can also go ahead and gather similar information using the email header. So you can just go ahead and open a random Google account, and you can go ahead and check if someone has sent you an email. You can go ahead and check the show original option on the right hand side. Then you can go ahead and gather much more information about the IP addresses, from where it was sent, and much more. So after tracking email, let's come back to our original point of MetaGoofil, Google hacking database, and the hack honeypots and Google hacks that we can see. So these things are quite different from the normal footprinting things. These are the tools used by Google to go ahead and gather information about us. So footprinting using Google hacking techniques is quite different. Google hacking refers to the art of creating complex search engines queries, and in MySQL probably. So if you can construct proper queries, you can retrieve valuable data about a target company or person through Google search results. Through Google hacking, an attacker tries to find websites that are vulnerable to numerous exploits and vulnerabilities. So, and this can be accomplished with the help of Google hacking database, that is GHDB, a database of queries to identify sensitive data. And Google operators can help finding in the required text and avoiding irrelevant data. And using advanced Google operators, attackers can locate specific strings of text such as specific versions of vulnerable application. So I'll be teaching you today about how we can go ahead and gather much more information. I'll show you some basic examples at first, and then finally I'll go ahead and teach you how we can go ahead and gather, let's say, how hackers gather credit card information via internet, just for example. So to start with, we'll start with the first thing, that is period site. The period site operator in Google helps to find only pages related to a specific URL. So I'll just go ahead and show you a few examples. Let's say I want to gather information about, let's say, just to be precise, let's say I want to find information about a specific person or a specific vehicle on only a specific site. So the most famous site for a vehicle would be, let's say, for example, for a bike, it would be for XBHP website. And I want to want information about some random, let's say, some random bike or a person. So for this tutorial, I'll be using a bike because I don't want to go ahead and break any privacy laws of any specific person. So I'll just take a random bike. Let's say, for example, we have, let's say, a random bike for Honda, and I'll take a Honda, let's say any random bike, let's say Honda Activa, which is quite famous these days, and I want it only on a specific website. So I'll just type site : and I'll type www.xbhp.com. So when I go and hit enter, I'll only get results related to xbhp.com. As you can see that all these websites are only of xbhp. So let's say as my name, I would be checking if I want to go ahead and gather information about a specific person. Let's say my or any random person says Adam Smith. So I'll type Adam Smith site : www.facebook.com, and when I hit enter, I'll get all the profiles with the name of Adam Smith on the Facebook. So I don't need to actually go ahead and search any random person or any go through any random links. It's all the links are quite visible by using the site. So the site operator in Google helps to find only pages that belong to a specific URL. After that, we have all in URL option. This operator finds the required pages or websites by restricting the results containing all query terms. Then we have the in URL. So that means that if I want to search anything, and if I type, let's say, I want any random name inside the URL, as you can see that we have Adam Smith over here. So I'll just type, let's say, I want to type, I'll take a different name, and I'll type in URL. That means site will be facebook.com, and in URL I want, let's say, Adam. I'll take a different name this time. Let's say Michelle. So as you can see that I'll get all the websites with the name of Facebook, and with the URL we have that has Michelle inside that, only with the specific thing. So in this way I can go ahead and gather information. So in this way, if I go ahead and keep on adding different, let's say, different queries to this, I'll get much more information to that. After we have all in title, and it all in title command that restricts results to only pages that contain all the queries that you have specified. So if I go ahead and type, let's say, all in title, and I'll type, let's say, network camera, and if I go ahead and let's say I'll just open a random first link. So it will open all websites that has network camera in its title. And if I go and see, okay, so this is not a good website. I'll just go and check. Like I'll open this one. So let's let that open. So as you can see that I can actually see the camera of this specific of this random location. I don't know where it is exactly, but I can see this thing. So you can see that it is live and these other cameras are disabled. And this is the normal camera. Or if I go ahead and check this way, now you know that how we can go ahead and hack into any CCTV camera that we want. So after that we have in title query that restricts results to only pages that contain query term that you have specified, and it only shows websites that mention the query term that you have. We have in anchor, so in anchor and all in anchor text that results that restricts pages to containing all query terms you specify in the anchor text. So you might be wondering that what a hacker can do with Google hacking. If a target website is vulnerable to Google hacking, then the attacker can find information such as error messages that contain sensitive information, file containing passwords, or sensitive directories, or pages containing logon portals, pages containing network or vulnerability data, advisories, and several vulnerabilities. After that, we have Google Advanced Search option. As you can see that there are different search tools, and if you go ahead and click over here, you can see the Advanced Search option. So this will go ahead and search everything that you want, any specific thing, and it will use the Google queries automatically. But rather than this, I would always prefer using the queries if you want to gather any information. You can also use the cache query, and I'll show you. Let's say CACHE, and I'll type let's say grinder. So I'll get all the things. As you can see over here, we have a small tick mark, and if I go ahead and check cached web page, it will take me to the cached web page that was used previously. So in this way, what a hacker can do is that, let's say I'll type site Flipkart. I'll just type www.amazon.in, and I'll type cache, let's say flash drive, and if I hit enter, let's see what we get. As you can see, we have everything starting with the site Amazon, and we have the cached. If I go ahead and check the cached web page, so if the let's say Amazon website is not clear in keeping their cache memories, then what may happen, let's say for example the Amazon has this 3G data traveler, let's say on 30th of December, as let's say any specific. So any, let's say I want to, this has, let's say for example on the 30th of December, the price of this data traveler would be, let's say 300 rupees, just to be it's a random amount. So it's a 300 rupees, and when I check it for today on the May of the next year, then I get the amount as 500 rupees, but I want the amount to be 300 rupees. So what I would do as a hacker, I would go ahead and open the cached web page of 30th December by going ahead and searching it over here inside Google. And once I go ahead and have that, I'll go ahead and buy that, and the website will not even come to know that I have actually faked it with the cached web page. I'll show you one more example of that. I'll just type, let's say www.amazon.in, that is for India. So once I go and type this, I'll get all the cached web pages of this specific website, that's amazon.in. So if I go ahead and open this, these are all the cached web pages, and the amount would be quite different. Never put a space between a cache and the URL web address, because if you do that, then it would be quite different. So okay, yes, perfect. So this is what we need, because if you do that, as you can see that these are the prices. If I go ahead and enter a date over here, then it will give me the cached web page of that date. So let's say if the price for this for today is 1798, and tomorrow if it comes to, let's say 2000 rupees, but I still want it for 1798, then I will, then after 10 to 15 days, I'll go ahead and open the web page of today's date by entering the date over here as well, and I will get the same amount, the same offer that was a few days ago. So after that, we have the link a query that list web pages that have links to a specified web page. You can go ahead and use the link query as well. So in this way, we have lots of other stuff such as note, link, related, example, and all in title. So these are just some small examples, and there should be no space between the specific word you are typing and the actual query. Only then you will be able to gather information about that. Let me show you one more example of that so it will get a clear idea. I'll just type, let's say, um, I'll type in title, let's say intranet, and I'll type in URL, I'll type intranet plus, I'll type in text, I'll type human resources. I'll hit enter. And so these are the intranet for those companies, and normally we should not be able to access this, but maybe they have not used their firewall in a proper ways, and that is the reason why how I can go ahead and access these to their specific information. So the information gathered by the attackers can be used to perform social engineering attacks, and Google will filter for excessive use of advanced operators and drop the request with the help of intrusion prevention system. I think that they have a good firewall. That's the reason I am being banned over there. So let's go ahead and check this. Normally Google does not allow, but let's go ahead and check this web pages. If there are any faults, then if they don't have a good firewall, then we won't be able to access that. If they don't have one, then obviously they cannot go ahead and stop us. So here we are. So these actually this thing is not allowed for us to see, or this is for the internet, but internet is always connected in some or the other way to a normal internet, and I should not be able to see these things, but since I have used this Google technique. So what Google does is that Google have two crawlers. One is a spider and another one is a crawler. These two things, no matter what information you upload or what email you do, each and everything is stored inside Google. So once you have uploaded something on the internet, it will be there on Google and anyone can find it. It's just a matter of time that the person has to know how to go ahead and access this. So this is the normal page that which I should not be able to access, but I am able to access this because they don't have a good firewall in place. Even this one I should not be able to access this one as well, but since I am able to access, that means even these people don't have a good firewall in place, and that's why I'm able to access this. I'll show you one more stuff which is quite dangerous for normal people to go ahead and access this, but I will still show you the CVV colon, let's say I'll type in text colon CVV. So I'll just go ahead and open this website. So once I go and open this website, what I would be getting would be a list of all the card details of all the random person data. So if you have, even once if you have swiped your card on the internet to purchase anything, that means I will have that on this web page. So it is just an example. Let me check. Okay, I'll just go and download this. If I don't have any exceptions, then I'll surely go ahead and show you. Okay, perfect. So, and when I go ahead and you can see that we have these things, but these are expired. We have the username, the MD5 hash file for the password, which if you have a good cracker such as Burp Suit or John the Ripper that we have on Kali Linux, I'll just go ahead and open it over here. And I'll just go ahead and update. I forgot to upgrade it. Okay, no, fine. I won't want to upgrade it as of now. I'll just close this. So we have several MD5 cracking tools over here. As you can see that we have hash tools for the MD5 hash files. We have online attacks, and we have John the Ripper hash identifier and hashcat. Even OPH crack is a very good one. Rainbow cracking tools. So these are different things through which we can go and crack the MD5 file, and we have the email ID. So you can see how easily we can go ahead and crack this, and you can even see that this expired just 2 months back. So if I am a random black hat hacker, then I would probably check that which one is useful, and I will surely go ahead and use this for malicious purposes. Let me check if I have any active one. Feb, March, April. This expired last month. It's the American Express card, and even this expired last month. Okay, so I don't actually have any active one, and it's actually quite good that I don't have any active, let's say, any active card over here, because if one of you person watching this video is a malicious one, and probably use that for illegal purpose. But it's just a way as to how I can go ahead and show you. If I just modify this with something different, such as if I go and insert a date to put inside that text file, let's say only for 2015, then I will get all the card numbers which expires in 2015. If I go and use 2016 or 17, 18, similarly I will get each and everything related to that. So I'll just go ahead and delete this so that no one else sees that. Perfect. So this is just an example as to how we can go ahead and gather information, and Google Hacking Database is quite useful in this thing. After that, we have the Gmap hacker and the honeypot option. So starting with MetaGoofle. MetaGoofle is an information gathering tool designed for extracting, let's say, metadata of public documents, that is from PDF, doc, or docx, pptx, xlsx file belonging to a target company. I probably won't suggest using MetaGoofle, even though it's quite famous. We have one more extractor which is quite useful in for today, and I'll just go ahead and show you that. I don't exactly remember the name, so I'll just exif tool. Yeah, exif tool, perfect. So exif tool is quite useful in gathering information. Even if you have an image of a random person, you can go to this website and download this. So what it does is that, let's say if you have taken pic a normal pic from your camera, and let's say for example you have a Sony camera, Sony cell phone, and if you have an Android lollipop, then you would probably go ahead and name your username. Let's say your name is Mr. Adam, so you'll probably go ahead and name it as Mr. Adam. So if you go ahead and do that and you click your picture and you send it to someone else, any random person who has that image can go ahead and gather the username from which cell phone you took the pic, just by using this metadata tool and applying it on executing this with your image. So it doesn't matter from where he got the image, from a website or from via USB traveling or via WhatsApp, people sending it over there. It's just a matter of time that he needs to have that image and this EXIF tool, and he can get all the information such as from where did you crack it. And I think that probably we have EXIF tool over here. Let me check if we have it already installed in Kali Linux. Perfect, we have it. So I'll just type hyphen help. Let's check if we could get all the information. Okay, I would have to consult the documentation, but I will show you as to how we can go down. Let me just copy one of the files from over here from my computer, and let's say I'll just go ahead and copy it from over here, and I'll just try to paste it over here if I'm able to. Okay, perfect. What I'll do is I'll just go and type exif tool slash desktop top slash, I'll just go and type desktop slash, let's say we have, perfect, I'll hit enter. So as you can see that I have over here the course text file, how much byte, but it's just a simple text file. If I want to gather much more information, let me just see if I have any PDF documents over here. Okay, I need check. Okay, great, we have a PDF document. So I'll just go and paste it over here. Okay, I don't want this. I'll just paste it over here. Perfect. And I'll just go ahead and execute the exif tool. So I'll just type exif tool, and I'll type desktop, and I'll type desktop corona. Perfect. I'll hit enter. And as you can see that I have all the information I want over here. I have the name, when it was modified or created, and it was on the 7th of March, April, at 2 o'clock at plus 5, what was the time. It's a PDF application, it was not linearized, and we have the creation date, which is 2013, and the website from where where the guy downloaded it was it slash ebooks, and it was, so he downloaded this PDF file on this computer in 2013 or from this website. This is an image file, and as you can see that we have, from where did it create, he created this in Adobe InDesign CS6 in Windows, and this is quite a useful information. And yes, So these are quite the useful information that you can get just by exif tool. And if you know how to extract these tools in a proper way, in a much advanced way, then you can even get the username of that person who created it. So that's just a quite an example as to how we can do that. Coming on to our next part would be the Goaling scanner. So the Goaling scanner removes the cache from your searches and collects and displays only vulnerable site links. Thus, it allows you to find vulnerabilities wide open to Google and Google bots. We have Site Digger, which searches Google's cache to look for vulnerabilities, errors, configuration issues. Google Hacks, as I told you, it's a compilation of carefully crafted Google searches that expose novel functionalities from Google search and map services. We have BileSuit, that stands for bidirectional link extractor, and it then applies a simple statistical weighing algorithm to reduce the websites that have the strongest relationship with the target site. Then we have Google Honeypot, which is the reaction to a new type of malicious web traffic actually, and it is a search engine for hackers. Google Hack Honeypot, and you can go and check it at ghh.sourceforge.net. And GHH implements the honeypot theory to provide additional info security to your web presence. We have Gmap Catcher, Search Dignity, Google Hacking Database, as I showed you, and finally the GooScan. GooScan is a tool that automates queries against Google search appliances, and these queries are designed to find the potential vulnerabilities on your websites. So that would be it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, I'll be starting with what exactly would we after do after gathering information as to the who is lookup, the DNS interrogation, and the chosen search engine and the trace route. Hey guys, welcome to the next tutorial for ethical hacking and penetration testing via Kali Linux. So today, in this tutorial, I'll be teaching you about the who is lookup, DNS interrogation, and the chosen search engine. But before I proceed with that, in the previous tutorial, I taught you about the Google Hacking Database. So if you are thinking that that is it for Google Hacking Database, then it is not. If you have the proper queries, then you can find anything that you want, any kind of information, if it is on internet. So I'll show you an example or the best way where you can go and gather much better information about Google hacking. So I'll just type. So there's a specific website, this exploit-db.com, and you can go and check it over here. You can find n number of queries that will help you gather information, getting into security cameras or finding someone's in detail information, any person's information, any company's information and stuff. So you can see that you have over here the in URL, and you can check over here which vulnerable servers are and adversaries and vulnerabilities. So these are just examples. I'll show you. Here we have the different types of exploits to go ahead and hack into specific things, the shell codes, and each and everything that you want, you will get over here. We have one more website. Let me check. I believe this is for the same one. You can go ahead and find all. Let me check. We have the Google hacking queries, and you will be able to find all types of Google hacking queries. Let me check. I'll just type all Google hacks, and okay, I believe that it has been moved to GIT Hub, but here you can find all types of queries that you need, and yep, this is over here. This is the Google DMG for the MacBook Pro, and this is a tar.g for Linux, and these are the various things if you want. So you can go and directly in this is for the Windows, I believe. You can just download this and you'll find all the queries that you want, and the one which I have showed you are the more popular ones, such as InTitle and Insight and InText. These are all things are quite popular tools, but I have shown you only 5 to 10 tools, whereas there are hundreds or 150, 200 different types of different queries that can help you gather information about any specific thing that you want. So that would be the end of the Google hacking database. Now coming on to our main point, let's just start. The Whois lookup. Whois lookup is a query and response protocol used for querying databases that stores registered users or assignees of an internet source, such as a domain, an IP address block, or an autonomous system, something like that. So The WHOIS databases are maintained by regional internet registries, and it contains personal information of the domain owners. They maintain a record called a lookup table that contains all information associated with the particular network, domain, and host. And anyone can connect and query to this server to get information about particular networks, domains, and host. An attacker can send the query to appropriate WHOIS server to obtain information such as the target domain name, contact details of the owner, expiry date, creation date, etc. The WHOIS server will respond to the query with respect to information, and then the attacker can use this information, create a map of the organization network, trick domain owners with social engineering once he gets his or her contact details, and then get details of the internal details of the network. So I'll just show you as to how we can go ahead and visit the WHOIS website. WHOIS, I'll just type WHOIS and I should get the probably the domain website. Perfect. Here you can see the result analysis of a WHOIS lookup obtained by using the WHOIS services. Both these services allow to perform the WHOIS lookup by entering the target's domain or the IP address. The domain tool service providers WHOIS information such as registrant information, email, everything can be found over here. So let me check if I want to my companies. Let's say I'll use my company's ID. So I'll just go ahead and copy it over from here and I'll just type it over here. Let's see if I'm able to get the information. Okay, as you can see that this is already registered, but you can go ahead and change specific things. You can get all the information. I can check over here that the name of my institution's website is EduCBA. It was registrar was godaddy.com. This is the WHOIS server, and the referral URL would be this one. Name server. It was created on 9th of October 2012, and the expiration would be 2020. That means we have it for next 5 to 6 years. The last updated was November 14, that is last year. So you can see you can get any kind of information. Let's check something different. Let's check Microsoft. I'll just type the best one, that is www.google.com. Let's go ahead and search. So you can see that you can get any kind of information that you want, register and DNS admin, and you can convert any one over here where it is located, the main place that's in Mountain View, California, and administrative contact information is over here, serve.com. If I type Microsoft.com, then I'll just check. And type. I won't get it. Okay, I'll just copy this and paste it over here, and I'll just remove these invalid characters. Yep, perfect. Yep. So you can see that it was registrar was Mark Monitor, same as Google. It was updated on 2011. It was created on 1991, and this would be the expiration date. It was last updated on 25th April 2013. The database, that means the WHOIS database for the Microsoft. So in this way, you can go ahead and get any information, the admin name, the organization name. These are the basic information that you can get about anybody. So the WHOIS lookup is very important. The administrative contact information, you can get anything related to that. So after that, we have the WHOIS lookup smart tool, and I'll show you the smart tool that is WHOIS. I'll just type tamils.com. Yeah, perfect. So this is the smart WHOIS tool, which is a useful network information utility that allows you to look up all the available information about IP address, host name or domain, including country, state or province, city, name of network provider, administrator, and technical support. So you can get any information that you want by going ahead and downloading this. And this tool is very important for the hackers, the owners of the IP address block, registered date of domain, and a lot of other things you will be able to find about that. So besides these, there are different other tools such as Country Whois, that is Tamos. We have landtricks.com, and that is it gets information about domains and addresses on the internet. We have Batch and Weak IP Converter, that is www.networkmost.com. Batch and Weak Converter is a special tool, network tool that to work with IP addresses. It combines domains to IP converter, batch ping, tracert, Whois, and it allows you to look up the IP address for a single or a list of domain names and vice versa. We have the caller IP, which is basically IP and port monitoring software that displays the incoming and outgoing connections. I'll just open this. Uh, and perfect. So and then we have, so there are different types of things such as hot Whois and Whois 2000, Whois pro that we can go and find at labshins.com. Whois Pro is a network information software that allows you to look up all the available information about a domain, including country, state or province, city administrator, and technical support contact information as well. Active Whois is a network tool to find information about the owners of an IP address or internet domains. You can determine the country, person, and postal information of the owner by using the Active Whois, that is at www.johnru.com. And we have the Whois domain, that is, who is this domain, that is www.nirsoft.net. And who is this domain is a domain registration lookup utility that allows you to get information about a registered domain. It automatically connects to the right Whois server, retrieves the Whois record of the domain, and gives it out. And it supports the both generic as well as the country code domains as well. So you can go and download these things and check up as per your need. And after that, we have the most important thing, that would be the DNS interrogation. I won't be teaching you that in this tutorial. That would be it for the Whois lookup. In the next tutorial, I'll be completing with the DNS interrogation, Shodan search engine, and the trace route. Hey guys, welcome to the next tutorial for ethical hacking and penetration testing via Kali Linux. So in this tutorial, we will be taking a look at footprinting methodology of DNS footprinting. So this section describes as to how to extract the DNS information and the DNS interrogation tools. So attacker can gather DNS information to determine key hosts in the network, and they can perform social engineering attacks to gather more information. So DNS footprinting allows you to obtain information about the DNS zone data, and this DNS zone data includes DNS domain names, computer names, IP addresses, and much more about a particular network. And I don't need to say anything specific what will happen if then hackers go ahead and get the IP addresses or the computer names. So the attacker performs the DNS footprinting on the target network in order to obtain the information about DNS. He or she then uses the gathered DNS information to determine the key host in the network, and then he or she will perform the social engineering attack to gather more information. DNS footprinting can be performed using the DNS interrogation tools, and we have several other tools over here. I'll just go ahead and show it out to you. And just before I proceed, you might be wondering, if you are wondering that I'm here to teach Kali Linux, but I'm still showing you tools that can be downloaded and installed even on Mac or let's say Windows. Yes, I'm showing you these tools because this is just an overview of what footprinting is and which tools are available. But when you go ahead and use Kali Linux, these tools are already available inside them. You don't need to install them specifically or install them okay, just a moment. Okay, you don't need to install them specifically as to any random or update them, because every time you go and update your repositories, these tools get updated on their own, and you don't have any need to go and gather all the tools and make your own operating system, because you have all of these tools available inside Kali Linux. So if you just to show, I can go ahead and show you some tools that are available for gathering DNS or Whois. So just like this. Okay. So as you can see over here, we have these security tools, and for information gathering, we have DNS analysis for intrusion detection systems such as antiviruses and all those. We have IDS identification, live host identification, network scanners, and OS fingerprinting tools. And the best of them is the ZenMap and the Nmap, which can almost give you all the information, if not, or it can give you most of the information, if not all, to go ahead and do some social engineering attacks on your client. So before that, I'll just go ahead and show you what these tools are and how they work. So I'll just go ahead and open dnsstuff.com. Okay. So this is one website, and we have dnsstuff.com, and it is possible to extract DNS information about IP addresses, mail server extension, DNS lookups, who is lookups, etc. And if you want information about a target company, it is possible to extract its range of IP addresses utilizing the IP routing lookup of DNS stuff. And if the target network allows unknown or unauthorized users to transfer DNS zone data, then it is very easy for a hacker to obtain the information about DNS with the help of DNS interrogation tools. Once you send the query using DNS interrogation tool to the DNS server, the server will respond to you with a record structure that contains information about the target DNS. And DNS records provide important information about location and types of server and where they are. So the important points for DNS server would be DNS interrogation would be points to a host IP address. It can also give out point to domains, mail server, and name server. Canonical naming allows you to alias the host, and it can also indicate the authority for the domain, service records, and it can also map IP addresses. So there are a few different tools such as network-tools.com and different other websites. Performing a DNS query available at DNS Queries is a tool that allows you to perform a DNS query on any host. So there's one more website which is far better than the DNS stuff, and it is DNS Queries. And yes, here we have it. This is a tool that allows you to perform a DNS query on any host, and each domain name is structured in host. And the DNS, that's the domain name system, allows anyone to translate the domain name or the host name in an IP address to contact via the TCP/IP protocol. There are several types of queries responding to the implementation types of DNS records, such as MX, AAAA, CNAME, and SOA. So if you just want me to go ahead and give an example, let's check if I'm able to go ahead and do it for Microsoft.com. Just copy it and I'll just paste it. And okay, I'll just type invalid domain. As you can see that here it is it's given over here my host name of my company, and the geolocation of my address as to where I have been located, and much more. So by these way you can go ahead and gather much more information by putting a host name or a domain name or anything that you want. So this is just an example, and let's say I just wanted to show you something. Let me check. This should work. Let's check. Okay, perfect. So as you can see, I have all the parent zone DNS server's address. We have the IP address starting from 193.193.221, and you can also go ahead and see the TDLP parent check. And so these are all the information that you can get, and you can go ahead and relate all the IP addresses that you get via these DNS servers. And the best part is that this may seem a bit complicated to you, and that is why we have Kali Linux to go ahead and just simplify this out for us, just by typing a simple few lines of code, not even few lines, just one line of code, and you will have all of these under your feet. So you can click and run this tool button, and the DNS information for Microsoft.com will be displayed over here as shown. And we have several other DNS interrogation tools, such as kloth.net. If you want, you can just write it down, and I'll just go ahead and show it off to you. kloth.com, and I'll just okay. We have kloth. Okay, I'll leave. Kloth. Okay, I believe it has been changed to kloth.net. Yeah, perfect. We have kloth.net. Then we have my DNS tools, info, dnsstuff.com, networktools.com, nirsoft.com, that's NIRSOFT, and DNS watch info, www.domaintools, and much more. So the next step after retrieving the DNS information is to gather network related information. So we will discuss network footprinting in this tutorial, that is a method to gather network related information. And I will also go ahead and describe how to locate the network range, determine the IP operating system, trace route, and using the trace route tools. So in order to locate the network range to perform network footprinting, you need to gather the basic and the important information about the target organization, such as what the organization does, who they work for, and what type of work they perform. The answer to this question give you an idea about the internal structure of the target. After gathering the aforementioned information, an attacker can proceed to find network range of a target system. He or she can get much more detailed information from the appropriate regional registry database regarding IP allocation and nature of allocation. Two popular trace route tools are NeoTrace and Visual Trace. So I'll just go down. We have over here NeoTrace, and the other one would be Visual Route. Sorry. So we have these two awesome trace route tools, and obtaining, I don't have these tools installed as of now, but if you're having Kali Linux, then you don't need to worry about that again. So that is the best part of Kali Linux, that you have everything under one place and you don't need to buy anything or install anything differently, and you have everything inside just one operating system. And obtaining private IP addresses can be useful for the attacker, and the Internet Assigned Numbers Authority, that's IANA, they have reserved the following 3 blocks of IP address space for private internet. That's 10.0. I'll just go ahead and write that down. I'll just open my notepad. Okay, so I'll just go ahead and 10.0.0.0 to 10.20 So they have already assigned, you can say, as these 3 blocks of IP addresses for private internets. This is the first one, the second one, and this is the 10 by 8 prefix, which is actually used. And then we have 172.16.0.0 to 172.31.5.255, and over here we have the 172.16 by 12 prefix. And last one that we have is normally we know that because we all have our computers assigned to that IP address. So 192.168.0.0, starting from that to 192.168.255, and these have 192.168 by 16 prefix. Perfect. So yeah, perfect. So the network range gives you an idea about how the network is, which machines in the network are alive, and it helps to identify the network topology, access control device, or operating system used in the target network. And to find the network range of the target network, enter the server's IP address, which we have gathered in who is footprinting in the ARIN who is database search tool. And you can go ahead, and if you just don't know what is ARIN, I'll just go ahead and go it out for you. .arin.net /knowledge /rs/rs.html. So I don't know whether this one is still working, but I'll just go ahead and copy paste it over here. Yeah, I believe we have it. Okay. So, and once you have this, you can go ahead and check it over here and enter the server's IP address in the search who is text box over here, and anything over here, this search who is text box, and you will get the network range of the target network. If the DNS servers are not set up correctly, the attacker has a good chance of obtaining a list of internal machines on server. And also sometimes if an attacker traces a route to a machine, he or she can easily get the internal IP address of the gateway, which might be useful. So just let's check. If I go ahead and type 207.46.232.182, let's check if I'm able to gather information about that. Okay, perfect. So as you can see that the CIDR is 207.46 divided by 16 prefix. This is for the Microsoft Global.net, and it has direct assignment. And if you try to see much more information, this is the Microsoft Corporation, and it's a one Microsoft way. It has Redmond inside that, and it has all the areas where it's located, when it registered, and you can see we have all of these malicious websites that go ahead and use the same name, almost the same name, but a smart person can easily understand that. But still, this one is very easy to understand. But when you go ahead and try use websites such as, which is secure website HTTPS, and you use as cert.microsoft.com or secure or MSNDCC or IOC, it's it's sometimes hard to understand, and you directly go ahead and use that. So we can see we have different types of located over here. So you need to use more than one tool to obtain the network information, as sometimes a single tool is not capable of delivering the information that you want. So that is it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, I'll be teaching you as to determining the operating system and how we can go ahead and use that in gathering our IP, a range of IP address. And finally, by the end of the day, I'll be teaching you how which tools are available in Kali Linux, and I'll show you some practical live examples as to how we can go ahead and gather information only via Kali Linux and not using any of these tools which are outside of Kali Linux. Hey guys, welcome to the next tutorial for ethical hacking and penetration testing via Kali Linux. So far we have collected information about, but just before I proceed, in the previous tutorial I taught you about the WHOIS and the DNS lookup. So far we have collected information about IP addresses, network range, server names, and etc. of the target network. But now it's time to find out the OS running on the target network, the technique of obtaining information about the target network OS, and it is called as OS fingerprinting. If you remember properly, then I showed you, let me just open it. I showed you a different tool over here which gathers information about OS, and it's given over here as OS fingerprinting. And the best part of this, which I normally use, would be Nmap or the ZenMap. And I'll show you one example. I won't be teaching you as to how we actually go ahead and do that. I'll be teaching you that later on by the end of this tutorial. So I'll just open my another operating system and I'll just power it on. There are different tools except Kali Linux that allows you to gather information, although Kali Linux has a better one. But still, if you are not using Kali Linux for some reason, then there is a netcraft.com site, and you can go ahead and type the domain name of your target network in and which site it's running. It will give you the domain name along with the operating system running on it. So I'll just go ahead and show you one example for that. Okay. And since we don't need, okay, just let's take a look, and I'll just go ahead and type out over here, search, let's check microsoft.com. Let's check if I'm able to get that. Okay, perfect. So as you can see, we have Microsoft.com, which works on NetBlock ECMA International, and it was first seen on August 1995, and they are using operating system Linux. And for go.microsoft.com, we have Windows Server 2012, and I believe this one may be the Unix server system because it's unknown, and that's what happens when you use a Unix operating system. It is unable to detect because it's not Linux or Windows. That's the reason. Then, as you can see, that we have all the names of operating system and that they are using currently right now. So this is just an example, but you can do the same thing using Kali Linux as well. And there is another search engine which is quite famous, which is the Shodan search engine. I'll just type Shodan HQ. Okay, perfect. So you can use Shodan search engine that lets you find specific computers using a variety of filters. So to give you an example, I'll just show you here. I believe we need to sign up for that. Okay, let's search. Okay, let me type Microsoft and let's see what we get. Okay, so let me check. Okay, So as you can see, we have these services running on Microsoft, and these are the top countries using them. If I want, I can go ahead and filter these by services. So let's check. If I want HTTP, then I'll just go and search for port 80, and let's see. We don't have any port 80 over here open. So let's check if you could get the FTP open. No. Then this proves that Microsoft is quite secure, and it won't be anything easy to for us to go and hack over there. Perfect. If I just go and type Microsoft, if I check the HTTP one, none. HTTPS. Perfect. So this shows that Microsoft is quite secure since we are unable to get any open ports in that. But if you go ahead and check some random or newly developed website, then they may not be that strong and they may give you out open ports. And if you find the open port, then you already have a jackpot for that. And you can easily go ahead and gather as much information that you want. So this is one example, but we also have traceroute, and finding the route of the target host is necessary to test against the MITM attacks. And MITM means man in the middle attack, and it is also called as monkey in the middle attacks and other relative attacks. Therefore, you need to find the route of the target host in the network. This can be accomplished with the help of traceroute utility provided with most operating systems, and even Windows has that. It allows you to trace the path or the route through which the target host packets travel in the network. Traceroute uses the ICMP protocol concept and the TTL, that's time to live field, of the IP header to find out the path of the target host in the network. The traceroute utility can detail the path IP packets travel between two systems. It can trace the number of routers, the packets that travel through, the round trip time during in the duration in transiting between two routers, and if the routers have DNS entries, name of the routers, and the network affiliation, as well as the geographic location. So this is quite useful for a hacker, and much more than I can say as useful, because they almost will have all the details. And it sends out a packet for the destination specified. So, and this utility helps to reveal the IP address of the intermediate hops in the route of the target host from the source. So I'll show you an example. Let's check if I could if I can run this over here. And so let's go ahead and ACERT tracert 216.239.36.10. Okay, tracert, it's unable to recognize that. Let me check. Okay, let me check. I believe I need to start that as the administrator. Perfect. And if I'm going to check, let me check. Okay, perfect. So I'll just type tracert 216.239.36.10. So let's check how many hops do we get. And just if you don't know, 216.239.36.10 is the trace is the address of ns3.google.com, just in case you don't know. So let's check the total of 30 hops and how much do we get. As you can see, these are the IP addresses as to and the fourth one got timed out. So this shows that from which IP address and from how it is actually traveling. And what a hacker might do is that the first router in the path receives the packet. It decrements the TTL value, that's time to live value, by 1. And if the resulting TTL value is 0, it discards the packet and sends a message back to the originating host to inform it that the packet has been discarded. The same thing that happened over here when the request was timed out. And it records the IP address and the DNS of that router and sends out another packet with a TTL value of 2. This packet makes it to the first router, then times out at the next router in the path, and this second router also sends an error message back to the originating host. Traceroute continues to do this, and it records the IP address and the name of each router until a packet finally reaches the target host, or until it decides that the host is reachable. And Yeah, it does the process in that way. So in this process, it records the time it took for each packet to travel the round trip to each router, and finally when it reaches a destination, the normal ICMP ping response will be sent by the sender. That's what it happened when google.com sent it back over here. As you can see that these are the milliseconds that it took for it to go ahead and respond. So we have seen how the traceroute utility helps you to find out the IP address of the intermediate device such as routers, firewalls, etc. present between the source and destination. We can draw the network topology diagram by analyzing the traceroute results as well. And after running several trace routes, you will be able to find out the location of a particular hop in the target network, and that's how it will work. So there are different traceroute tools as well. Hey guys, welcome to the next tutorial for ethical hacking and penetration testing with Kali Linux. So in the previous tutorial, we took a look at traceroute, and it has different tools and different ways to gather information about IP addresses, OS fingerprinting via tools which are outside of Kali Linux, not inside. And I will be teaching you the different tools that we have inside Kali Linux. But so far, we have discussed various techniques of gathering information, either with the help of online resources or tools. But now I will discuss footprinting through social engineering, that is the art of grabbing information from people by manipulating them. And this section will cover the social engineering concept and techniques used to gather information. So, social engineering is the art of convincing people to reveal confidential information. Social engineers depend on the fact that people are unaware of their valuable information and they're very careless about protecting it. So, although some people say that social engineering is a totally non-technical process, I don't agree with that. What you would need to go ahead and do some social engineering attack would be at least the basic knowledge of whatever information you're trying to gather, may it be the credit card or debit card passwords or the company information or anything. You need to have information about that, and you need a lot of confidence to talk about that so that the person in front of you thinks you're genuine. So, social engineering is an attack in which the attacker tricks the person and obtains confidential information about the target, in such a way that target is unaware of the fact that someone is trying to steal the information. The attacker actually plays a very, you can say, a cunning game with the target to obtain confidential information. The attacker takes advantage of the helping nature of people and their weakness to provide confidential information. So, however, there can be different ways of social engineering attack. In the previous days, there was a great hacker. His name was Kevin Mitnick. I'll just go ahead and show you out his profile. He was the best. He's the best hacker of all time, and he was a fisher. Fisher means he mostly used to do phishing attacks by calling people and telling them that I am this guy, and he stole n number of amounts, billions of dollars, and but later on he was caught by the FBI and he was incarcerated. But after 5 years, when he came back, he started his own security agency, and now he's a very good security consultant. So you can go ahead and watch his tutorials at DEF CON, and he's quite good. He's if you go ahead and even search the best hacker in the world, the first name would be that would come is of Kevin Mitnick, and it's so what you and he's the best social engineer that this world has ever had. I can say you that because as you can see, I'll just go take you through Wikipedia. So as you can see that in 1999 he was convicted of various computer crimes, and he was the most wanted hacker in the United States. So Zimperium, if you don't know what Zimperium is, the latest hacking tool for an Android operating system, and I myself did not knew that Kevin Mitnick made that. Previously it was named as Desploit, and now it's known as Zimperium. And it is a phishing attack. It is an application to go ahead and do phishing attack. I can continue. I want to continue. Uh, okay. How do I continue? Let's check. Okay. Although it may show that there are differences, there is nothing, because the reason being that DSProd, as you can see, that it has merged with Zimperium Xanthi 2, which is as of now free. and Zimperium is very good in fact, but I would officially support DSploit, even though Zimperium is quite better than DSploit. The reason being that it does not have an offline version, which I can do by using the DS, which is an offline version. So okay, perfect. So this was developed by Kevin Mitnick, and yeah, so he was the best hacker of all time. He used to just, let's say, for example, he used to just call and tell them, "Hey, I'm calling you from this company, and due to this reason, your card was blocked or your card was hacked. So can you just help me?" And he will not even ask you the total, let's say, your card number. He will just go ahead and ask you the last four digits, or yeah, just your CVV number, and he will gather the first few digits from somewhere else, or he will call sometime later on, or some weeks later on, or even some months later on, and he will ask you only the first 12 digits, and he used to gather information separately. That was the best part, that no one was even bothered to think that okay, he's just asking for the only one or two parts of my whole card, and they used to simply give them out, and he hacked into several different parts, and that's how. And also this specific part in Kali Linux, I'll just go ahead and show it out to you. It was developed by Kevin Mitnick and someone else. I believe his name is David. So I'll just go ahead and show you. He developed this social engineering toolkit, and yes, perfect. So we have these different attacks under social engineering which we can do, but these are a bit technical, and the one which I was telling you was non-technical. So to perform a social engineering attack, you first need to gain the confidence of the authorized user, and then trick him or her into revealing confidential information. The basic goal of social engineering attack is to obtain required confidential information and then use the information for hacking attempts such as gaining unauthorized access to the system, identity theft, industrial espionage, and many more. So, social engineering can be performed in many ways such as eavesdropping, shoulder surfing, dumpster driving, impersonation on social engineering attacks, and so on. So, collecting information using eavesdropping, shoulder surfing, and dumpster driving is quite different, which normally you won't do. But that is also quite very risky. That's why people normally use these days machine shredder to go ahead and shred all of the documents before they actually go ahead and put it in the garbage. Eavesdropping is just going ahead and listening to some people's conversation. It can be either by going near to them or by using any other techniques such as through phones or hacking into their phones or webcams and camera. And the best part of is that you can do all of these things with the use of Kali Linux. You don't need to call them. You don't need to do anything, and you can go ahead and hack into their webcam, or you can go ahead and create fake websites like phishing attacks only by going ahead and using the Kali Linux. After that, we have dumpster driving. Dumpster driving is also known as trashing, where the attacker looks for the information in the target company's dumpster. The attacker may gain vital information such as phone bills, contact information, financial information. And you are wondering that how dumpster diving can be useful. It can be something like this. Let's say for your company has a lot of let's say IT bills, or not IT bills exactly. Let's say due to some reason you have purchased a new hardware, and you have just thrown out the receipt or the box of the hardware that you have brought. Not now, or it can be also later on after the warranty has passed of that specific object, but your company is still using it. And if the hacker goes into your dumpster saying that, "Hey, I am this guy from this company, I have to collect your garbage," and if he searches your company and if he finds that, okay, this is the package, that means this company has these kinds of hardware. So what he may do the next day, he may just go ahead and wear a getup that looks similar to IT hardware of the same person of that company, the companies whose hardware you have brought. He may just come to your company stating that, okay, I'm this guy from this company, and I was given a call stating that your network or your hardware has some issues. So, and you may even let him inside your company. You won't even ask him twice, because people are not that secure in terms of going ahead and searching or asking someone else whether you are real or not. So when you come in a person dressed in with a name of or tag of with the company's name on your shirt, they will just let you inside, and you can just go and talk to the IT guy, let him know that these are the issues that I was called for. Just fake it out anything with the basic knowledge of IT. Just go ahead and attach a keylogger, and everything that you have inside the computer will be accessed by the hacker. he won't even need to install a software keylogger. He can even just use a hardware keylogger, and you will not even be able to see if his hands are quite fast enough. So that's how dumpster driving can be dangerous. So these all things come inside social engineering, and though footprinting to social engineering networking sites sound similar to social engineering, there are some differences between the two methods. Attackers can even use social networking sites as a medium to perform social engineering attacks, and I'll show you how using Kali Linux. So I'll just show you an example quickly. So I have this SE toolkit on. I'll use website attack printers and credential harvester method. I'll show you what exactly I'm doing later on. And let me check my companies. I'll be explaining this later on. So this is my IP address. I'll just copy and I'll just paste. And it's asking me the URL to pull. Let's say, for example, I'll be using a Facebook, a random profile that I have. So I'll just use a random fake Gmail that I have. So I'll just type Gmail. Okay, let it start. Perfect. So I'll just copy all of this and I'll just paste it over here. I'll hit enter. So what it is doing exactly is that it is creating a fake phishing account that you could go and send someone. And yes, I want to start the process. And I'll just keep this on, and let's say, and what you need to do is just send this IP address to the person of whom you want to hack. So and once you do that, everything he or he will do, you will be able to see that. So I'll just go ahead and show it out to you. Let's say, for example, I'm using this different PC over here. I'm this random guy, and I'll just type. And what I would be doing, I would be trying to access the Facebook account, the Gmail account. And so what I need to do is that I just need to send a mail to this person on his email ID stating that due to some reason your account will be deactivated or any random stuff. So you need to go ahead and log in on this specific IP address so that you can go ahead and let's say access your account or something like that. You just need to go ahead and social engineer your way through it. And once that guy clicks on that, it will be something like http colon slash slash, and I'll just check what was the IP address. 192.168.236. 92.168.36. Sorry, 236.130. Let's check. Perfect. So when this guy opens this account, he will see exactly something similar, which is similar to Gmail. And you can see that it has everything. And if I go ahead and try to log in, so I have some random account that I'll show you. Or if let me check if I could go ahead and. So what this random guy will do, he will just try to go ahead and try to access this website. So no, and ask me later. And it won't connect. The reason being that I have not yet the password I inserted was a fake one. But if I inserted the correct password, what will happen is I'll show you over here. And as you can see, we have the email ID that I used over there, and we have the password. So this is a way as to how we can go and get information. Although this password was fake one that I used, but if the guy inserted the correct password or whatever his latest password was, will be shown over here. So this is an example for that, and I'll just go ahead and close this and this as well. So this is how a social engineering looks like. If you don't know how I did all of these things, because it might be a bit quick, I'll show you all of these things later on when I come to the total social engineering part of this chapter. So networking sites are online services. Hey guys, welcome to the next tutorial for ethical hacking and penetration testing via Kali Linux. So in the previous tutorial, I taught you about creating a fake Gmail website, and it's not only about Gmail. You can go ahead and create any such website that you want, and it you can go ahead and create any account that has login page inside that. So it won't need have any problem. So social networking site, but there is something different from social engineering, which is social networking sites. And social networking sites are online services, platforms, or sites that allow people to connect with each other and to build social relations among people. The use of social networking sites is increasing rapidly. Example: Facebook, MySpace, LinkedIn, and attackers may take advantage of these to grab sensitive information. And these sites allow people to stay connected with others, to maintain professional profiles. And the companies may post information such as potential partners, or they will create fake accounts, and they will try to gather information from you via social networking websites. So for an attacker, these social networking sites can be great sources to find information about the target person or the company. These sites help an attacker to collect the information uploaded by the person or the company, and attackers can easily access public pages of these accounts on the sites. To obtain more information about the target, attackers may create a fake account and use social engineering to lure the victims reveal more information. For example, the attacker can send a friend request to a target person from a fake account. If the victim accepts the request, then the attacker can access several, even the restricted pages of the target person on that website. So, social engineering sites can prove to valid information resource for attackers. So this is just one part and of how they can go ahead and use these your profiles against. So the hackers can also go ahead and use what you upload, what you update your status against you. So let's say, for example, if he wants to try to get into your computer, access some website or insert keylogger, and if you are some, let's say, manager or something like that, and if you post something like today I'm in this state enjoying over here, then he may come to know that okay, you're not in the country, or you're not in the state. He may come to your house, or if he's some kind of random, let's say, burglar, he may even try to go ahead and rob your house. So next time you go ahead and update any status, you need to know what information that you're updating and if this information can be harmful for you. And the attacker can collect all this information with the footprinting process. And if these are not the only thing, there are several other things that a hacker can use against you. I have taught you about Facebook, how they can go ahead and use your own statuses against you. I can say the same about Twitter. You can even use your LinkedIn profile, because LinkedIn profile shows your whole biography, where you're working, at what time you're not home, which time you're going into the office, when you come back from the office, what work you do. So, and from how many years. So the attacker or the hacker can use these information against you. If that's not enough, then we have YouTube also, which can give out information. So they can check which are the most website you have visited, how many views you go ahead and watch, how many videos you watch, what kind of videos you watch. And if he sees that you like to watch a lot of videos about small kittens, then he may send you a same virus or a Trojan or a backdoor via mail, stating that, oh, this kitten is so cute, and you may go ahead and try to download or click on that to watch that. And when you go ahead and try to run the video, it may just be a normal video that you see, but in the background it may transfer a virus to your PC, which your antivirus or your AV might not be able to detect, and he will be inside your computer. So YouTube is also a website that allows you to upload, view, and share videos. And the attacker can search the videos related to the target, and he may collect information from them as well. So tracking users on social networking sites. So in order to protect yourselves from fraud and attacks, people with little knowledge about internet crimes may use fake identities on social networking website. In such cases, you will not get the exact information you need about the target user. So determine the real identity of the user. You can use tools such as Get Someone's IP or IP Grabber to track someone's real identity. So I'll show you an example or where you can get and my IP test, and just staticiptest.com slash static pages. Perfect. Perfect. So you can go ahead and try this tool to get information about this person. Notice there are three fields over here: link for the person, redirect URL, and link for you. So To get the real IP of the target, copy the generated link of the link for person field and send it to your target via chat. Enter the URL you want the target to redirect to in the redirect a link over here, and open the URL present in the link for you field in another window to monitor the target's IP address and the additional details. So by doing this, you will get the real IP address of the victim, and I don't need to tell you what a hacker can do if he gets your real IP address. So these are some concepts of footprinting threats, methodology, tools. But now comes the part of footprinting countermeasures. How you can go ahead and save themselves. So there is a program in which you can go ahead and gather information. But just gathering information is not never good enough. You need to go ahead and save this information in one place so that when you save these information, all of these things connect. Let's say the domain name system, the IP address, what you do, where you go, these all will interconnect and give you a final idea as to what to do. So yes, there comes the most important operating system that we have as of now would be Kali Linux, and we have a tool named as Maltego, which I'll just go ahead and open it. This is one of the best tool that was ever created, because it goes ahead and gives you out, or it goes ahead and saves all the information that you need, and it will give you out any, you can say, as a proper way of to gather information. I have not. I'll just go ahead and register, create a random ID later on, and I will register. But as of now, I'll just go ahead and show you. So this is the how it looks like. You can go ahead and open a new one and start gathering information about any person that you want over here. You have updates available later on. No. Okay. So as you can see that this is the Maltego carbon that I'm using of Paterva. Paterva is the community that supports Maltego. I can go ahead and take a look as to where I want to entity selection, or I want a single person's link. I can manage and organize different information. So Maltego is a program that can be used to determine the relationship and real world links between people, groups of people, companies, organization websites, internet infrastructure, phases, documents, and files. So, Maltego is an open source intelligence and forensics application. It can be used for information gathering, phrase of all security related work. It is a platform developed to deliver a clear threat picture to the environment or to the organization that owns and operates. It can be used to determine the relations between persons and companies using the domains, DNS systems, DNS names, net blocks, IP addresses, documents, files, and many more. So there are different tools similar to that, but this is the best one that I have come across. And yes, so there are different tools such as www.domainpunch.com, and Maltego is also available for Mac users as well if you wish to download. And there are other footprinting tools such as Web Data Extractor. You can go ahead and visit their website if you want. So I'll just go ahead and show you these websites. The Web Extractor. Okay. So this is the website, and I believe they have started selling these things. But you can always get a free version by using the torrent, and even you have the non-pro version, which you can do a lot of things without that. And this is just simplified user interface and has Unicode support, whereas this does not. So it does not make actually uh, a better one. So you can anytime use the normal version and without supporting it. But I would ask you to go and support this, because yes, that's what we need. So the different tools, as I told you, Prefix, Whois, NetScan tools, Pro, TC Trace, Anonymous Scanner, DNS Digger, and a lot of additional tools are there online which you can go ahead and check. And yes, that would be it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, I'll be starting with more with practical examples by using the Kali Linux and its tools, and how we can go ahead and use these information to go ahead and attack a specific user. But before I start with that part, I would like to introduce you to some footprinting countermeasures, so that if you are the target yourself and someone is targeting you, then how do you need to go ahead and save yourself? So you could do that anytime by starting to configure routers to restrict the responses to footprinting requests. You can lock the ports with suitable firewall configuration. evaluate and limit the amount of information available before publishing it on internet or website, and disable the unnecessary services. You can prevent search engines from caching a web page and use anonymous registration services. You can configure web servers to avoid information leakage and disable unwanted protocols. You can even use an IDS, that's intrusion detection system, that can be configured to refuse suspicious traffic, and you can pick up footprinting upon them so that you will know who the attacker is. You can perform footprinting techniques and remove any sensitive information that is found under your system. So there are footprinting measures. You can set apart internal DNS and external DNS, disable the directory listing, and use split DNS. Educate your employees about various social engineering takes, because there is a famous quote on that you can go ahead and patch a software or a system, but there is no patch for human tendency or human stupidity. So no matter how much secure your environment may be, these are always people. So you need to train your employees as to how they can be targets to social engineering attacks, because even if you patch your system, if your employees are weak, then any hacker can easily gain access to that just by talking to your employee. And always have multiple passwords to a particular important system, and always use the TCP/IP and IPsec filters, and always configure the IAS against banner grabbing, so that it will be easier for you to go ahead and save your information, and the attacker, he will find it hard to go ahead and try to get access to any specific thing that is related to you. And the final thing would be footprinting via penetration test, and that I would be starting with the next tutorial. So this would be it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, I'll be showing you all these things which I taught you yesterday and day before yesterday. I'll be putting that inside one Cal Linux, and I'll be teaching you as to how we can go ahead and use that. So that's it for this tutorial. Let's take a look at next tutorial now. Hey guys, welcome to the next tutorial for ethical hacking and penetration testing via Kali Linux. So in the previous tutorial, I showed you as to how we can go ahead and gather information using Nmap if you are on the same gateway. And if you are not on the same gateway, then you can go ahead and use the DNS and the WHOIS methods to gather the IP addresses of any specific person. As of now, I'm assuming you are on the same gateway and you have the IP address the same way I told you last time. So now I want the operating system information about this specific IP address. So what I would do, I would go ahead and use my Zenmap. I'll type the IP address over here, 0.168.236.131. And as you can see, there are different types of scan over here. If you go ahead and if the operating system you are trying to get access to is related to a company, it's a big company and you're trying to get information about that, then I won't suggest intense scan or intense, neither of these things. I would not suggest that. I'll just go ahead and ask you to do a regular scan or a slow and comprehensive scan so that you don't get detected. But I'll be doing you all of these scans, and I'll show you what is the difference between them and the different hops between them as to how we can go ahead and connect them. How many between routers were there in between, so that through which I need to go through to go ahead and get information about that. So I'll just do intense scan. It is doing a SYN stealth scan. So these are the open ports, as you can see, of this particular PC, and I can go ahead and use any of this port to go ahead and transfer my any Trojan or any virus that I have, and it will not get detected. It will just check it as a normal traffic. As you can see, 4 service and 1 host, it's trying to go ahead and try OS detection. Can take quite a bit of time sometimes. Perfect, done. Perfect. So these were the ports open, and it started scanning for the OSS. So there are a total of 996 filtered ports, and filtered means these are firewall ports. You won't be able to enter these ports, but these are the ports which are open. Out of these 996, excluding these 996, these are 4 ports which are open through which you can go ahead and access them. That's Windows Microsoft RPC and Windows HTTP API, and these are the 2 NetBIOS SSN. But if you're using Windows 8, let me suggest you that these would be all filtered out and there will not be any port open if you have an updated version of Windows 8.1. But still, there can be ways you can social engineer your way through that. As you can see, the MAC address is of VMware. It's specifically showing that. If you don't know which company's MAC address is, you can just copy it over here. And if it is related to a specific PC, then you can go over the internet and you can check MAC address. And yes, you can go ahead and check it over here. You can find the company lookup and you can just type the IP address. Probably it will not be able to find. Yeah, it's perfect. That means anything starting with 000C29 is a half VMware. If I go ahead and check it over here, okay, yeah, I need to go ahead and through system. And over here I can see, so this will give you an idea of which hardware is the person using exactly. I'm getting VMware over here, but if since I'm using a virtual PC, but if the person has an actual hardware which is not a VMware, which is an actual computer, then you will get the detailed information. So let me just check the MAC ID, and I'll go ahead and copy this MAC ID over here that we have, and I will paste it over here in this portion. So what I would do, I'll just cancel. I'll just go open over here and I'll check. I need to go ahead and check the MAC ID. So I believe we have the MAC ID over here. Okay, IPv6 address, perfect. We have the MAC ID. So I'll just type it over here. FC-AA-14-45 and 5E-64, and let's check what we get. Perfect. It has the Gigabyte Technology and Company Limited. So if you want more information, you can just go ahead and compare it, and you can check it over here. And you will be able to confirm which exactly it is. Since this is a Gigabyte Technology, you can see the my system manufacturers Gigabyte Technology Company Limited. So in this way, you can get the you can go ahead and at least narrow down your hardware area as to which exactly it is using. And where you have the hardware right now you need to go know which operating system is the person using. So you don't need to go ahead and gather much information about that, but because you already have that. Once you do Nmap scanning, it will show you that it's general purpose for phone or a normal system. And but it's not a phone since it has Gigabyte technology. That means it's a computer and it's not a virtual PC. And you can see it has Windows version 8 or Phone or Vista or 7. It can be either of these, but since it's using Gigabyte technology, it cannot be Phone or Vista because no one uses Vista as of now. Yes, frankly. So it will be a Windows 2008 server or a Windows 7. So but over here again, these are the things as you can see, but again it has narrowed it down a bit more, and it can be Windows 2000 R2 or Windows Phone, which is not so I'll just cancel these things out. This is out, and we have it can be Windows Server SP pack 1 or Windows 7 or any of versions. And this operating system was last started on May 13, that's today, at 2:30 p.m. in the afternoon. So you have the date since how much time it is up, and it's just one hop. That means there are no computers in between. These are connected directly. If I'm connecting it through internet, then there will be multiple computers through all the routes through which I'm going, and it will show me through the fish eye as to where exactly my computer is by connecting it to several computers. And as you can see, we have the TCP sequence prediction, that is 263. That means we can easily go ahead and penetrate into that. Again, operating system is Windows, and we have all the information that we need. So the computer name was test user. Since the name of my computer over here was, I'll just go ahead and show you. This the name of my computer is test user over here, and I have the work group. Work group was work group. I did not go ahead and change it. It is a default. This is the system time in that computer, and it has user level authentication. That means it has a password, and I can also go ahead and try to message signing is disabled since I won't be able to access it over network, but so that means I need to go ahead and extract it separately. So this is how it looks like. So I'll just go ahead and clear it out. So I'll just go ahead and start with an intent scan plus UDP scan. I'll just go ahead and close and open since I would be perfect, and I'll be doing intense plus UDP scan, and let's see what would be the difference. So UDP scan shows us from which we can go and transfer files like let's say pictures or songs with virus inside that, or any trojans or any backdoors inside that. So it will be showing all the ports which through which we can go ahead and transfer the user datagram protocol. Just open another Zen map, and I will be doing another. Okay. And I'll be doing the TCP, all TCP port scan. This is quite noisy, and if you're trying to do this into company's computer, the administrator will easily be able to detect that someone is trying to go ahead and get a footprint of your computer, and he may at the same point go ahead and throw you out of his network. So you need to be very careful where you're going to use this specific all TCP port scan. And 60%, 0.6% done. All the 1,000 ports have been checked over here. %, is done, 59% is done. Let it run through. All TCP ports is quite, you can see, it's quite faster than any other one, but because it is since it's very noisy, it will not go undetected, and if you do just the UDP scan, it will go undetected, and that's why it is it is quite slower than the normal one. So the service stealth scan is completed, and we have the service scan started right now. Voice detection has started. We are still on 0.6% over here. Okay, 3.5% done. Perfect. So I'll just go ahead and cancel this, and because it will take quite a long time, and I'll go ahead and show you how you can go ahead and ping scan. It's just to check whether the operating system is still active or not. Okay, perfect, it's done. So you can see that this host is currently up since and instead of using just this, you can also go ahead and do the same thing over here. You can type SP and you can go ahead and check the same thing, and you can hit enter. ZenMap does the same thing as Nmap, it's only that it has a graphic user interface, and yes, it's using SN over here rather than SP, and it's showing you all the IP addresses of all the things that are active. Perfect. So we have it over here again. OS scan may be unreliable because they were unable to find one open and one closed port, but it did find lots of information that we can use. And same one hop PID is incremental. That means with new every operating system, only one IP address will increase. It means that Kali Linux has 0.130, it has 131. So it has 131, and if there's an next operating system on the LAN, it will get 132. So IP address is incremental, and these are the flags over here for test user and workgroup ID. We have the computer name, workgroup, again SMB level security, and it has also trace routed, so you don't need to additionally download any specific scripts or application files to go ahead and gather information. This is how Nmap looks like. So similarly, there are ping scan, as I told you over here. We have quick scan, and let's try to check a quick trace route and how it looks. And it will show you from where it is exactly going through. This is the MAC ID of all of these things. It's the same as doing this, but it will also give you since when what is the best latency to go ahead and reach them. So this has 17 seconds latency. Perfect. After that, we have regular scan, and I'll go ahead and use a slow and comprehensive scan, which I would probably be not be completing. So I'll just go ahead and complete this till then. Okay, perfect. So the regular scan shows us all the information that 999 ports are closed, which is quite different from the previous where we got 996. That means it was not able to clearly go ahead and check all the ports. Yeah, 996, perfect. Filter ports out of 999, three port open and three ports are open and the remaining are closed. That means they are filtered out by the firewall and the host is up. So you won't be able to get the operating system information over here, and the 253 IP addresses, or total of 4 hosts are open and they can change. So this is how you can go ahead and gather information via Nmap or Zenmap. And this is not just it, there are much more things, but I won't be able to show you. If you want to go ahead and gather much more information, you can just type Nmap and you can go ahead and read over here all the information that you need. You will get everything from OS detection to trace routing and everything. And if you're unable to use Nmap, you can also anytime use the Zenmap, which is quite more easy to use. And if you're and since over here in the previous one we were not able to actually gather much more information about the host operating system, you can use an aggressive scan over here. As you can see, OSS can, and it will show you the exact operating system, that means whether it's Windows 7 or 8 or phone, it will give you the exact operating system that it has. And but it will be, since it is aggressive, the person having the computer will come to know if he has IDS installed, or the administrator will easily come to know about this. So that is it about Nmap in this tutorial. In the next tutorial, I will be starting with the harvester, the whois, and the DNS enum as to how we can go ahead and use them. Welcome to the next tutorial of ethical hacking and penetration testing via Kali Linux. So far we have seen the importance of footprinting and reconnaissance, and I've shown you several different tools as to how you can go ahead and gather information. But every time you need to go ahead and download stuff, and just to be sure that in case you are a malicious hacker, and if you're trying to gather information and you're searching these tools via Google and gathering information, then you need to know that even Google keeps a record of your search. So next time if you're trying to do something wrong, and Google will always have a trace on you, and they can easily follow your footsteps, which email ID you're using, which IP address have been used from your ID to access it, and what all can be done. So the best approach would be to use a different browser and different rather than Chrome. I would prefer Mozilla, or the best one that we have over here, default is Iceweasel in Kali Linux. But there is one more secure browser which is known as Tor browser, but I would not recommend downloading anything through that, because it would again go ahead and waive off your anonymity. So, but still there are different ways. I won't be disclosing each and every one of them, but there are ways as to how you can go ahead and anonymously download stuff so that your paths could not be traced and you can be anonymous. So assuming that you have all the tools, but still there are some or the other point that all the tools may not work on one operating system. Let's say if you're using the Ubuntu, then you may have problems downloading the RPM package, or the latest update may not be available. If you're using Windows, then it's more or less I'm sure that you won't have all the tools available on Windows, because hacking is not actually used when you're using Windows. Hacking cannot be done only by using a operating system like Windows. You need an open source system like Linux. Even I can prefer Mac, but Windows, nah, no, it's a total no. So, but why do we have to go through Macs or operating system like Windows when we have our own Kali Linux, and we have all those tools such as whois or the harvester or any related DNS queries that we want? I can straight away go ahead and gather this information through my only operating system, that is Kali Linux. So yes, so I would be showing you today all those things that we could do through Kali Linux, and we don't even have to download a single tool from the web, and there is no question of anyone tracing you at all. So the information gathering steps of footprinting and scanning are the most important before hacking. Good information gathering can make the difference between a successful penetration testing and one that has failed to provide maximum benefit to a client. We can say that information is a weapon. A successful penetration testing and a hacking process needs a lot of relevant information, and that is why information gathering, or the so-called footprinting, is the first step of hacking, and it is the most important. Because if you have correct information, then you can do anything you want. If you have wrong information, then you may not be able to hack the right party, or you may even go ahead and just expose yourself to everyone that you have all this information. So gathering valid login names and emails are the most important part of penetration testing. So there is a tool in Kali Linux that is known as the Harvester. I'll just go ahead and show it out to you. Then here I'll just go ahead and start the Harvester directly. Yep. So the Harvester has been developed in Python. It's been written in Python by Christian Martorella. And if you don't know Python, then you surely need to go ahead and learn. Although just using this tool does not require your knowledge of Python, but still Python is a good programming language. That's why. And it is a tool which provides, the Harvester is a tool which provides us information about the email accounts, usernames, host names, subdomains from different public sources like search engines and PGP key server. This tool is designed to help penetration tester on an earlier stage. It is an effective, simple, and quite easy to use tool. The sources supported are Google, their emails, subdomains, hostname, Google profiles such as employee names, Bing search, PGP servers, LinkedIn, Exalead, and the new features would include time delay between requests, XML results export, searching a domain in all sources, and virtual host verifier. So if you're using Kali Linux, you can just go ahead on the terminal and use the command the harvester, and okay, and it will run. So you can see that all of these things, and make sure that you go through all of these things again, and because it's very useful and it will give you much more knowledge rather than just copying my thing over here and pasting it on your terminal. So it's very much important that you go through all of these commands and what it does, because I would be using them today. And just in case it is not available for your distribution, that means if you're not using Kali Linux, you can easily download it from, we have under, I'll just go ahead and open my Google Chrome and let me check if my Google is still working. Yep. So you can just go to http and I'll type code.google.com/p/the harvester. Let me check. Okay, so here we have in the GIT hub the latest resources available. So it shows you what it all does. That means passive discovery, virtual host, Bing, that's pinging server host, and the active directory, that is the DNS brute force, DNS reverse lookup, and DNS TDL expansion, and TLD directory brute force enumeration as well, which is quite important. So now we know how these work what does this thing do. We will first go ahead and implement these things on our Kali Linux on our any normal web page, and then we will see how it works exactly. I'll just quit it over here, open my Kali Linux. Perfect. So I'll just type the harvester D, and over here will be the URL. So I'll just type google.com L300 B Google, and I'll just hit enter. So what you could see over here is that it's searching all the results on Google, and there were no emails found with this on this website. So what it shows is that -D over here, thing that I wrote, -D will be the remote site from which you want to fetch the juicy information. I will limit the search for specified number. For us, it would be 300, and -L over here will be the limit for the search specified by the number, that is this one, and -B will be the search engine that I use. So from the above information of email address, you can go and identify the pattern of email addresses assigned to employees of organization. As of Google, it's quite secure, so it won't show you anything, but let me try something else. Let me go ahead and use a different website. I have one more thing in place. So I'll type, let's say, 6startech.com, and let's check if we get any results. Okay, so I'm not getting any result. Maybe even this has got way too secured. So, but yes, this is how it works, and you can go ahead and find out any information that you want through this. So, from the above information, I can go ahead and show you all of these things. The command will grab the information. I'll also show you one more thing. Instead of that, I'll just type all the harvester hyphen d6 static lb all. Perfect. So what it will do, it will go ahead and search on all the search engines, and it will give me back the result. This command will grab from multiple search engines, and as you can see that first it was searching only through Google, and now it is searching even through Bing. So to save the result, just go ahead and put a -f parameter as shown in the example. I'll just go ahead and show you. Okay, so there were no email IDs found for over here. I'll just add, just in case, all, and I'll type -f, and I'll type pen test. So just in case you go ahead and find any email IDs over there, you can just go ahead and type it over here like this, and it will be saved in the pen test directory. And -f means that you are asking it to save it in a specific folder. As you can see, it was error creating file because there was nothing found. But let me see if file was created or not. So I just need home view tree. Okay, perfect. Okay, as you can see, we have appendix HTML, and yes, there is nothing over here as of now because we are not able to find any information. Let's check some websites. If I get any good website, then I'll surely go ahead and let me think Microsoft, and I'll go ahead and search the same for Microsoft.com because probably or I'll type, let's say, I don't know whether it will work or not. Just let's check. Let's try to harvest some results, and I'll open another one. I'll go ahead and type the same thing. So let's go ahead and try our commands once more, and I'll type Google this time. So let's check whether we get any information. I should probably get perfect. So as you can see that I previously my internet was down, so that's the reason I did not get anything. And you can see that I only searched this in Google, and I got these many email IDs from that. So it's quite easy for you to understand that what would be the email IDs and what they could give things out. So let's go ahead and check for google.com if you are able to get anything for Google. So if just in case if you get any results from Google that XYZ at the rate blah blah blah, and you get that any fake email ID, and you want to search whether the email that you received, because sometimes some attackers, what they do is that if you have an organization and then they go ahead and send an email to an employee of your organization stating that this is from the IT department and we are asking you to go ahead and log in at the following terminal, and this is the google.com and this is your Gmail ID, so just log in. And so you need to know that whether the email came from the right party, from the same google.com or somewhere else. So you, at that point of time, you can go ahead and check the host and the domain over here, and these are the two emails found over here, and these were the host IPs for each and everything, and you can go ahead and gather information, and it will be much easier for you to identify whether the person who sent you the email is the right party or not. You even have the IP address from where these emails get sent, so you don't need to worry about the IP addresses. Just in case your the mail that you received was a fake one, you can also go ahead and easily trace it, since you will already be also be having the IP address. So that is it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, I'll be starting with the who is and the DNS mapping and stuff. So that's it for the harvester. Hey guys, welcome to the next tutorial for ethical hacking and penetration testing via Kali Linux. Before I proceed with my next topic, just one thing that I'd like to continue from my previous tutorial for the harvester would be just go ahead and check what result would you get if you go ahead and run the facebook.com. So you might be wondering that you would get lots of things, but no, you won't get lots of things. The reason being that it's not getting the email IDs from the database. It's only getting the email IDs of the people or the person who go ahead and mail out stuff to you, like from the help side or the warning side or any other thing that the Facebook wants you to know. So you might be thinking that the way you got multiple things from Google, you'll get the same thing from the Facebook, but it won't. The reason being that Facebook has kept it much more, tried to keep it much more secure by lowering as low as they can for the minimum amount of email IDs they have. So this is through one, but we'll just go ahead and check through all and let's see if we get the same thing. And so you can see we have 2 email IDs and we have a total of 5 hostname IP addresses. So the mtouch is for the, I believe it's for the cell phones. Again, this is for the cell phone without touch, normal Facebook, the developers, and the blog one. Let's check what we get over here. I believe we did not get anything in the PGP server. So, and Bing has lots of results, I believe, because even in the first 50 results, it got something. Also go ahead and start the normal term of the harvester. And let's check whether it goes through Shodan. Okay. No, I believe it does not go through Shodan. Perfect. So as you can see that when I went ahead and tried to use, okay, I have loads of other things. I tried to use all of these things. I got n number of email IDs than the one I got over here. So these are, I believe, some of them may be the administrator, some may be the person who are trying to go and keep network on the chat or trying to keep them safe. So the firewall people. So these are the list of all the people who go ahead and manage the Facebook from day to day. So yeah, it's good enough. I can see as far as I can see. Fine. So now this is just for this is through a social networking website. If you go ahead and check the same through any random company, so let's check some of the big shot companies. Let me think. We have Microsoft. No, I want some random companies. Let's check what do we get. And perfect. So let's go ahead and take this website. My connection is a bit slow. I'll just type Indian. Okay. Let me check whether my Google is working or not. Okay, it is working. Okay, perfect. So I won't go over there, but now you know how you can go ahead and get all the IDs or the email IDs. If you're looking at it from a company's point of view, you can gather multiple things. And yesterday I also showed you one more thing which is related to whois, and you can go ahead and gather a lookup over here. But again, if you're using Google and if you're going ahead and gather information, your efforts can still be traced. So there is one better thing. Rather than searching it over here, I can go ahead and do the same thing over here on my terminal. So I'll just clear everything and I'll type whois and I'll type google.com, or I'll just type a better one, microsoft.com, since that is a more private company than Google. Perfect. So even without using any kind of tool, I just went ahead and typed whoisgoogle.com and it gave me all the information. So it starts from over here. Server name is microsoft.com. Goddamn, okay, I'll just ignore that. So IP addresses, and this is the fake one, I believe. That's the reason it gave me. And I have, okay, fine. So the as you can see that any random website that starts with microsoft.com are given over here, even if it's a fake one. So as you can see that these are a bit abusive, but they are a fake. That's the reason it still gave it out, because these are the fake ones. Only the ones ending with Microsoft.com are the real one. Everything else is fake. So you can go. So this is better than just going ahead and searching over the web, because the web will only give you specific, or it will go ahead and narrow it down to the original Microsoft.com. Whereas when you go ahead and try it Linux, it will go ahead and give you all the website that starts with Microsoft.com. So you can also go ahead and check. Let's say google.com, and you will get even the fake websites created by us, or which are the names which are similar to google.com. And yes, as you can see that these are the fake addresses. And so next time if you get any kind of mail from these addresses, make sure that you know that these are fake and these are not the real one. We can check the whois server, the directory, and if you want to gather much more information, then you can just type whois, and you can type help. Okay, let me check. Okay, and you can go ahead and tag all these things to get a much better information about any random thing that you're trying to get. So that would be it from this end for whois and the previous one. Now I'll be reporting up next to DNS enum, which is quite a useful tool. And I showed you again yesterday several tools related to DNS information gathering, but this time we would be doing it through again our terminal. And so there is a separate tool for all DNS analysis in Kali Linux, and as you can see, I'll be teaching you all of these things, starting with the smallest one and the first one, and I may leave out one or two if I think that they are not that good in collecting information, but I'll still teach you the most important ones. So as you can see, we have loads of other tools, and we will almost be learning 90% of them in these tutorials starting from now on. So these are vulnerability analysis for the websites, checking how secure they are. These are for the web applications running online. These are offline attacks. And password attacks can be much faster if you have a graphic card with you, because most of the times, or almost all of the times, password attacks are cracked by graphic cards. The reason being that they are much faster than a normal CPU. That's why. So we have your wireless tools, exploitation tools, sniffing, spoofing, maintaining access, reverse engineering, and many more. So starting with the DNS enum, this tool is programmed by in Perl, and DNS enum is a tool that it was designed with the purpose of enumerating DNS information about a domain. We can get information by using DNS tool, a DNS enum tool over here. So what it does is that it gets the host address, the name servers, the MX records. It tries the zone transfers. It gets the bind version. It also gets the extra names and subdomains via Google scraping. Brute force subdomains from file can also perform recursion on subdomain that have NS records. And it can also go ahead and perform reverse lookups on net ranges, and it can also go ahead and write down domain IPs into a text file naming such as IP block or something. So you can just go ahead over here to start DNS enum. You can just type DNS enum over here in the terminal, but I would prefer, if you're a newbie, I would prefer going ahead over here and then starting it through over here. Perfect. The reason being I'm telling you that is because, and you should read all of these things, because it will give you quite a better idea as to what each of these tags does and how they work exactly. So it's not quite that hard as well. And as you can see, we have the option for skipping the reverse lookups, disable ANSI color output, and we can also include the sub files over here, the TCP, UDP, datagram, timeout values. So in short, we have almost everything. We also have the whois command over here, which I can go ahead and combine, and I have multiple lookups. So this will give you, so this is how the geeky look of the DNS enum looks like. So if you want to gather information about a specific website, just go ahead and add a specific website's name, and make sure that even in the previous tools that I showed you on Kali Linux, you never go ahead and type, let's say, I'll just open another one. Let's say if you're using any random tool, so I'll just type random. Random is the name of the tool, any tool you are using. And if you want to go or gather information about a website, let's say Google or Microsoft, so you don't type www.google.com. You just type google.com. You don't type www, because if you do that, then there may be some kind of complications which happens in Kali Linux, it is not able to recognize that properly, and you will get some errors. So we don't go ahead and do www.google.com. We just do google.com. Yes, I'll be using these. So let's assume that we wanted to gather information about Facebook. So extra names and subdomains can also be found out by via Google scraping, and most of the time this is not working with all domains, but it does work sometimes. So let's go ahead and first gather information using DNS enum, and we'll type facebook.com, and let's see what information we get. Okay, so we have the name service over here, the IP addresses of each server. Now it's trying to get a zone transfer. It failed because I did not provide any brute force file or any password file so that it can go ahead and crack the DNS query. So, but we can still go ahead and type some extra subdomains or via Google scraping. So we will just go ahead and try to do that, and let's check what we get. So I'll type DNS enum, and I'll type, let's say, P5S20 facebook.com. Perfect. So what it is, the is the number of pages that it would check, and that so I have provided over here as 5. So 5 pages it would check, and 20 is the number of Google search pages to process. The default is 20 pages, which I have provided, and S is the switch that must be specified, and minus S is the scrap value. So the maximum number of subdomains that will be scrapped. And since this is not functional, you can manually run this command in a Google search, such as all in www.site and you will still get the same thing. So I'll first go ahead and run this over here, and after that I'll go ahead and run the same thing to Google, and I'll show it to you. Let's check if we get some more stuff. Zone transfer won't work because the reason being that I have not yet provided any random file to it. It has started scraping subdomains from Google for facebook.com. So let's check what we get. Perfect. So it is scraped, but it did not get anything because Google is most probably blocking the queries. But this is how it works, and I'll show you how it works in Google if I go ahead and do the same thing. So I'll just type all. Perfect. Let's see what we get. Perfect. So we have all these subdomains for Facebook and who all are using them. So you can see that we have it for www.facebook.com, and these are all the subdomains for these different people who have been using them. So you can go ahead and gather this information, and I'll finally show you how we can go ahead and brute force. So just in case this tool is not working, you can go ahead and gather information over there, and then you can go ahead and come back over here to brute force these things. So brute force subdomains open terminal, and it can go ahead. I'll just show it to you. So I'll just type DNS enum -f -txt. Over here, DNS-txt would be your text file which contains n number of passwords, and you need to save it over here in the home. And I'll just go ahead and add it. Let me check if I can go ahead and okay. Perfect. So I don't think that I can go ahead and show. Okay, never mind. So DNS-F. So F is the file name that it provides. It supports, and it will read the subdomains from this file to perform the brute force. So what you could do, you could go ahead and create a DNS-txt file, have all the subdomains in the F, and you can go ahead and brute force to check which subdomains it has. And you can go ahead and type facebook.com. It won't work over here because I have not yet specified anything inside the DNS-txt file. If it had, then it would have checked all these things for the subdomains, and then it would have given me out the proper answer. So that would be it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, I'll be teaching you more about the different tools that we can see over here. Let me just getting more information about DNS dict, DNS map, recon, and all these stuff. So yep. Hey guys, welcome to the next tutorial for ethical hacking and penetration testing via Kali Linux. So in the previous tutorial, we took a look at the WHOIS and DNS enum. In this tutorial, I'll be teaching you, let's say if you are a system administrator and you may get, your employees may get different types of, if you have passed all your security system, then there's only one thing that you need to worry about would be that someone else to go and social engineer their way into your company. So you need to keep your company secure. So in order for you to do that, you need to make your employees know what are the risks of that someone else sends them an email stating that from any random company to give out their IP addresses or any other thing by sending in some mail or clicking on some links. So you need to know that the mails come from the right place. So in order for you to do that, let's say sometimes you get an email from a random IP address such as abc@google.com or cc@google.com or desktop support@google.com. You get some such things like these. So you need to make sure first that maybe the Google can be right. It can be Google, but sometimes, most of the time, it is not Google, because Google does not actually go ahead and let you know every time that you need to verify your account. Once it's done, it's done. It won't ask you again. Most of the times, I'm saying. So you need to go ahead and keep your employees secure. So in order for that, there is one separate tool over here so that you can check whether email ID you have received or the domain name you have received is a real one or not. So you can just go ahead and open over here applications, Kali Linux, information gathering, DNS analysis, and URL crazy. So you can see over here that there are different versions over here. You can generate and test the domain typos and variation to perform URL hijacking, phishing, which is mostly done, and corporate espionage. So these are where the original directories are, and these are the options just in case you want to change your keyboard type, and these are the main DNS ways. So let's go ahead and check what we could do. I'll just type URL crazy and I'll type google.com. Okay, great. So there are 87 host name to process with google.com, out of which 86 are false. So let's check which all are false. Okay, there are loads of things. I'll probably just go ahead and increase this a bit. And I'll just go ahead and skip and I'll run this again. Okay, make sure that you look at websites at a proper way, because sometimes it will seem similar, but you won't even have an idea that this is a fake one. I'll just go ahead and run it from the start. Okay, as you can see, okay, this is quite easy to understand that this is a fake one. Even this one, even Google, but this one, sometimes you just miss out the OM and you won't even recognize that. So these are the fake ones. I'll show you something which is quite different and which is also a bit hard to find. We have googles.com, which probably people don't see, or we don't have the period in between, so people normally go ahead and just click it out. So you can see over here we have also the reason as to why it's a fake one, and it's giving me out all the information and showing that only the domain original one is Google, which was searched at this time, that's today, and this is the date when it searched, and my keyboard is QWERTY, so it these are the conditions that I have been searching through, and it will give you each information. Character omission, that means it does not have an O. Same thing here, it does not have period com cm. Then we have repeated L, which is a fake one, and we have character replacement. We have character replacement vices for E, and we have double character replacements. We have vowel swap, that is E to A. Okay, this is a bit flipping, that means it's from normal, it's a C, Google. Same thing over here. It has been chosen over here, the zeros in front of O instead of O. And that can be confusing sometime. And these are totally different TLDs, timeline directories, period .ch, period .ca, period .edu. These are all false. So let's go ahead and check something more. And let's check what other options do we have. Okay, so I'll just type and let's first check the popularity with Google. I'll type, let's say, Microsoft.com, type P. Okay, we have 130 host name. Okay, so this is quite a bit. And we also have the IP addresses as to we can easily go ahead and find that out as to who is the person who is trying to go ahead and actually cheat us. I think that this check. Okay, perfect. So as you can see, we have it. We even have the email IDs and the SMTPs which they are using, and it's quite a bit. So what you could do is you could simply go ahead and save these if you want to check that the email IDs which you have received are the right one or not. Just we have an option over here to output this file to a text file, and you can go ahead and save this and then search into that whether this is the correct one or not. So this is one way as to how we can go ahead and do that. Now I'll show you one more thing which is quite different, and it will be, let me just go ahead and open that. It will be the DNS dict, and I'll just go ahead and open it. Cal Linux again, information gathering, DNS analysis, and we have DNS dict 6. If you don't have, you can straight away go ahead to its own website and download if you are using it for the Windows version. I doubt whether it will be there because, okay, we have it on GIT Hub. Okay, so you can clone in desktop and download the zip file to make it run on your computer if you want. So we have all the packages just in case. These are for, yep, I believe these are for the MacBook Pros. Fine. Okay. So now let's go ahead and check. So information gathering use DNS dict. A DNS dict 6 is an information gathering tool which is used for gathering information from a website. DNS dict, it's a DNS dictionary. 6 can scan a website, and it can also show you how many subdomain or domain are available, and it can also go ahead and scan the IPv6 and the IPv4 addresses, which are quite useful. This tool is quite a powerful tool, I can say, because it also extracts the subdomains which are restricted or invisible for users. So let's say if you're working in any ABCD company and you are a user who is working over there, even you will not be able to view those subdomains, but the hacker who is using this tool will be able to see. And it's quite creepy. So overall, this is a nice tool for information gathering through website. So you can just go and open it in this way. And you can check options over here, these tags which you can apply and gather much more information. I'll be using some of them, and I'll be showing you how this works. Let's go ahead and search for google.com DNS dict 6.com. What this will do is that it will extract the subdomains of Google with their IPv4 and IPv6 information. So later on, if you want to go ahead and restrict it to only to IPv4 or IPv6, we can also do that. So let's go ahead and check all the information. So these are the IPv6, I believe. Okay, we have loads. And these are all the real ones, just in case you might be wondering. These are not any of this is not a fake Google. These are all the original subdomains of google.com. How many of them are in total? Let's check. Okay, we have 1419 words. Okay, great. And side by side, I'll also go ahead and open another one. Okay, we have it. So we had a total of 58 domain names and 25 unique IPv6 addresses for Google. So we only had the IPv6 as of now. We have not received any IPv4. In order for us to do that, let's go ahead and first check the IPv6 for Microsoft.com, and let's see if you're able to get anything from there. Okay, the IPv6 for Microsoft is quite different from the ones that we had in Google, most probably because it has Microsoft Windows Server. That's the reason, I believe. Okay, so we have only 5 domain names, and Microsoft is quite small than Google. Now let's go ahead and restrict it only to, let's say, IPv4 addresses. So minus D is used to display the information on name servers and MX records. And I'll also use -4, which is used to go ahead and gather information. I'll just show it over to you. It's also for IPv4 addresses. So both will be displayed, that is IPv6 as well as IPv4. So I'll just go ahead and run this. Okay, so as you can see, we have the IPv4 addresses over here as well. We also received the IP addresses of the admin as well, which is quite dangerous. But since it's Google, I don't think that anyone will try to go ahead and mess with it. We have much more IPv4 addresses than we had IPv6 previously. Let's check. Previously, I believe we had a total of 58 IPv6 addresses. Okay, perfect. So we received a total of 76 domain names and 60 unique IPv4 addresses, which is quite useful. So the most important one out of these would be the admin ones, which I found out previously. So which are quite dangerous if it falls into the wrong hands. Okay, so we have the IP addresses for admins. It's probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 IP addresses, I believe, and 12. The 12th one is the IPv6. Perfect. So these are the ways as to how you can go ahead and find out information about the IP addresses of people who are working inside a domain or a subdomain. And that would be it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, I'll be starting with the two different and one of the few of the most important tools, that would be DNS map and DNS recon. So that's it for this tutorial, guys. Hey guys, welcome to the next tutorial for ethical hacking and penetration testing via Kali Linux. In the previous tutorial, I taught you about DNS information gathering of subdomains and IPv4 and IPv6 through DNS dict and URL crazy. Okay, perfect. Sorry, I forgot. Okay, so now the next thing that I would be teaching you today would be the DNS analysis version of our DNS recon and DNS map. So I would be first starting with DNS recon because it's quite a bit easy than DNS map. So DNS recon, it's just a tool for enumeration, and it is again coded in Python, same thing as URL crazy, and it enables to gather DNS oriented information on a given target. So sorry, not URL crazy, it was Python is based along with the harvester. Perfect. So now in order for you to open DNS recon, I'll just keep this terminal on this right hand side. Let's go to Kali Linux, information gathering, DNS analysis, and DNS recon. And as you can see, we have each and everything over here that we want, all the tags. The most important would be the -d, -r, and the dictionary file that we would be using. And if we are trying to filter out brute force, then we'll have to use -f as well. So there was a bug in Kali Linux some time ago that we were not able to just type DNS recon. We need to type DNS recon /py. But this tool that I would be using is bug free. The reason being that it has been updated in the recent version, and if you have the updated version, you don't have to worry about that. So this bug has been fixed by Kali Linux team on the new update. So the standard code enumeration is that we can go ahead and get the SOA record, name server, mail host, MX, IP ranges, and a lot of more that the company is using, what servers can send emails from as well. So I'll just go ahead and show you the DNS recon version. RECON -T std-d google.com. And in case you might be wondering what is -d and -t, as I told you, a few things are the most important. T is for the type and D is for the domain target. So with T is we have the standard type and the domain is google.com. So let's check. Perfect. So by gathering this information that I enumerated, we can see that Google has SRV, that's service records, and now we know that they're using a jabber, that's XMPP, and we have also obtained the IP, and let's check if we have the ports as well. through which they transfer. As of now, we only have the IP addresses except for this one. So we have the port as well over here, 31. Now let's go ahead and check the ports as well. So I'll just type DNS recon -t SRV, since the type would be for the surface, and -d google.com. Let's check all the service records. Okay, so let's check. We have all the XMPP files. We don't have, okay, we have the port over here, that is 389, that's being used. Over here we have 5269. So we have all the information that we need. Even the IPv6 ports, we have it over here, so we don't need to probably worry about gathering any information from the outside. We can go ahead and gather all the information just by using this tool. So now there's one more thing that I would like to teach you, that would be the zone transfer. There is a security problem with DNS zone transfer, and it is that it can be used to decipher the topology of a company's network, specifically when a user is trying to perform a zone transfer. So what it does is that it sends a DNS query to a list of all DNS information like name servers or host names, MX and CNAME records, zone serial number, time to live records, etc. And due to the amount of information that can be obtained, DNS zone transfer cannot be easily found. So I'll show you an example as to how we can go ahead and try to do that. DNS -t AXFR and DNS recon -t AXFR -d, and let's check for google.com if we are able to find anything for that. Zone transfer failed. Okay, zone transfer has failed for google.com. Maybe it's way too secure. Let's check for a random local Durga, for the one which I tried previously, for city.co.in. Let's check it for this. Okay, so zone transfer was successful over here. As you can see, these one were successful, SOA and NS ways. Okay, perfect. So this is how we can go ahead and see the time to live records as well as zone transfers. Now we have a top level enumeration as well, and what it does is that it shows the level domain name along with the IP addresses. So I'll just go ahead and type DNS recon -t and TLD-D DNS recon -t LTLD.com. Perfect. Let's go ahead and check what we get. This is for the top level enumeration. So we have the basic IP addresses. Okay, I believe we have lots of different IP addresses working under Facebook. Okay, I believe we have lots of top level enumeration. I may need to quit this because I don't see it anywhere near soon. Okay, so what I would be doing, I would just go ahead and quit because I think that Facebook has lots of top level enumerations. Let's check for google.com. If it runs, I will be able to show you how it looks like in the end. If it does not, if it does collide in the end, if it does not, then again I'll have to move on to the next topic. Okay, all the host and IP addresses of Google are again still active, I believe, so I won't be able to continue with that. So, but this is how you can go ahead and find out different IP addresses for that. Now let's go ahead and take a look at the reverse lookup as to how we can go ahead and also use the reverse lookup. And reverse DNS lookup is a determination of a domain name with the associated IP address. DNS Recon can perform a reverse lookup for PTR records, that's pointer records, against IPv4 and IPv6 address ranges. So I'll just quit this one by typing Control-Z, and I'll go ahead and try to do a reverse lookup recon on that. And these would be, I would need to go ahead and insert two different IP addresses. So the IP address for Google would be 173.192.114.86 and 173.192.114.86. 0.96. Okay, so check range provided is invalid. Okay, never mind. So if you had a valid range, then you would have gotten all the reverse DNS lookup information for the google.com as well. So to save all of these enumeration results, you need to go ahead and type DNS recon -d. Let's say for google.com you want to save, I'll type XML MR. And -d is used for denoting the domain. -t is used to specify which type you want of enumeration you want to use, as I was using previously. So in case I want to go ahead and save all this information inside a file, I can just go ahead and type this, and a file will be created over here in home named MR, and you can see all of these things. Perfect. I'll just close. So this is one way of using the DNS recon. Now the next topic that I would like to teach you would be the DNS mapping version, which is quite different from the DNS recon. But that would be it for this tutorial. I'll be teaching that in the next tutorial. So once you have understood all of these 3 to 4 things that I have taught you till now, DNS mapping would be quite easy, and yes, I'll be showing you how we can go ahead and brute force that as well. That's it for this tutorial. Hey guys, welcome to the next tutorial for ethical hacking and penetration testing with Kali Linux. So in this tutorial, I'll be teaching you more about mapping networks and gathering more information about them. So the best tool that we would be using as of now, till now, we have used a lot of different tools, but now I would be using something different, and it would be the DNS map. So if you have gone through all my previous tutorials, then it will be quite easy for you to understand what this does exactly. Else you won't be able to. So what DNS map tool does is that it obtains all A records. A records, by A records I mean IP addresses that are associated to each successfully brute force subdomain, and rather than just one IP address per subdomain, it will gather all IP addresses through brute force techniques. After that, it can go and abort the brute forcing process in the case the target domain uses wildcards. And it has the ability to be able to run the tool without providing a word list by using a built-in list of keywords. So I don't need to actually go ahead and provide different tools for them, different file lists for them to go ahead and brute force. It has its own inbuilt word supplied. And brute force can also be used by using a user supplied word list if I have one. I can also go ahead and save the results in a human readable and CSV format for easy processing. It has improved built-in subdomains word list, and it has even new bash script such as a DNS map -bulk sh, and it is a Linux format. It includes all of those things which allows running DNS map against a list of domains from a user supplied file, that is brute forcing several domains in a bulk fashion. Bypassing of signature-based DNS map detection by generating a proper pseudo-random subdomain when checking for wildcards. And this is the unique feature of DNS map. So you might be wondering why to use DNS map tool rather than going ahead and downloading some random other file. The reason being that DNS map is free. It is useful when finding interesting remote access servers. It is also useful in finding badly configured or unpatched servers, finding new domain names, which will allow you to map the non-obvious and hard to find network blocks. Sometimes you can also find that some brute force or some brute forced subdomains resolve to internal IP addresses, that's RFC 1918. And this is a great, as sometimes they are really up to date A records, which means that it is possible to enumerate internal servers of the target organization from the internet by only using the DNS resolving and nothing else, which is quite useful there, so that it will not even leave a target that you have actually targeted this company, and which is actually opposite to what zone transfers do, for instance. DNS mapping can also discover embedded services configured using DNS dynamic services. So it has all of these features in total. So now I would teach you how we can go ahead and use this. So again, the same thing: applications, Kali Linux, information gathering, DNS analysis, and we have DNS map over here. So you can see that I can supply my own word list if you want, or the regular list file that it has already inbuilt, and delay in milliseconds as to when it wants to repeat the process. and these are the IPs to ignore. These are the false positives, and the CSV result file, which I don't know what exactly it is. So I'll show you how we can go ahead and gather information. First thing that you need to do is you need to go ahead and select a target. You can go ahead and move to your pentest directory. So I'll just text cd/pentest if I have it. Okay, I don't have the pentest directory, never mind. I will just start it in a random way. So what I will do is I'll just type, let's say, dnsmap google.com. Let's check what we get. 10 millisecond delay is there between different requests so that Google does not ban us out. Okay, perfect. We have the IP address and the IPv6, IPv4 and IPv6 address of the admin. The accounts for google.com, we have that as well. Let's check what more we get. ap.google.com, good. I believe it has lots of IPv4 ap.google.com IP addresses. This is one way of using DNS mapping using a 10 milliseconds delay. If I don't use the delay, I will get something else. Okay, we have received the billing information. So as we can see that all of these above the DNS map has scanned are all the subdomains of the Google along with the A records, that is the IP address of Google subdomains. Now these IP addresses or IPv6 addresses are the simplest way of using DNS map. In order to perform a more deep search, there are several advanced options that we can use in DNS tool. So I'll just go ahead and quit this right now and I'll show you how we can go ahead and use this. I can use the -w to use the word list, or I can use the -r to go ahead and get the regular result list that it has inbuilt the brute force files, CSV as I told you. So examples for using these options would be something like that. If you have a custom word list of subdomains, you can use that, as well as by simply specifying the -w argument and then the path to the word list. So you can just type DNS map google.com -w and xyz period list period txt and -r/temp/domain bf_results period txt. So what it will do is that it will go ahead and save all of these files under the wtxt file, xyz period txt file, under the temporary directory of the domain bf_results file. And if you already have one, then you don't need to go ahead and specify the w or the word list. You can just simply type DNS map google.com -r/tmp/-d. 3000 would be the milliseconds that it would be using, and you can just go ahead and hit enter, and it will straight away go ahead and use the default file and save all of these in the temp directory. And there is one more method of doing that. While this runs, I'll go ahead and show that to you using the built-in word list, as I believe -r is for the built-in word list. And now if you wanted to go ahead and save these things, let's try it for something different. Let's type for microsoft.com. So I'll type dnsmap.com -r /subdomain brute force_results txt. And I'll hit enter. So what it would do is it would go ahead and create this directory and say everything inside the subdomain brute force_results, and it will gather all the DNS queries that it has and save it inside that. So let's check if we first get these information. I think the DNS query is quite slow at this point of time. That's why it's unable to get multiple requests within 10 milliseconds. Okay, we have the first IP address for 64.4.16 and 215, and these IP addresses will give you an idea or hint as to what will be their range of IP addresses using in their whole company. That means from where to where would be the range, and what range are they using as of now, so that it will be easier for you to go ahead and get an access into their computers. So yes, this is how the DNS mapping looks like. So enough with the DNS stuff about information gathering. We have several tools, but just gathering information won't be enough to go ahead and attack you. I will also be showing you the DNSR, even num6, tracer, DNS walk, and fears. And I have shown you all of these things remaining, but I will be showing you these in the next tutorial. And as of now, I would be starting with social engineering and how you can go ahead and create your own keylogger, or you can place one that you have, which is inbuilt in Kali Linux, and Kali Linux has n number of let me just show it out to you rather than saying it out. It would be the interpreter command, so it would be metasploit. So I'll just type msf console, so you can see it for yourself that the number of payloads or the number of viruses, including trojans or hacking into someone's webcam, gathering information remotely through interpreter command, or opening an SSH command file, command prompt from anyone else's computer on your computer, or PowerShell command. You can also go ahead and do these things just by using the Metasploit console. So let's go ahead and check this out first. How many payloads we have, how many viruses we have inbuilt. And it does not only have trojans or viruses for Windows computer. We can also go ahead and use these to hack into another one's Linux distribution or a Mac distribution as well. Let it start. It can take quite a bit of time depending upon the speed of your processor. Okay, perfect. So we have a total of 1,389 exploits, out of which 788 are auxiliary and 223 are post. Auxiliary means the viruses which we need to go ahead and implement before we go ahead and hack into the PC, and 223 are the ones that we get after we go ahead and hack into the PC. With that I mean that, let's say once you have gained access to someone else's computer, but you don't have the system access, the root access. At that point of time, we need to go ahead and use some of the remaining out of these 223 posts. And we have the payloads, a total of 37, out of which 8 are knobs and 37 are encoded. So yes, and if you want to gather the whole version, you can still download the whole version over here at rapid7.com, the people who are developing Metasploit. So that would be it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, I'll be starting with social engineering and stuff, and how we can go ahead and create phishing web pages that I showed you in one of my previous tutorials. I would be creating that live, and I'll be showing you how we can go ahead and create that manually. Hey guys, welcome to the next tutorial of ethical hacking and penetration testing via Kali Linux. So in the previous tutorials, we saw, or we had a look at gathering information of a particular target or a particular host. So it could be just that you gather information. You can also go ahead and gather information via social engineering, or you can go ahead and simply gather information through the techniques that I have shown you previously. That is through using Whois and DNSDict, DNSenum, or the DNS mapping, and even the harvester to go ahead and gather the IP addresses as well as the emails. So the next step after you go ahead and gather information would be to analyze the information and then attack the specific party. So how are we going to do that exactly? There are two ways of doing that. One is through social engineering, and the another aspect of approach would be to go ahead and directly attack using the viruses or worms or trojans that you have created by yourself. So, but there is still one question in mind, that using technical knowledge to go ahead into hacking, it is good, but still it's not that easy, because you never know what kind of information are you going to give out while you're going to go ahead and target the attack. Or let's say if the person has the IDS already and you go ahead and try to create some malware, and if the IDS, that is intrusion detection system, go ahead and picks up your antivirus, then your virus will be caught and you may not be able to perform the attack. And that can be quite complicated to go ahead and write down program each time you have to go ahead and attack different companies or different persons. So at that point of time, social engineering comes in place. So as you can see, the definition that I have found somewhere on the internet, that your softwares that have been created by any person or any software engineer, they can be applied patches, but there is no patch for human stupidity. So that is social engineering. You go ahead, try to use your charm or your techniques or your information to go ahead and gather much more information by you going ahead and calling them or using emails through phishing and other techniques to go ahead and gather information. Social engineering is a very vast term. It consists of technicalities as well as non-technicalities as well. So what exactly is social engineering? So in this tutorial today, I will be taking you through what is social engineering, what are the different types of social engineering. So there are 5 different types: baiting, phishing, quid pro quo, pretexting, and diversion theft, which is normally conning people. And what would be the ways to go ahead and prevent them? So these are which I would be teaching you today. So to start with, what is social engineering? It starts with human interaction. Attacker uses a human interaction to go and obtain or compromise specific information. The attacker may be a respectable person, and you may not even know that the person is trying to be what you may not even have thought of. Attacker may appear unassuming or respectable, or he may even pretend to be a new employee, repairman, or an old boss of yours trying to gather information. He may even offer credentials to go for a new network that he has created, something like that, so that he might try to fool you, something like that. And the final thing would be to assembling all the pieces together. So by asking enough questions, the attacker may piece information together to infiltrate a company network. He may even attempt to gather information from many sources, so that when you ask him any question, he may be able to go ahead and give you out any specific answer that he wants, so that you will be confident enough to give him out the details that he wants. So Kevin Mitnick was he's the most famous social engineer of all time. He was dubbed as the most dangerous hacker in the world. So as you can see, it's written on his shirt that I am not a hacker, I am a security professional. That was after he was convicted in jail. He always used to tell that people are mostly helpful, especially to someone who is nice, knowledgeable, or insistent. So, for example, I'm just walking down the lane and there's some person who has some kind of problem. I will, without any hesitant, I will surely go ahead and try to help him out. But that is not always good, because the person who is over there standing, who is in some kind of problem, who is a damsel in distress, he may not even be a damsel in distress. He may even be the attacker who is trying to attack us. And Kevin Mitnick's, let's say, Kevin Mitnick used his social engineering skills, or he was even called as a phone freak. He used that to go ahead and gather as much information as he could. And later, he was caught. He stole billions of dollars just through phone freaking. And phone freaking means just calling the third party and asking him some specific questions by you being a legitimate party, or convincing the third party that you are a legitimate party. So Mitnick was even told that asked to go ahead and put in a solitary confinement, because the lawyer even convinced the judge that he had the ability to start a nuclear war by whistling into a payphone. So this may be a bit exaggerated, but you never know, because as he was told that the USA itself was behind Kevin Mitnick for a very long time. And the worst part of it was that whenever he was about to get caught, but he was not caught, or he narrowly escaped some situation, he always used to leave donuts for the cops over there, just to tease them. Or so he was not only a good phone freaker, but he was also very good in escaping things. So this is how he was. So he hardly used all of his knowledge to go ahead and attack or social engineer. He only used most of the time social engineering to go ahead and gather information. So he even has his own book named as Art of Deception. So these are the few points that he always told on each and every conference that he had. People always want to be helpful, and that's why they are easily being targeted. So what the hackers do are that they try to gain a level of trust in order to avoid any conflict between the person. And finally, when the party has enough trust in the third party or in the hacker, it's all about getting access to information that people think that is not that important. So let's say, for example, I go ahead and I call you. Let's assume that you are staying in United States, and so I go ahead and call you and I gather information such as your name, your addresses, your data. I will say that I'm calling you from, let's say, for example, or let's take an example of India over here. I'll just go ahead and call you and I'll tell you that I'm calling you from the census department, and we're trying to gather information about how much person lives in a family, how many persons live in a family. So you can just give me out their names and the date of birth, and you'll think that, oh yeah, no problem. What's the problem in giving a date of birth? So you'll just go ahead and tell all of your names, give out your date of birth, and the person may even ask for email ID just so that you can go ahead and register you. You may even give that out, and when you ask any question related to any census, human census population, he may even give you that out. But what you don't know is that as soon as you go ahead and give the information, he's just going ahead and entering all of those things under your net banking or your phone banking technique, whatever you use, and he will straight away go ahead and use, let's say for example, the forgot password option in your net banking, and he will easily go ahead and gain your all your details about your credit cards or debit cards, or even your bank status, as whether it's overdrawn or you have sufficient funds in your account, which is, according to me, quite risky. So, and the worst part is that, say for example, you are a male, and if a lady calls you, then humans always have a tendency that if a lady calls, then automatically they have a soft corner for them, and they always want to be helpful for the girl. They will never hang up on any specific girl. And so whenever you hear a nice voice on the phone, you always want to be helpful, and that is not as good. So you need to be sure, you need to be smart as to what the person in front of you, what is actually his achieving, trying to achieve. So social engineering cannot be blocked by technology or alone, or I can say it can never be blocked by technology, because the only fault that in social engineering would be of the person, not of any specific company. And when you say social engineering cannot be blocked by technology, you may always need to make sure that you are smart and you're not going to give out any information even to any random party. And people nowadays don't normally think much of that, because let's say for example, people normally go ahead and create their accounts on Facebook, and they give out all the information on Facebook, such as where they live and what their phone numbers are, what's their email ID, or even the pics they take, that even that gives such much information about what this person likes, how does it wear. So that can be went ahead and created a specific amount of information. They can be used to go ahead and create virtual personality of your, and anyone can go ahead and think in your way and try to gain information on your behalf. So that is one way of going ahead and getting information. So that would be it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, I'll be starting with the types of social engineering and how can you go ahead and defend them. So welcome to the next tutorial of ethical hacking and penetration testing with Kali Linux. So in the previous tutorial, we learned as to what social engineering is, who was the best hacker of all time, and how he normally used to go ahead and gather information. Before I proceed with the types of social engineering, I'd like to give you a great example, famous example of Kevin Mitnick as to what he did once. He once, I won't name the company specifically because it was asked to go ahead and keep it anonymous. That's the reason. So what he did actually was that he went in some random telco company and telecom company, and he told the security guard that I'm the new guy and I have not yet received the ID card. I will be receiving it by tomorrow because I have not submitted the photo. So the guard thought for a moment that maybe he's lying and he did not. He was just trying to gain access. So the guard did not allow him inside the company. Only authorized personals were allowed. So what then Kevin Mitnick did was that he went ahead and took the name of one of the managers in different department and told that he was asked to go, come there from that manager. The guard can go ahead and contact him if he wants. And Kevin Mitnick even went ahead and did a fake call, and he tried to even go ahead and convince the guard that he was working in that company. And later the guard sent him inside. He went ahead and gathered all the information that he needed, and he already cheated the whole company and then came outside. When you're trying to go ahead and social engineer your way through a company, you need to make sure these few points. So that you need to be very confident in what you're talking about, so that if the person in front of you tries to ask you any question, then you should not be hesitant. Like if he asks you, say for example, what's your company ID, and you don't even know what the company ID starts from, then you don't need to be hesitant. Like you should not be hesitant like that. You should be confident. Even if you're giving him the wrong answer, him or her the wrong answer, you should be confident in whatever you tell, else it will go ahead and blow up the whole thing. That's the reason. So now there are a few important types of social engineering. The first one is quid pro quo, which means something for something. Then we have phishing. Phishing means fraudulently obtaining some private information, and the term phishing came from the normal normal word, which is phishing, Fishing. So to give you a clear example of what phishing is, Just think about the normal going on a boat and fishing. So what you do normally is you go ahead and take some kind of bait on your fish hook, and you just go and throw it inside the water. The fish come ahead and try to eat the bait, and then you suddenly pull out the bait, so then you go ahead and catch the fish. Similar is fishing. You go ahead and give out some kind of bait to a person or lure him to your target, and once he reaches the target, he gains ahead. He goes ahead and tries to access his own email ID or his website or any random website. Then you automatically have his ID, and later he cannot do anything about that. That's what phishing is. Then we have baiting, again the same word, same thing, which is similar to a Trojan horse. That is a real world Trojan horse. The Trojan horse came from the old, it was, I believe, Athens, or it's a Greek term. That it was the famous Battle of Troy that the Greeks, I believe the Greeks, I don't remember exactly, they went ahead and gave a god gift to the Troy people, and the Troy people then went ahead and opened the famous Trojan horse, which was their god, and later on, there were all the people inside who went ahead and later captured the whole area, who were sitting inside the horse. It was a very big horse, like some kind of a building or something. I don't know exactly what it was, but it's just a old story. So that's how what Trojan horse is. In real world, you go ahead and in the previous days, what horse was exactly is that you go ahead and give out a gift to someone, and later on, when the person frankly accepts the gift, but when he tries to open that gift, it is not the gift, it is some kind of prank. The same thing is Trojan horse. You go ahead and send some kind of, let's say, for example, a PDF file or a MP3 file or video. You send a video through WhatsApp, Facebook, or Gmail, or any other email, and the person frankly goes ahead and opens that. But when he opens that, he will just simply won't find the thing that he wanted. But in the background, your virus will be executed, and you will remotely have the access to that specific computer. And that's how what baiting is. And I will be teaching you this in one of my tutorials later on. After that, we have pretexting, which is the invented scenario, that you go ahead and invent a scenario, and then you go ahead and try to save someone from that. And finally, we have diversion theft, which is a con. To explain in detail, just go ahead and explain everything in one line. Quid pro quo is something for something. You call random numbers at a company claiming to be from technical support. Eventually, you will reach someone with a legitimate problem, and you will be grateful. They will be grateful that you called them back. They will follow your instructions. The attacker will then help the user, but will really have the victim type commands that will allow the attacker to install the malware. That's what it will be done in the background. Phishing is fraudulently obtaining private information, that is sending an email that looks like it came from a legitimate business, and that requests some verification of information and wants some of the consequences if not provided. You usually get afraid, and the email that they have sent contains a link to a fraudulent web page that looks legitimate. The user then gives information to the social engineer, example eBay scam, something that was happened recently. So that's how it looks like. After that, we have spear phishing, specific phishing, that is email that makes claims using your name, and if anyone gets caught, then it's you. That means any other person acting on your behalf. Then we have vishing, that is phone phishing, rogue interactive voice system, and calling bank to verify information and all those stuff. And finally, we have baiting. Baiting is real-world Trojan horse that uses physical media. It relies on greed and curiosity of the victim. The attacker leaves a malware-infected CD or a USB drive in a location that is sure to be found. Attacker then puts a legitimate or a curious label to gain interest. So let's say, for example, you go ahead in a random company and you leave a pen drive over there named as Company Earnings 2009, and you leave it at the company's elevator. So there may be some curious employee, or he may be a good Samaritan as well, that who goes ahead and inserts the media knowingly or unknowingly inside his computer, and later on he installs a malware in the background. That's what it does. Then we have pretexting, that is you go ahead and do some prior research or setup to establish some legitimate company, and you give out information that a user would normally not divulge in. This technique is used to impersonate an authority, and you use prepared answers to victims' questions other than gathered information. Example, enforcement, for example, the threat of alleged infraction to detain suspect for hold of for questioning. Or the better example would be, let's say you get an email for signed up for a free credit report that you have. So you see an unauthorized charge later on from another credit company. So you call to dispute charged, and that was asked for your credit card number. They insist that it was useless without the security code, and later on they ask for your social security number. Then you go and talk to the fraud department at the bank, and then you come to know that you were already duped some minutes ago. And finally, we have a diversion theft, that is a con. A con is to persuade or deliver a person that delivery is requested elsewhere, that is around the corner. When delivery is redirected, attacker persuades delivery driver to unload delivery to the nearby address. Attacker parks security van outside a bank. Victims going to deposit money into a night safe are told that the night safe is out of order. Victims then give money to the attacker to put in the fake security van. Most companies do not prepare employees for this type of attack, and that's why they are fully vulnerable towards this type of it. So these are different ways of social engineering, and always you need to make sure that no matter how much you go ahead and patch your network or make your network secure, you always need, if you are in a company, you always need to make sure that the employees of your company very much, let's say, they know very well about these things, or that someone may try to go ahead and gain information. Even the concerned employee should not be allowed to go ahead and take their own ID cards outside the office. The reason being that if someone else sees the ID card, the ID number, they may even go ahead and use that to go ahead and gather fake information about their own company. So these are specific examples or types of social engineering. So, and it's not necessary that this may happen only when with hacking. People may even try to con you where there is no hacking involved, just by going ahead and gathering information. And later that will come to know that you are the person who gave them the information, and you will be the one behind it, and that person may be long gone all the way. So these are examples, and that's it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, I'll be teaching you about ways to go ahead and prevent yourself from these types of fraud. Hey guys, welcome to the next tutorial of ethical hacking and penetration testing via Kali Linux. So in the previous tutorial, we took a look at different types of social engineering and how they are executed. So the next thing would be to go ahead and prevent these things. So there are different types of things that you would want to know, but before that, you need to know that the weakest link in your organization is not your firewall, intrusion detection system, cryptography, or antivirus software. You are the weakest link in your computer security. People are mostly vulnerable more than the computers, and that's a famous dialogue said by the Kevin Mitnick. So I'll go ahead with the ways to go ahead and prevent social engineering attack. The first and the most important would be the training, that is user awareness. Users need to know that which information they are giving out could be bad for business or for them, and they need to know that they should not give out such information because that can be risky. After that, we have policies. Employees should not be allowed to divulge private information. This will prevent employees from being socially pressured or tricked into giving out some random information that can be proved hazardous to the company. So, and lastly would be the third party test. That means a company should conduct some ethical hacking or third party test with their company. Having a third party come to your company and attempt to attack in your own network, third party will attempt to glean information from employees using social engineering, and it helps to detect the company problems that people have with the security. And finally, the thing you need to know is that you need to be smart. Before transmitting personal information over the internet, you need to check whether the connection to the connection is secure, and you need to check that the URL that you are going ahead and accessing is correct. If you're unsure if an email message is not legitimate, you should contact the person or the company by another means to verify the same. And you always need to be paranoid and aware when interacting with anything that needs protected. Smallest information could compromise what you're trying to protect, and it can be very harmful. So these are the different ways of preventing social engineering attacks. No matter how much you know about hacking or not, you will not be able to go ahead and prevent these kind of attacks because they are quite, or you can say they are much more properly targeted when you go ahead and do these kind of attacks. So Now enough of these, let's say, enough of these theories, and now let's go ahead and take a look at some practical thing. Let's go ahead and open our Kali Linux system. We have it over here. Let's go ahead and do some actual attacks. Perfect. So let's go ahead and do some practical problems that will go ahead and help us gather much more information. So now we know the different types of hacking, that is social engineering, technical, non-technical, creating fake accounts, phone calls, and phishing without Kali Linux. Yeah, that is one more part which I have not yet taught you, phishing without Kali. And this is something that you can do even if you don't have Kali Linux. So before I proceed with that, I will teach you. So just in case if you don't have any of this, for if you're trying to go ahead and gain access to some random system, let's say for example the Gmail ID of any specific person, and you don't have Kali Linux with you at that point of time, then what you could do is that you just need to have a computer with the internet connection, and you could simply go ahead and do this simple thing as well. So I'll be just using my Chrome before I show you. It's quite far easier in Kali Linux, but it's yeah, also easier if you go and try to do it something in a different way. So just go ahead and type Gmail, and I already have that over here. And when you get this step, just go ahead and click right click, save as, and save it in any of your random space, and make sure that it is the Gmail period HTML, any random page name period HTML, and just click save. And when you have it, you need to go on to your folder. So I'll just go in my folder, and you can see you have your gmail.html. You go ahead and right click and edit with any text editing file, and go ahead and type Control F over here. And when you come over here, just select action, ACTION, and hit enter. And you have this first action, just leave it as it is, click find next. And when you see this one over here equals to HTTP service login, go ahead and change this with your own IP address. That's, let's say for my IP address, random IP address would be 192.168. Let's say 68.23, any random IP address, and this would be my IP address. And I'll just go ahead and put this out, and everything will be the same. And over here, instead of post, go ahead and type get. Perfect. So after you do these things, just go ahead and save this in your file, and send this to the any party that you want to go ahead and hack into. And when the party goes ahead and tries to click on this link, your own fake page will be created with your own IP address. Or if you don't have an IP address, the better other better part would be, instead of IP address, you can go ahead and create random domain. Let me check if my net is still on. So I'll just go ahead and create a random domain. Okay, but I believe my net is down. If you let me check. So never mind. So if you can just go ahead and create a random domain for, let's say, if for Gmail you can type ggmail.com, or any random which is name which is almost similar to Gmail. And you can go ahead and check it over here as well. My net is not working, else I would have showed you over here as well. So these are different ways as to how you can go ahead and create fake offline Facebook accounts or Gmail accounts, that if you want to go ahead and gather anyone else's information, you can straight away go ahead and do that. Another method would be to go ahead and use keylogger, or remotely install keylogger in the third party's computer, but you need to have remote access to that, or you need to have physical access to the computer. Or you can go ahead and send some kind of virus to that person, and ask him to go ahead and run, let's say, any MP3 file, and ask him to go ahead and install. These are different ways of going ahead and gathering information without without using Kali Linux. So that is one thing. But now in this tutorial, I'll be teaching you more about going ahead and gathering information using Kali Linux. So that would be it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, I'll be starting with the main point as to how we can go ahead and gather information and different types of social engineering attacks through Kali Linux. Hey guys, welcome to the next tutorial of ethical hacking and penetration testing via Kali Linux. So in this tutorial, we will be taking a look at social engineering attacks through Kali Linux. So the first part would be, many newbie hackers focus upon the technical aspects of hacking and fail to give enough attention to social engineering attacks. In fact, I would say that you should only try technical hacks if you have attempted the social engineering attacks and they have failed. Because why bother spending hours and days trying to hack into a password if someone is willingly or simply ready to give it out to you? So social engineering is the act of getting people to give you information told you before, and that trust may be gained by posing as someone in the authority, colleague, or just someone who needs your help. And Kali Linux has a tool inbuilt to assist and automate social engineering attacks called as SET, or the Social Engineering Toolkit. SET was developed by David Kennedy, and it simplifies a number of social engineering attacks such as phishing, spear phishing, malicious USBs, and many more. Furthermore, it has been integrated with the Metasploit so that we can use Metasploit exploits and payloads in our social engineering attacks. So to start with, we would be first going ahead and clicking our terminal over here, and we will type SE toolkit. You can either do and hit enter, and you can either do this or you can go ahead and select application, Kali Linux, and over here you will find over here somewhere, I don't know where exactly, exploitation tools, social engineering, and SE toolkit. Perfect. It's both are the same, so it doesn't matter exactly. So once you go ahead and start, you will see the social engineering over here, the first. So we would be using the first point over here. So I'll just click one and enter. So as you can see, we have a total of 10 different types of attack under social engineering, and inside that also we have multiple attacks. So the first one we will be checking are the spear phishing attack. So I'll just go ahead and select one and I'll hit enter. As you can see that I have 3 different attacks inside that is performing a mass email attack and performing a file format payload and creating a social engineering attack. If you're trying to perform mass email attack, make sure that you already have gathered information by using the harvester. I believe I showed you previously about the harvester. I may check if I have taught you that. Yep. And by doing this, you will gather information about the harvester. As of now, I've stopped it because my net is a bit down. So in this tutorial, we will be looking at creating a spear phishing attack. And for those of you who are not familiar with this technology, a spear phishing attack is an email attack with a broad net in an attempt to try to pick up a few random victims. A spear phishing attack is similar, except that when it targets one or few individuals, it will go and target all of them. In other words, it's a targeted social engineering attack, and hence it is called as spear phishing because it's targeted. Now let's go ahead and select the second one, that's file format payload, and I'll show you how we can go ahead and do that. So I'll just go ahead and type 2 and hit enter. As you can see, we have different types of viruses or different types of trojans over here that has already been included. If you want, you can go ahead and set up some custom one, but you need to go ahead and select the previous one so that you can go ahead and create a template for that first. So what we would be selecting over here would be the Microsoft Word RTF P fragment stack buffer overflow. So this will create a Word document that will overflow a buffer and enable to put us a listener of rootkit on the victim's machine. So we'll just press 5 and I'll hit enter. So what this would do is that the default is the PDF with the embedded exe, and we are not going to use the PDF because normally Google scans all the PDF. That's why. So we'll be using the Microsoft Word RTFP fragments. So just hit 5 and enter. And here we have different types of payloads that we want to use. Note that we have decided what type of file we want to use in our attack. Our next step is to decide what type of listener or rootkit or payload that we want to use. We would be leaving this on the listener victim's machine so that we can listen to it later. This may look familiar to you if you have used Metasploit or Metasploit payloads. So let's be ambitious and try to get the victim's Metasploit interpreter on the victim's machine. If we are successful, we will completely own that system. So I'll just go ahead and minimize this, and I'll also open my Windows 7 over here side by side. I'll just go ahead and log in into that. So I'll just go ahead and open my Kali Linux right now. So if you want to trick the victim into opening this file, you should name it something that will sound enhancing or enticing or familiar to the victim. So let's go ahead and start. Let's use the Windows interpreter, or let's see. I will go ahead and use the reverse TCP shell to go ahead and send back the attacker so that you will get a command prompt. So I'll just go ahead and type 1 and I'll hit enter. Let's check. Okay, perfect. And we need to go ahead and set the IP address for the listener. So we would be using my IP address. I'll type ifconfig, and this would be my IP address, that is 192.168.236.130. I'll just copy and I'll paste it over here and I'll hit enter. Now we need to go ahead and use a port to connect back to. Normally we use 443 because that's the default one. If you want, you can supply your own. So I would be supplying my own. So I'll just use, let's say, 2960, and I'll hit enter. So it will go ahead and create a file format for us over here. I'll close this one. Just we need to wait till it's created. So it is saved in root period sct template.pdf. That's the name. And you can go ahead and use the file format creator in sct to create attachments. So we need to go ahead and keep the file, or we can go ahead and rename the file. So I'll just go ahead and rename the file. Let's say we'll rename the file to salary slip. I'll just go ahead and rename it to salary slip. So if I send this to the person, he will surely go ahead and click, because let's assume that the person is working over here, and just for the sake of it, I'll just go ahead and hit enter. So what do you want to do? We want to email the attack, or we want to return. So I'll just go ahead and, since I am not going to email it to anyone right now, but if you want, you can go ahead and email it to the attacker. Right now I won't be, because I don't have the email ID, any fake email IDs. So I'll just go ahead and end it right now, and I'll hit enter. And I'll just go ahead and see where it was. It was in the root. So I'll just open and file system and root. Let's check where is the root. And as you see, you cannot see anything with the name. I'll just go and delete these things. You cannot see anything with the name of period set over here, which it's shown over here. The reason being that we period set means period in the start means it's hidden. So we need to go and show hidden files. Perfect. We have period set over here. And then we have this salary slip option. So I'll just go ahead and copy it over from here. And this is our virus, so make sure that you don't infect your own computer. So I'll just go ahead and start it on my Windows 7 version. So I'll just copy it. So if I'm able to paste it over here. Okay, so Windows 8 has already detected it. So I'll go ahead and try to disable it just for the time being. And perfect. Now I'll just try to paste it over here. Perfect. And I'll go ahead and cut. I'll paste it over here. Perfect. And I don't need this file anymore. And I will go ahead and enable this again. I don't want any viruses on my computer. I'll save it. Perfect. Turn on. I'll just minimize it till then. Perfect. So now, which file is this? Let me check. Let's say it's a PDF file. Okay, let me check which file it is exactly. Okay, I did not name it PDF, so I'll just go ahead and rename it as period PDF. Perfect. And I believe I don't have the Adobe Reader installed. So what would happen is that in case I had Adobe Reader installed over here, I could have easily gone ahead and run this file. And once I went ahead and ran this file, I would straight away go ahead and get a connection back over here, and I would be able to run it. So this is how we can go ahead and gather information. If you're not yet understood what exactly it is that we can go ahead and we want to trick the victim into opening this file, we should name it something that will sound familiar to the victim. And now this will depending upon the victim. And so since I told you that I named the salary slip, so we will be impersonating the boss of our employee. And what we will be doing is that we will normally go ahead and send this through email, because the person who is over there, normally it is sent via email and not through WhatsApp or Facebook or something. So SCT then will go ahead and create this file, and I'll name it something as dear XYZ, please find the attached salary slip for your incoming for your last month, and I'll name it something like that. Of course, your email will differ depending upon whom you're trying to send it, but try to make it sound enticing and legitimate, or they are not likely to open the attached malicious file and our attack will fail. So this is just an example as to how we can go ahead and do that. And that would be it for this tutorial. And in the later tutorial, I'll be teaching you how we can go ahead and actually, once the person runs this file, how we can actually go ahead and gather much detailed information about that. So that would be it for this tutorial. Let's take a look at next tutorial. Hey guys, welcome to the next tutorial of ethical hacking and penetration testing via Kali Linux. So in this tutorial, I'll be teaching you about the credential harvester method of social engineering. So I'll just go ahead and start the SE toolkit and I'll hit enter. And once you go and see, you can see over here the social engineering attacks. Just type 1 and hit enter. And then we have different attacks over here: website attack vendors, infectious media generator, creating a payload and listener, which is one of my favorite, and the mass mailer attack, Arduino based attack vector. So I'll just explain these to you, what these are in general. Spear phishing attack is targeting someone in specific, and that's what I taught you in the previous tutorial. In the second one, we have a website attack vector. So we have the Java applet attack method. In this method, we normally go ahead and send a pop-up on the victim's computer at his IP address, stating that he needs to go ahead and run this Java, and which is disabled. In order for him to go ahead and actually run this, he needs to go ahead and update this, and he will get some kind of Java error. Let me check if I have my internet up. I'll just go ahead and show it out for you. I believe it's still down. Yep, it is down, I believe. Okay, never mind. So, but normally you know what a Java pop-up looks like. It will ask you whether you want to run it or not. So, okay, fine, never mind. So once you go ahead and run that, it will ask you to go ahead and run that. And once you go ahead and run that, the payload will already be executed in your system, and it will remain till your browser is opened. So what the attacker needs to do is he needs to go ahead and quickly migrate it to any other specific task, so that if the browser is closed, the attack will still continue on. We have the Metasploit browser exploit method, attacking cookies and DNS cache memories. We have the credential harvester method, which I would be teaching you in this tutorial. The tab nabbing, webjacking, and multi-attack method is the best of all, because it's a combination of multiple methods. And then we have the mass mailer attack. I won't be teaching you creating a payload and listener. I'll be teaching that to you in the last, because that is the best of all. And we have the mass mailer attack. In this attack, we normally go ahead and send or DDoS a specific email ID with n number of emails, and that is 2, which I'll be teaching you in the next tutorial. And that is not that big, and it is normally DDoSing a person so that he won't be able to use his email ID, and redirect him only to go ahead and use one specific email that you want him to see, and then you will be able to attack him. And we have an Arduino based attack vector, and this is normally related to your Android operating systems and Android chipsets, which is the Arduino based. So we have these different types of attacks, and these are which I will be teaching you when we come to the Android hacking chapter. So these are PowerShells that we can go ahead and open on, or the genome widget that we can go ahead and open on targeted Android thing. And then we have the wireless attack point vector, that you go ahead and create a fake access point. People think that you're trying to impersonate someone else. For example, let's say you go ahead to a McDonald's cafe and McDonald's shop, or not shop exactly, cafe, I believe that's the right term. So you go ahead and visit to the McDonald's, and you see over there that there is a fake Wi-Fi. So what I normally do is that I open my Kali Linux on the laptop. I see that there is an open public Wi-Fi hotspot that anyone can go ahead and access. So what I would do is that I will go ahead and block that hotspot so that no one is able to access that. Only I will be able to access that. And then later on, I will create a fake access point with the same name, or just one or two thing different, one or two letters different, and all the people over there, they will not be able to connect to the original Wi-Fi hotspot, so they will connect through me. And once they connect through me, they will be able to access the internet, and but still I will be using the man in the middle attack, that is MITM, and I will be able to gather all their information that I need by using the AirCrack NG, or we have several different sniffers to go ahead and gather these attacks, such as we have EtherCap, we have Wireshark that can go ahead and sniff all the traffic. Even if it's a SSL secured, then we can be able to go ahead and strip these things and access that. After that, we have the QR code generator. Just go ahead and create any random QR code for any, let's say, any random Android application or any computer application that you want, and upload it to a specific website. Once you go ahead and do that, just go ahead and type 99 to exit, because I won't be creating that right now. So just go ahead and enter the URL, and as soon as the person goes ahead and scans your barcode, he will straight away be transferred to your URL. And once he's transferred to your URL, I don't need to say what all things you can do. Then we have PowerShell attack vectors, that is specifically designed for Windows 8 and above, which uses the PowerShell, and which has all the SAM database, secure access manager, passwords inside that. And I don't need to explain that in detail. If you are a security expert, then you already know what it is exactly. And then we have finally the third party modules, which have RAT, and that's remote administrator tool and all those stuff. So I'll just go ahead and get back, and I'll teach you as to how to create a fake phishing website. So I'll just go ahead and start it from the very beginning. Okay, so once you are here, by typing the SE toolkit, just select first one, then select the second one, that's website attack vectors, and then select the credential harvester method. So we are going to harvest a specific person's email ID, or not an email ID, the password exactly, and type 3 and hit enter. And then we have web templates, custom import, and site cloner. We want a specific site to go ahead and impersonate them, so I'll be selecting second, that's site cloner, and I'll hit enter. And then we need to go ahead and use the IP address, so I'll just go ahead and type ifconfig, and I'll be using my IP address so that when the attacker tries to access, he will be redirected to my computer, and I'll hit enter. And we need the URL to clone. I believe let's check if it is okay, perfect. So I believe this is just a cached page, so my net is still down, I believe. Okay, no, it's working perfectly. Let me test. Okay, fine, it's working perfectly. So I'll just go ahead and select this. I'll just Control C, I'll copy it over here, and I'll paste it, and I'll hit enter. So what I'm doing in short is that I'm creating a fake URL with my IP address in that, and I'll type yes, and I'll hit enter. Apache is started, perfect, everything's running. So I'll just go ahead and see my files over here. We have var www, perfect. So we have these two files. This is the file which we have created, which the Kali Linux have created, and these are the new files. It's 518. I'll delete this one. This is the old one. Perfect. And I'll just go ahead and open our target computer. Let's assume, okay, I don't want this anymore. Let's assume this is our target computer. I'll just open the email ID. And so what we would be doing is that we need to send this specific email, let me open that. We need to send this specific IP address to our person whom we want to attack. So what I would normally do is I'll just go ahead and open GEDIT. Let's check if I have installed that. Perfect. And I'll type, let's say, dear user, whatever the name of the person would be, and I'll just go ahead and write, let's say, due to the let's say excess, due to, I'll just go and type recent excess of people creating accounts on Gmail. Due to recent excess of people creating accounts on Gmail, the traffic is slowed down and Gmail has become a bit slow. So in order to restore the original, make sure you don't do any spelling mistakes, because the person who's reading it may be able to identify that this is just a phishing scam. So in order to restore the original feed, we need you to access your Gmail through our secure server, else any unused email accounts will be deactivated in next 24 to 48 hours. Sincerely, Gmail desktop support, and happy emailing. That's how they write, I believe. And some random XYZ number plus 32 and some random number. Perfect. So this is how it looks like, I believe. So due to recent excess of people creating accounts in Gmail, the traffic is slowed down and Gmail has become a bit slow. So in order to restore the original speed, we need you to access your Gmail through our secure server, else any unused email accounts will be deactivated in the next 24 to 48 hours. The reason being, we are discarding unnecessary email accounts from our server. So once you go and send some kind of a thing like this to a specific party, normally the people would go ahead and actually be afraid to go ahead and lose their Gmail account, and they would access that. And finally, you need to go ahead and type the address. So our address was, I believe, 192.168 and 30. Just copy it and paste it over here. Perfect. And I'll just go and send this to our person, whoever we want to attack. And once we send it, hopefully the person will click on this link. So as soon as he clicks on this link, a new page will be opened of something like this. Just let me check if that's working. Perfect. So he will not even come to know that this is a fake account, because this does not look like fake, and he will assume this being a Gmail server. So what he would do, he would straight away go ahead and try to access his account. So let me just use a random ID. So I'll just type random dumb person at gmail.com, and this is not a real account. I'm just creating a random one using a random ID, and I'll tell let's say pcd@1234, and I'll hit enter. Yes, I want to remember the passwords. So nothing happened. If I had a actual one, then I would have actually been redirected to the original web page. As you can see, I am back to the original web page over here. So the user will not even think about, let's say, that this is a fake account. And I'll just close this one. And what you could see over here, that as soon as he enters even one time, I will already have his username and password over here in the harvester txt file. So I'll click open here over here, and you can see we have the password over here, random dumb person. And let's say if he tries to access that once more, and if he tries to access his another email, I'll just run. Okay, and let's say if I go ahead and create another dumb person 2 at gmail.com, and I'll use xyz@123, and I'll hit enter. Now again, this is a fake email ID. So as you can see, if I go ahead and close this, I'll just go ahead and open this again. You can see over here that I have the another one as well, dumbperson2@gmail.com, xyz@123. So as many times as he goes out and enters this thing here, we will have all the username and password that we need. So that's it for this tutorial. That's how we can go and create phishing websites, and we can send this to our people. And in this tutorial, I'll be teaching you more about social engineering techniques. And yeah, that's it for this tutorial, guys. Hey guys, welcome to the next tutorial of ethical hacking and penetration testing via Kali Linux. So in the previous tutorial, I taught you about social engineering through the harvester method, gathering information and then going ahead and creating fake pages to gather the third parties information, private information such as emails and passwords without their consent. So in this tutorial, we will be taking a look at the mass mailer attack, which is very famous, and as the name itself is clear, we are going to do e-bombing, or we are going to use the mailer to send n number of emails to a single target or multiple targets, and we are going to DDoS their machine or their emails. DDoS means distributed denial of service attack. We're normally going to DOS their machine, that's denial of service attack. Distributed denial of service is through multiple machines or multiple IP addresses. First thing is that open your terminal over here and then go ahead and type se tool kit and you hit enter and select the social engineering toolkit and then go ahead and select over here the mass mailer attack, fifth one, and hit enter. And as you can see that email attack, single email address, and we have email attack to mass mailer. So I'll just go ahead and check if I'm able to create a random email ID, two email IDs, and let me check without using my phone number. If I'm able to create that, it will be cool. So let's create an account and I'll just go down everything over here. I need the GDIT. Perfect. First name would be uh, dump, second name would be person, and dump person 1 and dump person 815. So that would be my Gmail ID, and password I'll just type okay 31 1990. I am okay I am male. No, I don't have anything. And 125. I agree. Perfect. Next step. Nah. Continue to Gmail. Okay, I'll just go ahead and cancel this one. I'll sign out. I'll go ahead and add another account. Create an account. Person. Smart person. And smart person 815. And I just okay. Perfect. Date of birth December 12, 1990, 89. Perfect. Anything. Let me be female. Oh, females are not smart. Let's use male. Perfect. 1101. I am not a robot. Perfect. Next step. Okay, it's asking me to go ahead and verify an account. Okay, never mind. I have another account which I would be using. So we have at least one account over here, and I'll just go ahead and minimize this for the sake of it. So what I would be doing is I would be attacking one single email address. I'll using one, and I'll hit enter. Send email to. I'll use this one. I'll paste it over here at the rate gmail.com, and I'll hit enter. And you can use either your own server or open relay or a Gmail account. I don't have an open server, so I'll be using my own Gmail account, one I created long time ago. So I'll hit 1 and I'll hit enter. And this is one of my old one. paul.kawasaki@gmail.com. Perfect. And the from name the user will see would be, let's use let's assume okay, I'll use smart person. And email password I need to enter, so perfect. And priority yes. Email subject would be you. I'll just put on you are going to get bombed. And I'll use H and enter the body of the message. And I need to go and type end in capitals. When I'm finished, I'll select dear user, you are going to get bombarded by smart just smart person for, let's say I need to send a total of 20 emails, so for 20 by with 20 bombs, 20 bombs. And regards and smart person and end. Perfect. So it has finished sending the emails. So I don't know how much time I have sent it. Let's go ahead and check and refresh it. Okay, hope it is not in spam. Mm, okay, I cannot see any thing being sent out. Let me check if I did not do anything wrong. Okay, spam. Okay, let me do this again. Mass mailer attack and email attack. Mass mailer. Okay. See, mass mailer attack, email attack, single email address. Send email to dumbperson815 gmail.com. That's my ID, right? dumbperson815 gmail.com. Let me check if I'm able to access my other ID. Just sign out. Later, if I come to know that I have used the wrong password and that was the reason I was not able to access it. Okay, I believe my net is down again, that being the reason I'm unable to access or send anything. Okay, I believe the second account I have used the wrong password. Okay, yeah, that's the reason I believe. So I don't remember my password exactly, but if I had my password, you knew how this was going to continue. You would see a number of emails from the specific target you want to send it to, and that's how it is done. So that would be it for this tutorial. And in the next tutorial, I'll be teaching you more about getting into much detail about creating different attacks, and most importantly, creating a payload and listener attack. And yes. Hey guys, welcome to the next tutorial of ethical hacking and penetration testing via Kali Linux. So in the previous tutorials, I taught you about social engineering and how we can go ahead and gather information and exploit those things against our client or any of your target that you have. So we have seen these things, but one or the other time you may get caught, or there may be some reason due to which you are unable to perform the social engineering. For example, you are staying in one town and you don't have any information or knowledge about where the person is or to whom you need to contact, and the party is in some other town, or you need to social engineer your way through your email without contacting. So that means that you cannot go ahead and gather information. You need to contact them without talking to them, like something like email or sending a message or something like that. So at that point of time, you need more of a technical expertise rather than just going ahead and using your social engineering techniques. So at that point of time, computer malwares are the one that can help you out. So we have loads of, I'll just go ahead and show you out. Let me just open my VMware workstation. There are n number of tools in Kali Linux, which has, I believe, around 1,000 exploits and viruses that can go ahead and help you in attacking different types of systems. So I would be showing you two of the most important. One would be through the command prompt, and the other one through would be through the Windows interpreter prompt. So by doing that, okay, just a moment, I'll my Kali Linux as well. Okay, so today I would be showing you that, but before I go ahead and proceed, I would like to tell you that virus are not the one that can go ahead and help you in that case. So it's a difference between, there's a lot of difference between virus, Trojan horse, and malwares and different types of all those viruses. So first I'll be taking you through a tour of what types of viruses are there, and later on which viruses are we going to use today to go ahead and gather much more information on about that. So starting with, I'll just go ahead and show you two important payloads that we would be using today. Okay, this was the one that I created yesterday. So I'll just delete that. And as you can see under social engineering toolkit, we have creating, you can see over here, we have a payload and listener and infectious media generator. So these are the two things which we would be learning. And after that, we will be learning something which is quite different, and it's not a normal way that through which we would attack someone. That is called in Kali Linux as evil grade. So that's the name of the software. So I'll just go ahead and run this, and this is what we'll be learning next time onwards. So I'll just check if, okay, perfect. And perfect. So as you can see, when I typed show modules, you have a number of applications over here. APT that's for Windows, APT that's for Linux, CCleaner, BS Player, BlackBerry, and well, these are for Windows. Nokia software, Notepad Plus, OpenOffice. So we have an all-in-one evil tool kit over here. And one more thing that I would have to ask you that is, before you go ahead and download any other Trojan along with the rootkit from the internet, just go ahead and install the RK Hunter in your operating system, just to make sure that no one else is actually spying on your system. You need to make yourself first secure in order for them to go ahead and do that. So you need to install the rootkit hunter, and I'll be showing you that. Not now, by the end of this tutorial I'll be showing you that. So I'll just go ahead and start with my PowerPoint presentation. So computer malware. So what exactly is a computer virus? A computer virus is a computer program that can copy itself and infect a computer without the permission or knowledge of the owner. So what exactly it is? Computer virus, making a computer virus is just like giving birth to a child. I may be speaking that metaphorically, but why I'm telling you that is because you need to spoon feed it each and everything that you ask and need it to do. For example, when you have a small baby, you need to make it learn how to walk and what things to do, what things not to do, to whom it should be friendly, to whom it should not be. Similarly, when you go ahead and write down a computer virus in any language, may it be Python or Perl or Ruby, you need to make sure that you give it specific instructions as to what it does, which files it needs to infect, whether it's the boot sector or just the system files, or each and every file that it has on PC, or it needs to take up space, or it needs to take minimum space, or it needs to self-destruct at some specific point of time. So the viruses which I have over here, which I would be teaching you today, would just be an overall the most common viruses that have been used for a long time. But there are some more creepy viruses over there, which are like logic bombs, which auto detonate after some point of time, or we have time bombs which detonate on specific time that you ask it to that you need to mention in the virus. So there are a number of viruses, but I will be only showing you the top famous ones. So one of the first treated virus was the creeper virus in the early 70s. And before the networks, before as you know that Google came like around 10 to 15 years back, I believe. I don't know exactly when, but I believe it's 10 to 15 years back. Before that, even before that, there were computer viruses, and they were not spread through network or internet. Social engineering was very less at those days. At those days, these viruses spread through removable media such as floppy disk or CD-ROMs. Now, the reason being that I don't think we had USBs at that point of time. That is the reason. So these are the type of computer viruses. The first one would be the Trojan horse. Trojan horse is mostly famous from the Troy, which in the Greek. I'll just go ahead and show you out something. So I'll just open my Google and I'll show you Trojan horse as to why it is the name Trojan horse. So as you can see that the Trojan horse is a tale from the Greek war about the sort of subterfuge that the Greeks used to enter the city of Troy and win the war. So what they did exactly was that they created the Greeks were about to lose the war when they entered the city of Troy. So they created this huge like around 10 or 15 meters or even more than it, I don't know exactly. They created this huge horse type of statue, and it in the at the time of Greeks, they thought, the people of Troy thought that this is a message of God, something like that, because they used to believe horse as some kind of god. So they brought this into the city, and what they came to know later was that inside all of this, when they tried in the night, when they did not know anything, there were a special door over here, somewhere over here, and there were people inside this horse. And when everyone was sleeping in Troy, they directly came out and they hunted each and everyone down, and then they captured the whole city. So a Trojan horse is just something like it sees something different to make that lures you out, but it is something different and it is something malicious. So that's how it works. So to be more precise, I would say something like Trojan horses appear as an interesting program file, technically speaking, but when installed, it allows intruders to access and read your files. That's what it can do. So, and we would be learning Trojan horse today by the end of this session. And after that, we have worms. Worms are just viruses that copies and multiplies itself by using computer networks and security flaws. So worms is typically from the normal worm that we have, means a normal living worm. It just keeps on multiplying itself and does nothing else. So, and just discriminates the our, you can say, as our surroundings. So that's what these worms do, but they do in the technical world. And after that, we have email viruses, which are one of the most dangerous, and they are the most used in corporate espionage. Email messages are used to spread, which allow it to automatically forward itself to thousands of people. So they spread themselves automatically. We have then later on boot sector virus. Boot sector virus infects the boot of the MBR of diskettes and hard drives. And when I say MBR of diskettes, that means whenever whenever your computer starts, all the boot files are infected. And they also go ahead and share each and every. They also go ahead and infect each and every drives that are there through sharing, and they are later then infected. And pirate software applications are also famous for having them included. So whenever you download anything from torrent or Kickass, you need to make sure that you don't have any of these files with you. And once your hard disk is infected, all your disks will be that use in your computer will be infected. So either the boot sector virus may infect or kill all of your sources, or it may go ahead and send all of these to someone else you don't even know where it is being sent to. So, and next we have is program virus. Program virus is a specific kind of virus. It becomes active when the program file, usually the extension something like period bin or period com, that's .com, .bin, .exe files are executed. They carry the viruses, but it does not affect itself. The person who has this specific file in the PC, they need to go ahead and activate that, and then it starts, and then the program starts, program activates, and it starts making copies of itself, and then it will infect other programs on the computer. And we have then the multi-party virus. It is quite a dangerous virus, and it is a hybrid of a boot sector and program viruses. It infects, you can say, as program files, and when the infected program is active, it will infect the boot record as well. So if you think that these are dangerous viruses, these are not it. There have been still more dangerous viruses, far more dangerous than these, and I will be teaching you that as well. And these are the most dangerous viruses of all types: the stealth virus, the polymorphic, and the macro. And out of these three, the stealth and the polymorphic are the most dangerous viruses after macro. Macroviruses are programmed as a macro embedded in document, and they're usually found in OpenOffice, or not even OpenOffice. Mostly it's found in Microsoft Word and Excel. And once it gets to your computer, every document you produce will become infected and relatively new type of virus, and it may slip by your antivirus because macrovirus is the latest in the city, and you don't even know what exactly it is. So if you don't have the most recent version installed of your antivirus may not even detect this kind of virus. That's the reason. Then we have stealth viruses. Stealth viruses disguise itself to prevent from being detected by another antivirus. It alters its file size or conceals itself in memory. If that is not dangerous enough, then if you go ahead and provide another dangerous virus along with that, such as macrovirus or multi-party virus, it may even go ahead and alter the memory of that specific virus. So it will keep itself and the other virus in the stealth mode, and then it will attack your computer. So you won't even know whether your computer won't even run slow. It will be in the normal process, normal speed, but later point of time it will all of a sudden stop working. So that's how it will work. And the most dangerous of all would be the polymorphic virus. Polymorphic virus acts as a chameleon. It changes its virus signature, binary pattern, every time it multiplies and affects a new file. So in short, let me just show you a diagram. There was a famous diagram on the internet that I was looking some days back. So just let me check if my net is on. Yeah, perfect. Okay, let me check if there's a very famous diagram as to what it used to do exactly. Okay, I don't think I had it over here. Okay, so I don't have it exactly over here, but what it used to do properly was that creates a virus, and then if you don't know how exactly antivirus work, you may not even be able to know this exactly. It creates a virus, and then it goes ahead and changes its binary signature, and any antivirus detects a virus through its binary signature. So it creates multiple viruses, and every other virus has different binary signature, so it becomes hard for the antivirus to detect. And you need to have 2 or 3 antivirus to scan all of your computer, because not all just one antivirus is not sufficient enough to catch this kind of virus. That's the reason. So it is one of the most dangerous. It keeps on multiplying. It keeps on changing its source code. So the antivirus may not even be able to detect. So these are the few examples of different types of viruses. In the next tutorial, I'll take you through the different viruses that have affected us till age. Hey guys, welcome to the next tutorial of ethical hacking and penetration testing via Kali Linux. So in the previous tutorial, I taught you about these different viruses, and I told you that polymorphic virus was the most dangerous of all one, because if you have sufficient knowledge about writing a virus, then you can go ahead and do something like create one virus and program it in such a way that creates a Trojan horse, and that Trojan horse again infects the computer, and it creates a virus, and that again the new virus goes ahead and changes the binary code. It creates a macro virus. So you can create one single virus that creates multiple viruses with different binary codes, and it also goes ahead and changes the binary pattern of each and every other virus, and it has multiple viruses to work in every other way. So you can go ahead and you have the polymorphic virus. You can work in a stealth way. You have the microvirus, the boot sector virus, and in short, you have everything that you need. So it might be way more than dangerous, but a normal person won't be able to write that because it will have much more complication. But again, still, if there are a group of people, like 2 or 3 different people, they may go ahead and spend up time together and write this down. So these are different types of viruses that I have taught you till now. Now let's take a look at the most dangerous viruses of all time. And before I proceed, these are the few signs that your computer is infected. If your computer functions slower than normal, if it responds very slowly and freezes, restarts automatically, or see uncommon messages that you don't know about, and dialog boxes, and some of the applications don't work at all. These are a few examples. There are other examples which also infect only your browser, such as you may see some options in the top right corner over here stating that the browser settings have been changed. Most of the time it does if you have Windows 7 or any newer version. And other options such as every time you go ahead and open your Chrome or your Mozilla, multiple different search engines open up, such as Speedbit or Traverse or something like that, which you have not even kept as your default search engine. So when you see such things, it means that you have been affected by a computer virus. And if you want to go ahead and save your computer at that point of time, save your data, the most stupidest thing that the people do is that they go ahead and take a backup of all their data inside a pen drive, and then they go ahead and normally format it. But you don't go ahead and see the most logical reason behind that, because when you go ahead and take a backup, you're also taking a backup of the virus, not just your data. Your data has already been affected by the virus. When you go ahead and take a backup, the virus is already affected your PC. Now it also affects your portable hard disk or your pen drive wherever you take the backup. And then after formatting, your computer is once again normal. You go ahead and insert that pen drive. Then again your computer is affected. So that is the most retarded way that one can go ahead and take a backup of all time. So you might be wondering that what to do in such case. You can either go ahead and format the whole PC without taking your backup. That would be one way. Or go ahead and download any antivirus so that you can scan your computer. But downloading another antivirus and then scanning a computer may be hard again, because there are some viruses which does not allow at all. Once they have infected, they does not allow at all to go ahead and download any antivirus or install any antivirus from the outside. They will not even allow the antivirus to work at all. They will automatically distort it and it won't even work. So what to do at this point of time? The best way, if you ask me, would be to go ahead and use a live USB CD. Or a live USB or a live CD of a Ubuntu or any other Linux distribution, or even a Unix would be fine. Just go ahead, insert that on one of your USB drives or your CD-ROM, and then go ahead and take a backup of each and everything. Remove that pen drive, go ahead and format your PC. And now don't go ahead and copy all of these things again to your computer, because the pen drive that you have also has the virus. So this point of time, go ahead, insert the live disk, insert a live disk or live USB, insert another pen drive, and take a look at all of these things and each and everything inside that, or what are all the things you want. Each and every folder you need to go ahead and check, and don't copy the folder at any point of time. Create a new folder in the new computer and then copy whatever you want, and then only you will be safe. So these are the few things that you can go ahead and do in order to save yourself from different other types of viruses. So yeah, after that I told you that I would be teaching you the most dangerous virus of all times. So the first half of the 70s or late 60s or early 70s, you can say, the rabbits, yeah, you heard me right. Rabbits cloned themselves and they occupied the system resources, slowing them down the productivity. So rabbits was one of the most dangerous viruses of all time before the early 70s or the late 60s or whatever. So they were the most famous. They did not want to gather any information. They just wanted to make the system down. That's it. After that, in the early 70s, we had the Creeper. The Creeper was capable of entering a network by itself, transferring a copy of itself to the system. And that is quite creepy if you ask me. But in the early 80s, increasing number of programs written by individuals, not by software companies, started developing. And these programs caused minor viruses called as Trojan horses, but they were not actually Trojan horses. Trojan horse developed at a later point of time, and these programs do not actually work like a Trojan horse. After that, in 1986, we had brain virus, which were created by Amjad and Basit Farooq Alvi. They were spread through floppy disk and they infected the boot records and not the computer drives. They only affected the boot records. And they are from Lahore, Pakistan. There were different viruses such as Lahore, Pakistani brain, brain A, UIUC virus. These viruses took over the free space on the floppy disk and HID from detection, and they disguised themselves by displaying the uninfected boot sector viruses on their disk. So these were the two most dangerous viruses of all time. After that, we had Lehigh viruses in 1987. It was the first memory resident file infector that attacked all executable files and took control when a file was opened and whenever it was closed. After that, later on, we had the Jerusalem virus, which I have not yet mentioned over here. Jerusalem virus had bugs inside that reinfected that were already infected. After that, we had Robert Memory virus, the Trojan horse for Mac OS X, Torpig, and Configure. So these were also more important, but we had other different types of viruses such as Robert Morris worm, and that made a worm that invaded ARPANET computers, disabled 6,000 computers on the network by overflowing their memory banks with the copies of itself. In 1991, I have not yet mentioned these things because these were mostly secret viruses. So in 1991, we had a Norton antivirus software, but also that was not as good. And again, people started infecting viruses inside antiviruses, and that was the most creepy part because you cannot even save yourself when your antivirus itself contains the virus. In 1999, we had the Melissa viruses. I would be taking a big note on that virus at a later point of time. It infected thousands of computers very fast by sending copies of itself to 50 names in the address book on the Outlook email, and it led to an estimated around 80 million damages in something and record sales of antivirus products. So the main aim was to go ahead and shut down the production of antivirus. That's it. In 2000, we had the I Love You virus, which was sent by email and infected 10% of the computers in only in one day, which was created by a young Filipino computer student. Although the computer student did not get punished because the Philippines had no law against hacking, which led to the European Union's global cybercrime treaty that we have today. And in 2001, we have the NIMDA virus, which was days after the 9/11 attack, 9/11 attack there on US. So in 2004, the most famous virus of all time came into existence. That was MyDoom, and MyDoom spread through emails and file sharing software. It was very much faster than any previous virus or worm. And so after around 2 to 3 years, this most famous virus came, and it allowed hackers to access the hard drives of the infected computer. An estimated 1 million computers running Windows were affected by the fast-spreading Sacer computer worm. And the worm does not cause irreparable harm to the computer's data, but it does slow down the computer and cause some to quit or reboot without explanation. So you won't even know when that's happened. Then in the later part of 2006, we had Trojan horse for Mac OS X, and people used to think that Mac OS X was impenetrable and no one can actually go and hack into that. But later on, even that belief were crushed by these hackers. They created the first ever malware Trojan for Mac OS X, and later on they started developing these things. In 2008, we had Torpig. Torpig is a Trojan horse which affects Windows, turning off antivirus applications. It allows others to access the computer, modify data, steal confidential information, and install malware on the victim's computer. And in 2009, we had Configure. Configure infected around from 9 to 5 million Microsoft server systems, French Air Force, Royal Navy warships, submarines, the Sheffield Hospital Network, UK Defense Ministry, and many more. So these are the different types of all viruses. But over here, the most important and dangerous virus of all time were two. They were Melissa and the love bug. So these before I go ahead and explain it to you what these viruses do, these are how the viruses work. First, the virus arrives as email attachment or something, looking as a Trojan horse. Then the email attachment may contain the email exactly won't be sent as MP3 or JPG or DOC, because nowadays Google directly scan these files. So they go ahead and encrypt these things inside WinRAR or attachment, something like that, a zip file. And when you go ahead and extract it, you will find an MP3 or MP3, JPG or a doc document. And when you go ahead and run it, the infection starts, and it not only starts on your computer, it will convert your computer into a botnet. So the attacker will go ahead and control your machine, and he will start sending these viruses from your machine to other computers. So your machine will be the king machine, and these will be the slave bots which would go ahead and be accessed from your computer. So if any person tries to go ahead and does any wrong or uses these things for wrong purposes, such as stealing anything, tries to use it for theft, then you will be the person who will be caught, because you are the king bot and these are the slave bots. That's the reason. And finally, when the payload hits, at some point after the trigger, the virus performs what it's programmed for, and inserting jokes into your documents and loads of other things. And again, it goes on. It's some kind of a loop. It goes on achieving the same things again and again. So these are how the viruses work. And finally, I'll now teach you the Melissa virus, which was it was just another virus that fired up the media. Was Melissa. It's a Word macro virus, Microsoft Word macro virus. When people received the host Word document via email and opened it, the virus sent a copy of itself to the first 50 people in the victim's address book. So if you go ahead and, let's say for example, as I told you previously, I'll just go to the previous slide. So you open this document, the Word document, and it will these will be the 50 computers, and to these 50 computers, email will be sent out to you under your name about these Word files. So these people will think not 50, but at least 40 of them will think that you have sent this file, and without contacting you, they will open these files, and each one of these people again send it to 50 people. So 50 people over here, and out of this, all the 50 people sending these viruses to again more 50 people, and that's not quite that good, is it? And that's what this Melissa virus did. So it was very easy for itself to go and spread them. It was named after a topless dancer in Florida, the Melissa virus. It crashed the email servers of corporations and huge governments in different spots around the world. And the computer emergency response team, set up after the Robert Morris mugged up the internet with his worm in 1988, estimated that this virus at least hit a total of 1 lakh computers in its first weekend itself. And then later on, David Smith posted the infected virus as an all-period sex Usenet group using a stolen AOL account. Initially, he entered a plea of innocence, but after being confronted with a maximum of 40 years of sentence in prison, he eventually pled guilty, and he received a much reduced sentence. So you can go and search for David L. Smith, because he was the creator of that virus, and later on he was sentenced for some 5 to 10 years of prison. And after that, we had the final virus of Love You and Love You Bug virus. By almost any measure, the so-called love bug was the most damaging and the costliest virus ever. I don't know who comes up with these random figures, but according to the Reuters, the love bug costed around 15 billion in the lost productivity in the whole world. And this spreads even faster than the Melissa. But unlike Melissa, it would mail itself to everyone in your Outlook address book, and to everyone, not just 15 people, most of whom would probably be delighted to read about how you love them, and not just the first 50. So moreover, it would just gobble up the certain media file stored on your hard drive. So any contact information that it finds, may it be in your email or anything else, it will just go ahead and spread itself to that random stuff, and it will affect everything. So these were the different types of viruses, and that's it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, I'll be teaching you about how we can go ahead and actually infect someone else's computer. Hey guys, welcome to the next tutorial of ethical hacking and penetration testing via Kali Linux. So before I just go ahead and proceed with actually infecting my own VMware computer, Windows computer, I would just like to tell you how, or if someone else tries to go ahead and hack into your computer, may it be Linux or Windows, how to save it yourself. Always use the most latest antivirus and have it updated at every point of time. Be aware with the latest software updates and your security updates for either your Linux or your Windows distribution. And don't open emails and attachments that you don't know of. May it be you're running a Linux or you're using a Windows operating system, it doesn't matter. Just don't go ahead and open that. Straight away delete that and don't even check the emails that you don't know. Always check the updates of your antivirus regularly and make sure the antivirus you have installed is not any random antivirus from your torrent. Always go ahead and buy them, because anything you go ahead and download from torrent or from Pirate Bay, they may already have been infected. And if instead of going ahead and protecting your computer, you may yourself go ahead and invite a Trojan horse to go ahead and destroy your own computer. And that's not it from my end. The most important thing that I'll tell you, in case you are using any version of Linux, just go ahead and install the rootkit hunter, so that even if you had any other virus inside your computer, you may be able to still go ahead and save yourself. So just go ahead and type apt-get install and just type rkhunter, rk hunter, and just type yes and hit enter. And yes, okay, I think I'll have to run apt get update first. I have not yet updated since a very long time. Okay, I think I'll have to go ahead and use my username password to first access my internet. Just let me start it. Yep, it's my internet. Let me see what's happening. Okay, need to enter the username password, I believe. Okay, let me check if I'm allowed to enter anything else. Okay, I'll just go ahead and log in it over here. Okay, perfect. Proceed. Now let's check. PDR install RK Hunter. Now I'll just first go ahead and update everything. Okay, perfect. It's working right now. If you're using any other Linux distribution, such as Ubuntu or Fedora or something like that, and you want to install RK Hunter, you can go ahead and download it from the Git hub. I'll just go ahead and show you, or the SourceForge as well, as you can see. And there are different ways. I'll just go ahead and type. You can see that there are different ways as to how you can go ahead and install the rootkit hunter in your system. Just download it from the Git hub if you're not using Kali Linux or the source repositories. Just go ahead and add them in any of your Linux distribution, and then go ahead and install that. So need just go ahead and wait. Perfect. Yes. Okay, perfect. Perfect. So I'll just go ahead and clean. Perfect. Okay, perfect. And if you want to update the RK Hunter, then just about RK Hunter and have an update. Okay, inward option update. Let me check if I could run this. Okay, just go ahead and type C and it will automatically check all the commands, and it will just go ahead and detect everything, whether you have been infected or not. It will scan each and everything from over there. Perfect. It will what it's doing in short is that detecting whether anyone else has not created a backdoor under your computer, and anyone else does not have a rootkit under your computer. That's what does exactly. As you can see, there was nothing found over here. So, in files and directories, let's check. There have been only just warnings about this such root access and nothing else. So can just go and ignore that. The reason being that I have run this through root, and if I had run this through any other user, it would simply have run without warning. The only thing we got this warning because I run it actually through root. Okay, so yeah, perfect. So now let's start with going ahead and gaining access into someone else's computer. So we make sure that you have Windows 7 active over here. What we will be doing is that we would be creating a simple virus. We would be sending it on our Windows 7 computer, and then we would be going ahead and modifying stuff just from over here. So that would be it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, I would be actually going ahead and running these viruses and get access to the Windows 7. Hey guys, welcome to the next tutorial of ethical hacking and penetration testing via Kali Linux. So let's go ahead and actually go and do some stuff right now and get access to this Windows 7 over here. So I have everything over here, perfect. And I'll just go ahead and start my. Just go ahead to the terminal and type SE toolkit, and we'll go into the first, that is social engineering attack. So select one and hit enter, and then over here we would be creating a payload and listener. Payload is something, it's a virus or a Trojan horse that goes ahead, not exactly a Trojan horse. It goes ahead, and when I go to install it on your computer, I'll send it to mail or something like that, along with attached with some kind of file. And when you receive it, you will when you receive and you run it, I will straight away get a listen. My listener will start over here, start listening to the port that you have access on, and I will be able to access each and everything from your computer until unless you restart, obviously. But we also have a solution for that, so that every time you go and restart, the payload automatically runs and tries to connect to our listener. Even we can do that, but I will go ahead and teach you at a later point of time. So let's start with our payload and listener. So we will be selecting 4, and I will be going ahead and trying to hit enter. And I need to go to insert the IP address of my computer. So I'll type ifconfig. So we have this IP address. I'll select this one, just copy it and paste it over here. So what it will be doing is that every time it will go ahead and search for this IP address and connect it back to us. And so these are the different viruses that we have over here. Right now we would be seeing the command shell prompt, and later on these are and different types of viruses. I won't be teaching each and every one of them. If you have your custom virus that you have written, you can go ahead and import it, your own executable over here. So this is the simplest virus of all, command prompt and interpreter. These are the two that I would be teaching you. And let me check. Yeah, perfect. So I'll just go ahead, and since we would be learning the first one, that's command prompt, I will go ahead and select one. What it would be doing is that as soon as it runs from your computer, it will open a command prompt on my Kali Linux operating system, and everything I want to do it on your computer, I can do it just via command prompt. So select one and I'll hit enter. And as you can see, we have the normal, that's Shikata Genai, and we have the backdoor executable. So we will be creating a backdoor because others will get still picked by the AV. That's antivirus, but a backdoor, no matter what you do, I will still be able to go and access your computer, even if you have formatted or anything else. So I'll select 4 and I'll hit enter, and I need to select a port under which I would be listening. So I will be select, let's say 88. I'll just select 2960. I'll hit enter, and the virus will be created. By the time I will go ahead and turn my Defender off over here in Windows 8, so that I can straight away go ahead and copy it to my operating system. So let me search Defender. Perfect. I'll just go ahead and temporarily turn it off. And let's go ahead and start the listener. Yes, go ahead and start. And where is the payload saved? The virus that I created, it is saved in the SCT directory. So by the time the MSF console starts, let's go ahead and copy our payload. So root is over here, and we need to go ahead and show hidden files, else you won't be seeing anything. So show hidden files. We have the period SCT over here. As you can see, I cannot see any payloads over here. Okay, I'll need to check once more. It's in the root directory of SET. Me check. Okay, user, and go ahead and share. We have SCT. Okay, we have it over here, payload.exe. That is the root share. So I'll just copy it and I'll just go ahead and paste it over here. Okay, I see no reason why I'm unable to copy it. Let me check. Perfect, and I'll go ahead and cut, and I'll paste it on my Windows 7 over here. Perfect. And I'll just go ahead and double click this. So I'm assuming that you have sent this to any third party and they have just double clicked to run this file. I will show you how you can go ahead and convert this into a Trojan horse later on. But as of now, just go ahead and run this file. And when you come back to the Cal Linux over here, you can see that command shell session 1 has been opened. So just go ahead and type session 1 sessions -l. It will show you all these sessions. So we have the ID 1, so I'll be selecting 1, so I'll type session -i space 1. And as you can see, I have the command prompt over here. So if you didn't understood exactly what happened, I'll show you. I'll tell you in detail. As soon as this payload started over here in Windows 7, as soon as I clicked, it created a reverse command prompt transfer to my Kali Linux. So it gave a command prompt access to my computer, and I just went ahead and typed sessions -l to see all the sessions running. And so there was only one session running at this point of time, so it only gave me the one, and the ID was 1. So I typed session -i, that means interaction with 1. So session 1 was opened. So now I can go ahead and do anything that I want over here. And the first thing that you would normally would want to do would be go ahead and merge this into someone, migrate this process into something else. Because if the user is smart enough, he will go ahead and straight away right click on his computer, the task manager, and he can see this process running over here, payload.exe. If he goes ahead and closes this, right click and process tree, yes, the connection will be turned down, and as you can see over here in Cal Linux, you will get session was closed. And no matter again if you go ahead and try to search, you will not get any active sessions over here. That is the reason. So I'll just go ahead and start this payload once more and see if we can go ahead and, as you can see, command shell 2 was opened, and I'll just go through and type sessions. We have the session 2, so I'll type I space 2. New session was opened since I ran that again, and I have the desktop access as well. But desktop access is not that important. We want the root access, that is the system32 access. So before I go ahead and gather the access to system32, I will first migrate this to the Explorer that we have over here, that's explorer.exe, so that even if the person goes ahead and closes this payload.exe, our program will still continue to run unless this Explorer is shut down or restarted. So I'll just go ahead and show you as to how we can go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and check the help and see what all things we have. So these are the things that we can go ahead and do, and just make sure, remember that in case if you want to migrate, you cannot do it through the command prompt. You need to do it through the meterpreter prompt. But the thing is that we are using the shell prompt of command and not the meterpreter, so you won't be able to do that in this virus. You will have to use the meterpreter. So command prompt is just a small thing. If you get access through a meterpreter, then you will be able to run the command prompt and everything just through meterpreter. But still, command prompt is useful in its own way, and it's not that heavy as meterpreter. That's the reason people use that. So I have all the commands that I can go ahead and use, as you can see over here. So we will be using some of these. Let's go ahead and as we have a desktop, let's create some text files. So let me check what is the, let's go ahead and create a directory with the name of Mr. Smart. Okay, so a directory was created. Let's go ahead and check if our directory was created over here. Perfect, we have the Mr. Smart. And there is one more thing that I would like to teach you is that now if the person goes in and tries to go ahead and shift delete it, it won't be able to delete. The reason being that it is being run in the background. So if the person is smart enough, as I told you again, he will just download the application, he will double click it, he will run it, he will, if there's nothing happening in the background, he will try to delete it. But he will see that, okay, I'm not able to delete it. That means it's still running. And if the person is smart enough, he will go ahead and right click on the task manager and he will check the task manager and he will see that this payload is still running. So he will right click and he will end the process tree over here, which you do not want. So the first thing that you would want to do is go ahead over here in Kali Linux, and as soon as you go ahead and get access to the computer, I'll just go ahead and copy it, and again that won't be able to do that over here since this is just a command prompt. I'll show you that in the meterpreter prompt because that is a very vast thing. So in short, you can do anything that you want over here in the command prompt. As you see that I have created the folder Mr. Smart. If I wanted to delete that, I'll type rmdir Mr. Smart, and the folder should have been removed. Perfect. If I, let's see if I can go ahead and gain access to, okay, ls is not operable. Sorry, I thought I was in Linux. Let's check the command. I don't have much idea about the command for Windows. Let's go ahead and check what all options do we have over here. So chdr, let's check chdr. Okay, I'm in C, but I want to check all the directories. So let's check in this command prompt. Let's type prompt. It's in prompt, so it moves to directory. Okay, attribute and break chdr displays set of add to the name of name or changes calls and batch. Let's check if we can go ahead and see all the files. dir, perfect, we have it, dir. Okay, so I can see all the files over here. Let's try to go into Windows if we could do that. Perfect. And again I'll type dir. Let's try to go to system 32. Perfect. So I believe we have the administrator access over here right now because we are already into system 32 and the administrator is the main, that is the test user. So anything that we want to do over here, we can do over here and we don't need to go and hesitate into doing anything else. So let's go ahead and check what are the other commands. So you can do anything you want over here, recover anything, the readable file, create another file, create your own payload, and if you're smart enough, you can just go ahead and gather all the access from this person's computer over here. So that is it for this tutorial, and if you want much more information, you can just go ahead and see all of these things, and you need to learn all of these things as you can do each and everything if you know all the proper commands. And yes, there's not much to it. You can do all of these things that you can do in a normal Windows computer, but we only have the administrator access as of now, and what we want would be to go ahead and gain the system access, which is much more than the normal administrator. So, but we won't be able to do that just by using a normal command prompt. We want meterpreter for that, and I would be teaching you that in the next tutorial. So that's it guys for this tutorial, and I'll be seeing you in the next tutorial. Hey guys, welcome to the next tutorial of ethical hacking and penetration testing via Kali Linux. So in this tutorial, I'll just go ahead and first close this command prompt that I created in the previous tutorial. Exit. And yes, the reason died. I'll just go ahead and close this. I'll delete this payload.exe as well because I need a meterpreter, and I'll just go ahead and okay, it's already terminated. Delete this as well. So let's go ahead and do something more at this point of time. So what I would be doing in this tutorial is that I will create a payload file, and I will go ahead and change its icon, its name and everything, and I will send it to the victim so that he will think it's just a normal file. Or if I go ahead and gain access to his computer, I will replace the my computer icon with my virus file. So every time he wants to run the my computer, he will double click on my virus.exe file and he will run that. So I'll just go ahead and create, let's download the, I'll just open it over here, check. First thing that you need to download would be the resource hacker. So I would prefer Google. And ask me later and resource hacker. And we have it over here, British version. So 3.4.1, and let's check which is the real one. So let's check over here. Okay, perfect. Let's download it. Okay, I'll just save it, and I'll save it on the desktop. Okay, this is from the Softonic, I believe. We'll just close this and this. Okay, perfect. Extract all files. Let's see if this works. Perfect. So we have the resource hacker. So what we would be doing is, first I will assume this as my target PC, as well as I will also be experimenting this as my own VMware workstation. I'm a hacker and this is my own VMware workstation. I will also be assuming that as well. So I'll first go ahead and create my payload terminal. So I'll open a toolkit and I'll type SETOOLKIT, and I'll choose one, social engineering attacks. Fourth, creating a payload and listener, and the IP address would be the same. And this time we would be using the reverse meterpreter attack. So I'll be using the 2, not the 1. So I'll just go ahead and hit 2 and enter. So again, backdoor executable. The port would be, let's change the port this time, 8888. And by the time this runs, start the listener, yes, keep the listener running, and file system, and we have USR, share, SET, and we have our virus over here. So I'll copy it to my VMware version of this over here. Okay, I can copy it directly right now. Perfect. So I will go ahead and right click and use it as a resource hacker. So I'll just go ahead and open my resource hacker, and I'll go ahead and open, and desktop, here's my payload. So I need to change the icon over here. So this icon is way too easy for someone to understand. So I need my computer hack icon. So I'll just go ahead and type download my computer icon. You can download any other icon that you want. I'm just downloading this icon. Make sure that whichever icon you use, your target would be easily conned by that. Mm, where is my computer again? This is not my computer. Okay, I have it. And I'll download the ICU. I don't exactly. I had done this after a long time, so I'll just go and save it on desktop. Perfect. Now I'll minimize that. It's downloaded. Perfect. We have the icon over here. I'll just go and name it as icon. I don't want a very big name. And I'll go ahead and I want to change this icon. So what I would do is I will go ahead and me check replace icon, I believe. Okay, I'll use this open and replace. Perfect. And I'll save as desktop at my computer. Okay, I believe that my file was way too big, the icon. That's the reason I did not get a proper. Yeah, let's go and change this as well. No, it was the same one. Okay, yeah, that's right. So my icon was way too big, and that's the reason it's not detecting the icon right now. But let's just assume that you have created this icon, the same icon, by gathering the same pixel icon, and I'll just go and delete both of these. So let's assume at this point of time that this is a real icon, and we will be going ahead, and this is my computer. So the person double clicks this one, and let's go to our Kali Linux and see what happens. As you can see, a payload has been started, and I'll type sessions -l. There are no active sessions. Okay, I think I'll just go ahead and check my payload. Okay, I'll just go ahead and quit this, and I'll open MSF console, and I'll just go ahead and close the payload. Okay, I don't have the payload over here right now running. Let's check. Let's start the MSF console, and then we will go and run our virus. Okay, so let's see. Okay, we have sending stage. Let's see if we could get our hands on it. If the firewall does not detect it, it will straight away go ahead and run our interpreter prompt, and I will get once we get our interpreter prompt, we can do anything that we want. Let's wait and see what happens. Okay, now I know why it was not working, because it was just copying the payload that I had over here to over here. That's the reason. So I'll just go ahead and copy this payload, and yep, perfect. Or I'll just copy it from over here, paste it here, and then cut it, and I will paste it over here. Paste, copy and replace. Perfect. Now it should work. Let's see if it works. Perfect. So as you can see, we have the interpreter first prompt opened. So let's go ahead and see the stage, and we have it. Perfect. So once the interpreter prompt is open, we can do anything that we want, but I'll be showing you in the next tutorial, and that is it for this tutorial, guys. Hey guys, welcome to the next tutorial of ethical hacking and penetration testing via Kali Linux. So this is the continuation of my previous tutorial. So I'll just go ahead and give you a short brief about what happened exactly. I used SE Toolkit to create a simple payload for Meterpreter, and I went ahead and ran that through my old computer. So I'm assuming over here that through some social engineering or other stuff, you have inserted this into your target person's computer, and once you have that in their system, it is up and running. And Now, as you can see, I typed sessions hyphen L, and we have this session open, and I used session hyphen I space 1 to go ahead and get access to that. So now you might be thinking that we could do anything that we want through the command prompt. Then why would we would need a meterpreter? The reason being that if the person, as I told you in one of my previous tutorials, he is smart enough, he will straight away go ahead to the task manager and right click the payload that's running and end the process tree, and it will get disconnected. So the first thing that we would be doing over here is we would be migrating process to something else. So I'll just type migrate and we'll type help. And as you can see, a process ID must be specified and not a process name. So we need the process ID for our payload that's running over here. So let's go ahead and since running the Cal Linux, we don't know what is the process ID of the payload running. So just go ahead and type help and see what all things can we do by using the interpreter. We can go ahead and manipulate the timestamp, which is quite an awesome feature of this one, so that the person, even if you have infiltrated some big organization and you have changed the time dates for each and everything, the forensic investigator will just be confused and he will not even be able to know what is actually happening over there. Then we have the hasdump database that will go ahead and dump all the contents of the security access manager. That is our simple computer. That means for the Windows, Windows has the SAM database, that security accounts manager or access manager, something that stores each and every password that you save in your computer. So Hasdump will go ahead and spit out all the passwords that you have along with the username. Then we have get system that will go ahead and gain access to our local system. That is, we only have the administrator access as of now, but we will get the system access. That means we will be able to edit and modify the system files. Then if our computer has video webcam, then we can go ahead and gain a snapshot of that, and we can also go ahead and record our per targets audio chat and video chat, anything that we want, and all of these things. Then we can go ahead and get a screenshot, or we can go ahead and use multiple desktops if we want. We can start keystroke login, key scan, and all of these things. But these are not things we are interested. I'm teaching you that later on. The most important thing that first is that we need to secure our access into that computer. We need to go ahead and make sure that the person does not go ahead and kill our process. So for that, we would need to go ahead and migrate. And before we migrate, we need to know which PID to migrate, which process to migrate to. So let's go ahead and check. It needs a process ID name that to be specified. So we will first go ahead and check the process ID. That means we need to first get the process ID for our payload that's running so that we could go ahead and migrate. So let's go ahead and check what's the command prompt for checking all the process that's running. So let's check. Okay, search, upload, networking commands, git proxy, netstat, and ifconfig, ipconfig, port forward, route. No, we don't want any of these things. We just, okay, get PID, and yes, that's what we are looking for. So let's go ahead and check. Get PID 3880. That's the PID of our current session. Let's check what we get over here. And the payload, so properties, we want to check the PID for each one. Let's go ahead and check. So we have all of these things. Get desktop, idle time, that's not we're interested in. Shell, get UID of the service running, no. Okay, PS, so we will go ahead and select PS and see all the processes that's running. So for payload, let's check the PID and the PPID. We are mostly interested in PID, so that would be 3880. So let's check if we could go ahead and use migrate 3880. Okay, so okay, that was an error from my end. What I did, I needed to migrate to explorer.exe, that is 3268. So I'll type migrate and I'll type 3268 and I'll hit enter. Let's see if we are able to migrate to the explorer.exe. Perfect. So what I did over here is that I went ahead and transferred myself to the explorer.exe. So as you can see, we do not have any payload running over here. It's only the explorer.exe. And the reason because I merged the payload along with explorer.exe, and now the person, only if he goes ahead and tries to end the process of explorer.exe, only then he will be able to go ahead and create. And as you can see, even if it deletes the payload.exe, it doesn't matter to us because we still have our meterpreter running even after that, even after the person deleted the payload. The reason being that we have migrated our payload to explorer.exe, and he cannot go ahead and throw us out anytime sooner. Now once we have migrated, we need to make sure that even if the person goes ahead and restarts his computer, we would still be able to go ahead and run our system. So there are two different ways for that. The first thing is that we go ahead and copy this payload to a startup folder over here and make it run every time. And the second one is that we create a virus so that we it runs every time the system starts. It starts with the boot sector. So the thing that I will be teaching you right now is to go ahead and copy this to our startup file. So we have this payload over here in the user share set, and we need to copy it to our, let's say, so it's under yeah, Microsoft roaming Windows. Never mind, wherever it is. So I have the location of that. It doesn't mind where it is exactly. So I need to copy that over here so that it will run every time I go ahead and run this. So let's go ahead and check first where we are exactly. So I'll type ls, and I am in this directory. I'll just type pwd. I am in Windows System 32 in our computer, and I want to go ahead and change it to this specific portion. Let's see if I'm able to copy it over here. Okay, perfect. I can go ahead and copy it. So I'll just type cd pasting cd, and let's check where I am exactly. Okay, and I'll type paste it over here. Perfect. Okay, and find a specified file. Never mind. So as you can see that I can go ahead and into the directory, but I need to copy that over there. So first thing that I would do, I will go ahead and copy that to our desktop over here. So I'll just go ahead and select startup is in a different folder, I believe. I don't know how it is. Okay, these are the start menu startup. So let's go to my directory and let's see. Okay. Perfect. So now let's go ahead and check LWD. Okay, not LWD. Let me. What exactly? Okay. Let's see what other things we have. We want to get information on our own system. So it will be LCD to change the local working directory, and LPWD. So I'll type LPWD, that's local working directory. So we are already in user share and set, so I don't need to worry about that. So I need to now copy this payload to over here on my Windows system. So in order for us to do that, I need to go, let's see the download option. I believe we had not the download, I believe we had the upload option for that. Perfect. So upload a file or directory. So let's see if how we can go ahead and do that. The first thing that we need to do would be to go ahead and check what we have in our directory. So let's check where we are first in our directory. So I'll just type lpwd, that is for local working directory. So I am in root desktop, and I need to go ahead and change it to users SCT, and where I was user share and SCT. So I'll just go ahead and do one thing. I'll just, rather than going ahead and moving through this, I'll just copy it over here and paste it over here. And now I need to upload this to over here. So what I would do right now is I'll just go ahead and minimize this, and I'll just go ahead and type upload, and I'll type payload, and I'll type C colon slash slash, and okay, users, test user, and desktop. Perfect. So once I go and type this, it should be copied to that directory. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and check over here whether it is posted or not. Perfect. As you can see, we have the payload over here. Now, instead of this having over here, we need that in the startup folder. So rather than using it over here, we can go ahead and use it on the startup folder. But I don't think that we have the access to the startup folder. Let's go ahead and check. Let's check if we can go ahead and upload that to our startup folder, and this type, let's see. Okay, we don't have access to that. The reason being that we are not you can say as we don't have the system access as of now. That's why we cannot go ahead and access that. Let me check whether it's because of that or something else. Yeah, that's the reason. Perfect, never mind. So, but we can go ahead and copy it over there and start up from there. So now you know how we can go ahead and gather these files over here and start it running. So that would be it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, I'll be teaching you more about how we can, after gaining access, how we can go ahead and migrate that into another process that I have already taught you. But still, after migrating, we need to make sure that it also restarts at every point of time, even if the computer restarts, and how we can go ahead and gather keystrokes, get screenshot, and how we can go ahead and get the system access, even, and we can go ahead and do anything we want after we have the system access, even stop the antiviruses, even if we cannot go, and the defender as well. So that would be it for this tutorial, guys, and I'll be seeing you back in the next tutorial. Hey guys, welcome to the next tutorial of ethical hacking and penetration testing via Kali Linux. So in the previous tutorials, I taught you guys how we can go ahead and gain access of the target machine through Meterpreter and using own command prompt. So in this tutorial, I'll be teaching you as to how we can go ahead and start the Meterpreter, and then I will go ahead and convert that into command prompt, and then again go back to our normal Meterpreter. And I will also be teaching you how we can go ahead. Normally we have the administrator's access, or whichever person is running over there, we have that person's access. But even after that, how we can go ahead and gain the system access, and we can go ahead and modify the files, how we can go ahead and bypass the user account control menu as well. So I will be teaching you all of these things today in these tutorials. So I'll just go ahead and start up my system. And okay, perfect. So my Windows 7 is I already have a payload, but I would be deleting that. The reason being my IP address is not static, it is dynamic, so it keeps on changing. So why am I seeing multiple? Okay, never mind. Perfect. So I'll just go ahead and delete this as well. Okay, so the first thing that we would need to do would be to start our own social engineering toolkit. So just go ahead and type SETOOLKIT and hit enter. And once you have the social engineering, and then fourth one, creating a payload and listener, and now the IP address. So my IP address would be yesterday it was 131, I believe. Never mind. And I will be using the second one over here, that is the Windows reverse TCP meterpreter command. And so it will spawn a meterpreter shell on the victim's computer. So I'll just type 2 and I'll hit enter. We'll be using a backdoor executable, and I'll use a normal port, that is 443, and it will be created. So I'll just go ahead and by the time it's getting copied, I'll just open my payload folder and I'll just go ahead and create a shortcut. Can we create a shortcut? Okay. Never mind. Okay, so I'll just go ahead and start the listener. And till that time, I'll just copy it and paste it over here. I will copy it, and I'll need to go ahead and turn off the defender first in order for me to do that. So to defender, Windows Defender, what is it called exactly? Let me check. Okay. Okay, here we have it. And I'll just go ahead and turn this off. Okay, perfect. And I'll minimize it. I'll paste it over here. Okay, I'll just copy it again and paste it over here. And I'll just cut and I'll paste it over here in Windows 7. I'm unable to copy it together, that's why. So I'll just go ahead and start it right now. Let's see. Okay, we have the session opened. So yeah, and I'll just type I space 1. Perfect. So now the first thing that I would like to go ahead and do would be, I'll be showing you how we can go ahead and get access of the command prompt from over here, and we can do anything that we want over here. So I'll just go ahead and type. There are multiple ways of doing that. Simple way would be just to go ahead and type shell and you will be able to open, but just let me check if I want to come back to the meterpreter prompt, what would I have to do? So yep, shell and wait. Check. So these are the files. These are the commands that we would be using. Most of them we would be using them today. Okay. Perfect. And I'll just type shell. And we have the command prompt, as you can see over here. I can do anything that I want. So I'll just go ahead and create a new file. So I'll just type. Wait, what was the command to go ahead and create a text file? Let's check some of the important DOS command prompts that I would be teaching you today. So the first thing would be to go ahead and check the system information of a particular person. So in order for us to do that, just type system info and you will get all the information about that specific computer. And it should be via desktop. You should know that. You won't be able to run it from anywhere else. So as you can see, I have all the information. Test user is the username of the PC. It's a Microsoft Windows 7 and it is a multi-processor OS, and it's based on a virtual platform, that's VMware, the one which I am using right now. Phoenix Technologies. Total RAM I have given it is 511. 227 is the graphic card, and this is the virtual memory size. And this is the Intel network card detail. The physical one that I have just been using to connect through VMware. After that, if I want to create a directory, I can just type mkdir and I'll just type, let's say, test. And if I go ahead and see over here, as you can see, I have the test directory. But from over here, if I want to check all the things that I have, that means I want to see all the files that are under desktop. So I'll just type dir and I will get all the files folders as well. So as you can see, this is the file resource at period zip payload.exe and the test. So I want to delete test, so I'll type rmdir and I'll type test and it's deleted. So if I type dir directory, it's not there. After that, if I want to rename a directory, I'll just go ahead and create the same directory once more and I'll type run test. I'm going to rename the directory, so I'll rename it to test to user. And if I go ahead and type dir, as you can see that the test has been converted to user over here. Then I can go ahead and use cd space period to go back, and again desktop to go cd desktop to go ahead and go in the same directory. After that, the best part over here would be to get all the once I have captured the computer of a particular person, the best thing that I would like to do would be to go ahead and get a list of all the directories that he has. Not exactly directories, but all the I'll just go ahead and add my computer over here. Okay, perfect. I feel it easy. So I have two directories over here, one CD-ROM and one floppy drive. So I want to check how much this person has. So for that, I will have to type WMIC and I'll have to type LOGICAL, logical disk. get name, and by doing this I will get all the available volume names. So as you can see, I have A, C, D and E, and if I go ahead and check over here, as you can see, A, C, D and E, perfect. But I still don't know which one is what, so I'll go ahead and let you know as to how we can go ahead and do that later on. So and I'd like to teach you one more thing. Let me check if I have some sample music. Perfect. So I'll just go ahead and copy, and I'll just go ahead and, let's say, paste it over here on the desktop. And since I'm on desktop, let's see if I have the Kalimba MP3 over here. So let's say, for example, if I want to go ahead and start that, I can just go ahead and type start Kalimba period MP3. And as soon as I go ahead and hit enter, you should be able to listen this specific MP3 right now. Let me check. Okay, yeah, recommended settings, finish. Yeah. So as you can see that I have this music running on over here. Okay, so this is just an example as to how we can go ahead and delete, do that. After that, if I want to go ahead and open a directory with a space, you may know that I'll just go ahead and rename it. I'll do one thing. I'll just go ahead and rename it from over here. Rename user, and I'll name it to, let's say, I'll do one more example. Wait, I have another idea. To user space test. I'll just go and type. And if I want to go ahead and delete this directory, so I cannot just type rmdir user space test. It won't be removed. The reason being that there is a space in between, so it won't be able to go ahead and detect that automatically. So in order for us to go ahead and do that, I'll have to go ahead and type something like, let's say, for example, rmdir, and let's say, I don't know exactly how it works. Let me see. User test. The syntax of the command is incorrect, so I'll just go ahead and let me check. Okay, syntax user test. Okay, so it's unable to go ahead and detect that, as I told you. So you won't be able to go ahead and directly edit any of these files unless you have that specific name. And so, and if you want to go ahead and view all the tasks that is running inside, so you can just go ahead and type, let me check, the task list. As you can see, these are all the things that are running on the computer right now. You may even be able to find payload if I have not. Like, these are the processes. The payload is another task. If I want to kill any random task, let's say, for example, which one? Okay. I have my payload over here. I don't want to disconnect that. I have the command.exe. So if I want to go and no, I won't want to close the command. Let me check if I have something else. Okay, I'll just go ahead and run this. I'll pause it, and I want to go ahead and close this. Again, I'll go ahead and type task list. And you can see we have WM player over here, and I want to go ahead and kill that specific task. So the PID for it would be 752. So I will have to type TASKKILL space slash PID and the PID number. So here it is 752, and so send termination signal to the process, and let's check if it's closed. Perfect, it's closed. So that is one option of doing that. And I can also go ahead and check all the outgoing connections or all the active connections. For that, I can just type netstat and netstat. It's a very famous command. So if you have any networking background, you may already know what that is exactly. So as you can see, I have all the outgoing addresses over here. And this is my own IP address. And if you're actually going to try and hack into something, then you would not want to go ahead and any other person to go and look into this, because that person is directly looking at your IP address and he may be able to trace it back to you. That is the reason. But these are just the things that I would like to teach you. And if you want to again view all these services, then you can just type net start, and as you can see, here are all the services that are running, and they are in full, unlike the previous one where I had only the exact file name that were running. Over here I have all the services that are running exactly and along with their name and what it does exactly. So, and let's say, for example, if you want to go ahead and read a text file, then I'll just go ahead and create a text file over here. Let's say, no, not, I'll just complete that. create a simple text file. Let me test one and I'll type this is an awesome text file. Now save it, and if I want to go ahead and read the contents over here, I can type cat and arrow and okay. What was the name? Okay, the name was text1. So I type cat and I can type test1 period txt and okay. Wait, I believe cat was the right one. Okay, abc period txt. Okay, let me check what we have over here. It was cat or let me check. Okay. Cals clears the screen. CMD color copy date. Okay, delete. Okay, it was cat previously or it is right now. I cannot see no reason why it is not supposed to work. But anyway, if you need to go ahead and gather information, then you can just go ahead and type these things and you will be able to normally go ahead and view that. I will go ahead and check why it is not working and I'll get back to you. And just one last thing, just in case if you're trying to kill any task and you're unable to kill that, the one which I showed you previously, such as taskkill and /pid and over here the period ID number. If you even by doing this you are unable to go ahead and kill that specific task, then you can go ahead and type something like /f space slash and you can type PID in capital and the PID number whichever you want to. This will go ahead and forcefully kill that task. So that's it guys, that's it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial I'll be teaching you more about the interpreter commands and how they work exactly. Hey guys, welcome to the next tutorial of ethical hacking and penetration testing via Kali Linux. So in the previous tutorial I taught you how we can go ahead and modify different files by using the command prompt by going ahead and installing a payload on our target machine and then accessing via command prompt. So but command prompt is not enough. It is functional, it is good, but it is just not enough for us to go ahead and let's say do all the thing that we want to do. Command prompt cannot go ahead and give us the system. It can give the system 32 access, but it will not make us the system itself. And even the administrator on a normal computer will not be able to do that. He will have to own the specific file, and even he is restricted to some or the other things. But it is only the system that can go ahead and modify or access these things. So let me show you one thing in Windows 7. If I don't know whether you have noticed it previously or not. So if I want to, let's say, change the owner of this file, I can just type properties and securities. As you can see, we have the test user, that is me, the administrator, that is the inbuilt administrator, and we have system over here. So we have access to the test user and the administrator in default. So whichever the person is, whichever kind of user, may it be administrator or may it be a user, we will have that kind of access to the machine. If the person who is using the machine is a user, then we will be the user. If he's administrator, we will be the administrator. But we want to be the system. We don't want administrator. I need to be something such that if I'm just even a user, I need to be able to directly get access to the system. And once I am the system, I can modify the Windows updates over here that I want, and I can insert my own payloads inside the Windows updates, so that even if the person goes ahead and kills it through task manager some way or the other, he still won't be able to go ahead and let's say take a backup of that. Or let's say he will not be able to go ahead and remove me entirely from the machine, because every time he goes ahead and updates the Windows from over here, my own payload will still be injected. So in order for us to do that, first we will be needing to go ahead and gain access of the root machine. That means the system over here. It's not just the administrator. System is totally different from administrator. So how we would do that? So the first thing I would like to teach you would be, and yes, before I proceed with that, many people, not only me, there are other people as well. When I was teaching this previously, there are a lot of people who were asking me as to how we can go ahead and exit from the prompt over here, C users. If you just go ahead and quit this, all your connection will get disconnected. I just want to go ahead and exit, so I'll just type exit. and I'll get back to the interpreter prompt. Perfect. So the first thing that I would like to check is whether I have the privilege access. That means whether I have the system access. So I have the get privs option over here. It will attempt to enable all the privileges available to the current process. So I will go ahead and type get system, and let's see. As you can see, I have the access denied. It is not allowing me. The reason being that as soon as I press get system, you won't be able to see, but you may be knowing that there is a user account control whenever you run something as an administrator. If I go ahead and right click and let me see if I have some of the other file over here. Okay, I had the zip file. Okay, so if I go ahead and right click and run as administrator, so this is a user account control, UAC. I want to go ahead and bypass that so that it won't ask me anything if you want to go ahead and access the user. I want to totally be able to bypass that, and only a system, only the system can go ahead and do that. Not even administrators can do that until unless they go over here and change that. And I cannot go ahead and do that. The reason being I'm using a command prompt. I cannot go ahead and use any, let's say, any graphical user interface over here. I can do that. I can go ahead and get a remote access to the machine, but as soon as I go ahead and get a remote access by using the rdesktop command, the person over here will straight away log out and he will come to know that someone is logging his machine, and we don't want that to happen. At later point of time, it we may necessary when the person is not available at his machine, but at this point of time, we don't want that. We just want to simply gain access to the root, that is the system. So the first thing that I'd like to tell you is that sometimes you may not be even be able to go ahead and open the shell prompt from over here. Sometimes if you are a user, you cannot do that. Since I'm the administrator over here, that is the test user, this is the administrator, I'm able to gain access to the command prompt. So if you're unable to go ahead and gain access to your command prompt, you can type execute space f command.exe cmd.exe hyphen I space hyphen h and just hit enter. So what this is do exactly is that, as you can see, this was channel 4 created and it is different from the previous channel that those I created. It is forcefully executing the command prompt in a remote mode. So the person over here won't even recognize that the command prompt is running until unless he goes ahead into the task manager and sees it running over here. So yes, and yeah. So we have our payload over here. The first thing that we would like to do is that we need to go ahead and migrate it. So let's go ahead and check how we can go ahead and migrate it. I have shown that to you in previous tutorial. So let's go ahead through that once again, and then we will go ahead and migrate that to another process. So first thing that we need to do is to go ahead and get all the list of things that are working over here. So let me check the PIDs over here. Okay, get PID. So the current process get PID would be, let me check, it's 2368, the one that I have right now for my payload. Okay, you won't be able to see that over here, but I need the PID for each and everything. So let's check as to how we can go ahead and do that. And let's check. No. Okay, cat was for the interpreter prompt and not the command prompt. That's the reason I was unable to go ahead and gain access to that. So let me check what all. So okay, over here it's perfect. List all running processes. So I'll just go and type ps, and we have 2368 for our payload, and yeah, that's the PID. I don't want the PPID. And let's check for our explorer. Where is okay for okay, the explorer is 2152, and the payload is 2368. So I'll type migrate 2368 to 2152. Can migrate to current process. Okay, sorry, 2152. Okay, it should be done successfully. Perfect. And if I go ahead and check, I cannot see the payload over here. The reason being that it's migrated to Explorer itself. Perfect. Now, the next thing that I would like to go and do would be to gain access of the remote system. So in order for me to go, and before I go and do that, I will be teaching that in next tutorial because that is something in much detail. So which I cannot continue in this tutorial. So I'll just go ahead and show you how we can go ahead and get a remote desktop access, just in case if you go ahead and want to do that. So you can just open another terminal and you can type R desktop and you can type U, and you need to know the username of your computer. And if you want to know the username, then just go ahead and type over here sysinfo, and the name of the person is test user. So just copy it and paste it over here. I believe it is the same, right? Test user, perfect. And a test user, and hyphen u is for the username that you're stating that this is the username, and hyphen p is for the password. And I get that you don't know what is the password of this person yet, and again, if you want to know the password, you will have to gain access to the security accounts manager, that's a SAM database or the hash file of the Windows 7. Don't worry, I will be teaching you that in the next tutorial. I'm just hurrying up in this tutorial because I have to go ahead and continue this part. So you can just go and type, and the password for this version is abcd at the rate 123. I know it's quite simple, but I was not even trying to make it even a bit complicated. And after that, I need to go ahead and get the IP address. So I can just go ahead and type over here. Let me check if ipconfig works. Okay, it works, and I have the IP address. So I can just copy it and paste it over here. And I should probably be able to get the remote desktop, but I doubt I would be able to do that. The reason being that I'm already running it on virtual, so I doubt I will be able to gain access to that. Yeah, I won't be able to. Reason being that I am running both of them under virtual machines, that's why. So but if you so it will take much more of RAM and it will normally shut down my computer, so I'll just go ahead and cancel that. So this is one way as to how you can go ahead and get remote access to the desktop that you want to. So yeah, and that is it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, I'll go ahead and teach you as to how exactly we can get into the system, and we'll also show you how we can go ahead and clear the records, because every time you do go ahead and do something, we always have the event records over here, event viewer, and I'll also go ahead and type event logs. So all the administrators can go ahead and see whatever modifications have I did till now, and what all things that I made changes to. So this is not a good thing if you go ahead and want to securely get out of the system. So as you can see, we have special privileges assigned to the new logon, and I want to go ahead and clear all these events because I don't want no get lost. Okay. So I don't want the administrator or whoever person's PC I'm hacking into, I don't want that person to go ahead and let him know that I have actually accessed this system, or someone has actually accessed this, because the event logs can be very difficult to go ahead and get taken care of once they have noticed that. So I'll be teaching you that too in the next tutorials. That is it, guys, for this tutorial. I'll be meeting you back in the next tutorial. Hey guys, welcome to the next tutorial of ethical hacking and penetration testing via Kali Linux. So in my previous tutorials, you might be wondering that I was talking since 1 or 2 tutorials previously that I would be teaching you to gain access into the system, and I have taught you to gain access into the system but being rhetorically, but it's just virtually, but not actually into the system. You're only the administrator or the normal user right now. So let's see how we can go ahead and gain access into the system. Once you have the interpreter command prompt open over here, so you can see I have already the access. I have taught in previous tutorial how we can go ahead and gain access into that. I'll just type get privs, and as you can see, these are the enabled process privileges, but I cannot actually go ahead and this means that I only have these privileges. I don't have the whole system privileges, and in order for me to go ahead and get the system privileges, I'll have to go ahead and exploit the user account control, and I should be able to go ahead and bypass that. So let's go ahead and check if we could go ahead and do that. So I'll just type use priv, and as you can see, the privilege extension is already loaded. That means I have the privileges, but I only have it for the administrator. So but now I want it for the system, so I'll just go ahead and type for system info and see what all things are there. So the privilege access is for test user, that is the administrator, and Windows 7. And if I go ahead and type get privs over here, you can see that I have the shutdown, change notification privilege, and undock privilege. That means if I have these three privileges, I mean I'm not just the test user, I am the administrator as well. But now we want to go beyond this thing and we want to gain access to that. So I'll just go ahead and first get the session into background. Reason being that I don't want to run this from the meterpreter. I want this meterpreter on, but I want to go ahead and use our MSF console to go ahead and do that. So I will first go ahead and check all the sessions. Okay, sorry, I will have to do that from the background. So I'll just first go ahead and check. I need to type run. Now this is a payload that I'm going to execute, so I'll type run. Post, because it is under the folder named post. Then Windows slash local slash, sorry, no, not local, it's for later one. Post Windows gather slash win underscore privs. So this will go ahead and run the post Windows database and it will try to give us all the information. Let's see what happens now. As you can see, previously when I ran get privs, okay, I'll just show it out to you if I'm able to. Okay, when I ran get privileges, it only showed me all the privileges that I have. But when I ran this database, it's showing me that it is not an admin, that means system admin. It is not the system, and user account control is enabled, and I am just the test user, that is a PC. But if you go ahead and check over here, if I type, you can see I am the administrator. So you might be wondering why it is not showing that I am not the admin. The reason being that Windows 7 has an inbuilt administrator. Whenever you go ahead and try to if you forget your password, it is a system inbuilt local administrator that goes ahead and enables your PC. So let me check if I could enable the other one. I won't be able to do that from over here. I'll have to do that from the command prompt again, which I won't be doing that because I don't need that. And I can change the user account controls from over here. This proves that I am the system administrator. And over here it is showing that I am the admin, but I am not the system admin. Exactly, means in deep the default administrator, inbuilt administrator. I am just the normal administrator that is created by the user. So in order for me to go ahead and do that, I'll have to go ahead and exploit that and run this into background. So I'll just go ahead and type it over here. I'll just type BSCKGROUND, that's background. And the meterpreter shell is still working. If I want to get back to that, I can just go ahead and type sessions-l. It will show me the first one is still working. I can do I space 1 to get back to that. But I'll just go ahead and get into the background. And just be sure that if you're trying this, what I'm trying to teach you, make sure that every word, every space is as exactly as I'm typing, else there will be a problem. And even if by trying once you're not able to do that, you're not able to gain access to that, that means that there may be a timeouts limit which this meterpreter has to gain access to system after bypassing the user account control. If you delay that, then again you won't be able to gain access to that. You will have to start everything from the cipher, that is 0. That means from the background again, the one which I would be teaching you right now. So just make sure that you do all of these things as quickly as you can. So I'll just do background. Session 1 is still running. And I'll type search UAC. It will take a bit of time because it's trying to gather the database and all the payloads and exploits that is there in the system. We would be running one of the exploits and not the payload exactly, because we already have the payload in our victim's computer. So as you can see, I have all of these 3 payloads, and one is the post, this one which I used previously. I have the exploit Windows bypass injection, which is very good. It's given over here, but it is quite old. And I have the ask, will you only go ahead and escalate the execute run as. I want to bypass the user account control, so I would be using this one, exploit Windows local bypass. So, and it is a very good one. As you can see, it's given excellent. So I will use and I will be using this one. So I'll just go ahead and copy it and paste it over here. Use exploit / Windows local bypass UAC, and I'll hit enter. That means I am using it. Nothing will happen right now once you go ahead and press that. So after that, I will just go ahead and type set. I need to set this specific payload to our computer. So I'll type set payload Windows / and I'll type meter slash reverse underscore TCP, because we are going to use the meter prompt. That's why, and I'll hit enter. And so as you can see, I have set the payload to the Windows meter reverse TCP. After that, I need to go ahead and use set the our local host, that means my own computer's IP address. So I'll type set l host, and I'll just go ahead and check, and this is my IP address. I'll just copy and I'll just paste it over here. So 192.168.236.130, and I need to go ahead and set the local port for that, where I would gain access. And there's one thing important that I would like to teach you right now over here, that you cannot go ahead and use the same port that you created while creating this own original payload through which we have access to the system. Because if you go and do that, it will straight away quit and it won't allow you to even use the normal interpreter, because it will have two incoming connections whereas there is only one port. So, and port is something like, for example, I'll tell you in detail how exactly a port works. Let's say, for example, you want to go ahead and ship something to your house. So I'll just go ahead and open the GEDIT. Okay. So let's say, for example, you want to go ahead and get something to your house. So how exactly would you write down the address? You will write down the your room number. That would be, let's say, for example, 453 would be your room number, and then you will type the building name or your society name, whatever it is. So let's say John's apartment, and then it would be like the where you stay, the area. So I'll just type, let's say, Sydney Road. The country name, let's say, for example, maybe it's California. So I'll just type California, and the zip code of whatever 54321 example. So, and I'll teach you how exactly the system connection works of a port over here. Over here, I'll just go to write 453 is your port. That is a room number. That means it cannot be the same. It cannot accept multiple things at one port. So over here, this is your port. That is your 453. After that, this John's apartment. This is your IP address range. Not exactly IP address range, or I can go also call it as the MAC ID range. And after that, this California, that means this third part. This is your IP that your internet provider. So that's ISP. So this is how it works. So whenever you go ahead and ask for incoming connection, it will first check the ISP. That means whenever you go ahead and order something, they will first check your state. Once they come to your state, they will check your apartment or your road name, that is the IP address and MAC ID, and then finally the port. So in this way it works. So now the same thing I want over here. I want a good L port name. There's a local port name. So I cannot use the same name because I'm already using that. That means you cannot enter two people from the same door. So I'll have to use some other port. So let's say I'll use 2960, for example. And after that, first thing I would like to tell you is that this may not work because I've already used a lot of time explaining that. So if this goes and I'm not able to run this, I'll go ahead and run it again just to make you know. And after that, since I have set the L port, I need to go ahead and use this session. So I'll just go ahead and type sessions -L. This is the ID of our session is 1. So I'll type set session space 1, and make sure that this session is only session, not sessions, unlike over here. And you need to make sure that this is in uppercase, not lowercase, else it will not work. Set session 1. And now finally I need to check whether everything is correct. So I'll type show options. Perfect. So as you can see, this is the IP address of our listener of my computer. This is the L port from which we will be gaining the connection, and the ID is 0. That means we are using it to go ahead and access Windows into 32-bit system. So I'll just go ahead and type exploit right now, and it should go ahead and exploit that. Let's say if we are able to go ahead and bypass the system settings. I believe it's working perfectly. Perfect. It just ran perfectly. So as you can see, user account control is set to default, and I have already bypassed this setting. If I go ahead and run this in the background, as you can see, I should be getting 2 connections in total. So if I go ahead and type sessions -L, I had 2 connections over here. The first one is the default test user. The second one is the administrator. So I will go ahead and type sessions hyphen I space 1. Okay, sorry, I wanted to go ahead into 2. Perfect. And I'll get and type get sys. I'll just type sys info, and I'm still the test user. But let's take if I have the privileges of a system. So I'll just go ahead and try to get system. Perfect. It ran. Whereas previously when I tried to run it, it gave me an error. Let me check if I'm able to see that. Okay, let me just check where it is exactly. Okay, task kill. This is where the command prompt is. Okay, we should be here somewhere. When I tried get system previously, it did not work. It gave me some kind of error previously. Or rather than going ahead and searching this, I have better idea of actually going ahead and showing you. Let me just check. Okay, so when I tried get privileges previously, it only gave me these privileges. And right now, if I go ahead to the background, if I go ahead and background this session, and if I go ahead and use this session 1, and if I type get system, it won't. The reason being that I do not have the system privileges over here. Whereas in session 2, okay, I'll just go ahead and background this session. As in session 2, if I go ahead and type get system, it works perfectly. So now I am the system and I can do anything that I want. That means I can go ahead and edit any of the files that I want, and I can even go ahead and clear the event logs or view my own Windows password, which we did not have when we were trying to access the R desktop, that's the remote desktop. So that is it guys for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, I'll be teaching you how we can go ahead and modify the system files so that even if a forensic investigator goes ahead and tries to search as to who accesses the system, he will not be able to. So that's it guys. I'll be meeting you in the next tutorial. Hey guys, welcome to the next tutorial of ethical hacking and penetration testing via Kali Linux. So in the previous tutorial, I taught you as to how we can go ahead and gain access to this system. And you already have become the system, and you are not the administrator anymore. So let me check. As you can see, previously when I typed, I only had the undock privilege and the change notification privilege and the shutdown privilege. But now I have all the privileges, even more than the normal administrator. So this is, if you think that this is not much, I'll show you how you can go ahead and run a remote desktop. So I'll just go ahead and type, let's say run. I don't know exactly if this work or not, -h, and let's see. Okay, so as you can see, I have the interpreter over here. So if I want to go ahead and gain access through the same terminal, I can just type, unlike previously where I had to open a separate terminal, I can just type getgui-u space the username, that is the test user -p, and the password is abcd@123. And okay, let me check. Okay. Okay, sorry, I did a mistake. GTGUI will go ahead and create another operating system, and this test users already exist. So what I was trying to do mistakenly was to go ahead and create another user, and I already have one. So let's go ahead and try to create another user if you want. And I'll just go ahead and type test2, or I'll just go ahead and use Mr. Smart _smart, and the password would be, let's say, xyz@123. Let's see if we are able to go ahead and create another account. Perfect. So I have now created another account with the user, and if I go ahead and let's check if how many users are there. And okay, I'll need change manager other account. As you can see, I have the Mr. Smart over here already. and I can go ahead and access that if I want, just by using the remote desktop session. So if you think that this is not much I have already created, then I can go ahead and do something else as well. So I'll just go ahead and show you one more thing. It will be execute -h -f command period exe -a/c net user, and since my, as you can see, I have Mr. Smart as the administrator, and I want to go ahead and remove that right now. So I can just go ahead and type once I have done. And whenever you go ahead and access into someone's computer, it's better not to use the same, you can say, as you want the forensic investigator to not even go ahead and have an idea exactly what you did. If you go ahead and use the same account which the user has, then the administrator or the forensic investigator can easily know that what all things were done, because he only has one thing to check. But if you go ahead and create another account, you access that, you do whatever you want to do, such as gathering information, gathering data, or hijacking all the data from the remote computer, and after that, if you want, you can even go and delete this specific account, and then the person will not be able to even know that there was another account created. He won't even be able to guess that. So now after that, if you want to go ahead and delete, you can just type the username net users, but the username would be Mr. underscore smart, I believe that is the name. Okay, Mr. Smart, and slash delete, and I'll hit enter. As you can see, process 1196 was created, it's showing. And if I go ahead and try to check, as you can see, I don't have that account anymore. Perfect. So this is one way of doing that, and this is how it works. So if this is not it, then I'll show you one more thing. As you can see, I can also go to enable remote desktop. If I had, let me check if I had it disabled. Let's check. If I go ahead and do that, let's check what happens. If I go ahead and use it over here, let's see if I'm able to go ahead and enable the remote desktop. As you can see, the remote desktop was disabled. I have enabled it, and the terminal services is already set to auto, so there was no necessary, and there was a local firewall open, out of which that is a Windows Defender default, and I have enabled it right now. So if now I go ahead and check it over here, I should be getting that remote desktop is enabled. Perfect. Allow allow connections from computer running any version of desktop. Again, I'll show you something. Apply. I will go over here. I'll go ahead and start that, and now as you can see, it is still do not allow. I will go ahead and close this, and once this is over, perfect, I will go ahead and check the remote desktop options. Perfect, it is set to allow. And now the last time it was not working. Let's go ahead and try to gain access to this specific computer. Perfect, it's working right now. So as you can see, I have the remote access to that computer, and now I can do anything that I want, but the user over here is already logged out. So this is how it works exactly in detail, and yep. So that is it for this tutorial, guys. In the next tutorial, I'll be teaching you as to how we can go, what are the different interpreter commands, and this is not just it. There are many more things that I would be teaching you, such as again, changing directories, uploading files, and making sure that whenever you upload a file to the remote computer, you are going ahead and copying it to your start menu, so that whenever the computer starts, your payload automatically runs. And I'll be showing you how we can go ahead and read text files, create remote directories. We can also go ahead and modify the routing, as well as forward a local port to our remote computer. We can also go ahead and drop into a system command. We can even go ahead and steal impersonation tokens, and we can also go ahead and shut down and reboot the computer as well. So that is it for this tutorial, guys. Let's go ahead and take a look at the next tutorial. Hey guys, welcome to the next tutorial of ethical hacking and penetration testing via Kali Linux. So in the previous tutorials, I taught you about gaining into a system, access into a system, and maintaining it. Now in this tutorial, after we have gained access and maintained it, I need to make sure that even if I reboot I still have access to the system, and what all things I can go ahead and modify, and how can I go ahead and get the hash passwords of anything that I want over there. So this tutorial will be all about that. So let's go ahead and first again let me start the SE toolkit. Just gonna quickly start my access. Four and 443 using the same one. And yes, and by that time I'll just go ahead and copy my payload over here. This is the old one. Just go ahead and copy it to over here. Let's see if the access is established. Perfect. And now I'll quickly go ahead and gain access to its system so that I will be able to show you what all things I will be able to do. So just quickly type yes v and yes, I have only 3 privileges. Okay, and run post windows gather square press background. So what it is exactly doing, I did not explain this in previous tutorial. It is searching all the exploits and payloads that has UAC inside that can go ahead and bypass user account control. So I'll go ahead and use this exploit. And tell host and, what was the IP address? I don't know why I did that. 268.236.130. Port would be 8888. I'll just use 22345. Okay, set should be small. Perfect. Set shin 1 and perfect. Let's see. Bypass successful. Interpreter session 2 started. Perfect. Now after I have gathered all of these things, the next thing that I want to do, okay, first I'll just go ahead and migrate. So I'll just check so that for any other reason I don't want if the Windows Defender somehow goes ahead and find out, I'll still need to go ahead and merge it to Explorer. So it's 2152. So I'll just type migrate 2152. That is for the Explorer. Perfect. Now I want to go ahead and gather the password for my Windows 7. So, and the password is stored in a secure accounts manager SAM database, and it is stored in a hash format. So what I need to do is I need to go ahead and decrypt that and gain access to that. So the thing I would like to do is I like to go ahead and run post Windows gather and hash dump. So it will gather all the hashes for our own John the Ripper. So we would be using JDR, that's John the Ripper, to go ahead and crack this specific thing. So okay, this could be the system user. I need to go ahead and I did not go ahead and get into system. Okay, let me check. It's showing that I am not the system. I think I need to go ahead and run that again. I was thrown out since I did not use the get system quickly. So I'll just go ahead and set host, set L port 2346. I'll just type 2456. Mm, and I'll use. Okay, there are already multiple request handling. Yep. I'll just go ahead and cancel this and on all of these once more. I'll just go ahead and delete this payload. As I told you previously that you need to be quick in getting into system, else you will be thrown out. That's what happened with me right now. So I'll use a different port. I'll use the same one, 443. Yes, I'll just go ahead and start the listener. Okay. So is it started? Perfect. I'll just perfect. So I'll just go ahead and get access to the system again. Okay, I think I made some mistake. Run, display, no, post, Windows. Okay, now I'll just go ahead and background, blind, Windows, local, CBC, reverse TCP. Just do it quickly. No, sorry, not outpost. It's and the new port would be say 8888 and this is super and just go ahead and gain access into the system. Okay, so I'm system right now. So I'll just go ahead and run the database. Perfect. Perfect. So previously I was not the system, that's why I did not run. Now as you can see, it's obtaining the boot key and I have. So this is the username and this is the password for the default administrator, for the guest and for the test user. So now what I need to do is go ahead and crack this hash password. This is how it is kept in normally, but the John the Ripper, that is, as you can see, we have the John the Ripper over here. This is a very famous brute force cracking tool. I would be going ahead and using this to go ahead and crack our hash database and get my password back. But that is it for this tutorial. I'll be showing that how to go. We can go ahead and crack using the John the Ripper in next tutorial. Hey guys, welcome to the next tutorial of ethical hacking and penetration testing via Kali Linux. So in the previous tutorial, I taught you how we can go ahead and get into the system and get the hash passwords for our Windows 7 thing. So as you can see, when I ran the hashdom database, I have already received the password. I did not even need to go ahead and crack that. So I'll go ahead and show you this once more if you want, but this is how it works likely. And as I told you that it gave me out the hash password, but over here it also gave me out the exact password, that was abcd@123. So if you are not able to go ahead and get this password, if you had some tough password which has multiple characters and everything, then need to go ahead and run the auxiliary auxiliary run auxiliary slash analyze and slash JTR. I believe it crack underscore fast run auxiliary analyze fast. Let me just check if I have auxiliary slash analyze slash JTR underscore crack underscore fast. And if you're unable to run this, you need to go ahead and run this command, or you can also go ahead and type use over here. But I don't believe that you would need to use that, because when you go ahead and use the hash thing, you already easily go ahead and get the password for that, as I have got over here. So that's how you can go ahead and use this. And once you have this password, you can simply go ahead and gain access to that using a remote desktop or whichever you want. So, but that's not it. There are many other things that you can go ahead and do. Let's say, for example, I have this test1 file and I have these two things over here, and I wanted to run these two as a, let's say, these two commands, netstat and cmd. So I can go ahead and try to run those files from over here. Let's see where we are exactly. I am in system 32, so I'll just go ahead and get back to, let's see where I am. Okay, I'm still in Windows and I am in C drive right now. So I'll just go to users and let's check. We have the test users. I'll go to test user and I'll go to desktop. Perfect. And now I want to go ahead and run this test1 file. So let's go ahead and check if I can do that. Resource space. And so I need to go ahead and give the test file. So I'll just have test1.txt. So, okay, no such file, .txt. Let me check. Test1. Okay. Okay. I'm sorry for that. It's not the file that we have stored over here. Sorry for that. And if you wanted to go ahead and run any specific commands from our computer that I had over here, then I can go ahead and do that. So let me check the local working directory. I'm in SET. So let me check. I can just go ahead and create a new script over here and I can go ahead and run that for this computer. So there is one way of doing that. Let me check. I have not yet tried that as of till now. So let's check test txt and I'll just go ahead and let's say cmd and netstat. These are two commands that I want to run. Let's see if I can run them. It is just test. Okay, perfect. As you can see, I ran all of these commands just by which I had written over here, and I was mistaken. It was not over here, it was over here. So if you want to go ahead and get into a system, quickly do what you want to do and get out, then you can go ahead and already create a list of commands that you want to do, and you can go ahead and run that through the interpreter prompt. So CMD did not work because it was a need to go ahead and install. I can only run what is there inside a command prompt, so that's the reason it did not run. Netstat ran perfectly, and if I go ahead and let's say I write ipconfig and I'll save it, if I go ahead and run the resource again, I'll get the ifconfig file. So, and if I want to go ahead and read that directory, so let me check. Okay, I need to go ahead. I'll just go ahead and okay, back. Perfect. Now over here, if I were to go ahead and I have this ABC file, this is an awesome file, and if I need to go ahead and run that, I can just go ahead and type. Let me first check where I am. I'm desktop, so I can just type cat, and I can type over here ABC to txt. As you can see, I have this is an awesome file, and any number of time you can run, you will see whatever is there in this directory. Perfect. Now, okay. So next thing that I would like to do is I need to go ahead and upload something from my computer into that computer. So this is something that you would want to do at the very start and not something like from over here. So where I am doing right now after getting the system, you would not want to do that. So the first thing that I would like to do is to search where my payload is. That is over here, payload.exe. I'll just let me check. Okay, I'm still in SCT. So I want to upload /user share SCT and payload.exe, and now I want to state where I want to go ahead and run that or upload that. So I'll have to type the specific place's name. So I need to go ahead and insert that. So I need to go ahead and type let's say, hey, wait, I'm already there, so I don't need to. Perfect. I can straight away go ahead and do this. So I'll just type C colon, and let's say I want to go ahead and just need to go ahead and insert this later on. First, I need to insert the route where I want to go, and the name of the file would be, let's say, if I want to copy it into the C drive, or let's say I want to copy it on the test user, that is the desktop over here. So I'll type users. I'll just copy it. I'll just copy it from over here and paste it over here, and I can go ahead and see users test user desktop, and the name of the file would be, let's say I want to copy it to the desktop, but I want it to be, I already have a payload on desktop, so I'll just copy it into C. Fine. So the name would be, let's say, for example, payload period exe, and I want to know where it is exactly, so I'll type /user. Let me check if I could just go ahead and type payload.exe. Okay, command no such file or directory, c payload.exe. That would be the file name. Okay, sorry, actually it should have been exactly the opposite. The payload should be over here, and the C drive should be over here. Okay, perfect, uploaded. So let's go ahead and check the C drive right now. As you can see, I have the payload file. So similarly, you can go ahead and just simply copy it to the startup drive of Windows, and it will run just perfectly fine. If you want to check where you are working right now, so you can just type get wd. I will show you where you are right now. If you want to check which local directory are you in the Kali Linux, so you can type get lwl, that's get local working directory. If you want to change the local working directories file, then you can go and type lcd. For our remote, you need to type cd. Again, mkdir, mv, and all of these most of these things are the same, except that if you want to go ahead and port forward or forward a local port to a remote service, then you need to type port fwd to go ahead and port forward anything. If you want to go ahead and view and modify the routing table, then you can go ahead and type route, and you will see all the routing tables over here. So port forward would be again be the same thing, and zero total local ports forwarded, because I have not yet provided anything to that. If you want to steal token of something, you can just go ahead and type steal underscore token, and it will go ahead and try to steal a token of specific PID that I need to go ahead and insert. Then I can later go ahead and use that to create an impersonation token. If I go ahead and type suspend, it will straight away go ahead and delete, or sorry, it will straight away go ahead and suspend our remote computer. Get prefs is what I have told you previously. I can also go ahead and get the username of the current session by typing get UID. And I am the system right now. As you can see, if I was previously the administrator, I would be shown as the administrator. Now, these are fine, but there are still other things that you would want to know, like killing a process. You need to just type kill. To get the list of running process, you can just type ps, or get PID to get the current process identifier, or reboot to go ahead and remove the local host. But what if you want to go ahead and edit the registry file? We can do that as well. You just need to type reg, and that is the registry, and whichever value that you want to go ahead and edit or enumerate, you can still do that from over here. Now, if you want to check since how many time the computer is still on, you can just go ahead and type idle time, and you can see it's since 2 hours 26 minutes the user has been idle. That means he has not done anything. If I go ahead and do something like over here, and I have just clicked, and if I go ahead and type the idle time, it's just 2 seconds, because that means the computer did something and went away again. The PS person came. Now, there are a few other things that I would like to teach you, such as going ahead and getting a screenshot, using a keylogger, or inserting a keylogger in the person's computer. But that would be it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, I'll teach you how you can go ahead and insert a temporary keylogger as well as a permanent keylogger, and or how you can go ahead and write a keylogger in Python and insert that into your target's computer, and then go ahead and gain all the information that you need about related to either it be a Windows password or any his VMware's password, either it be a Gmail, Facebook, or any of his important accounts password or login credentials, anything. So that would be for this tutorial. Hey guys, welcome to the next tutorial of ethical hacking and penetration testing. In the previous tutorials, I taught you as to how we can go ahead and gain access to the remote computers and get the system, that means the NT authority 1 that we want. So now that we have access to the system, I have shown you what all things we can do, that is gaining access, maintaining access. Now it's time to go ahead and gather information about what the user is doing exactly. So what I could do, I can also go ahead and disable the keyboard, or enable the keyboard, enable the mouse in the system computer, and a lot of other things. So let's first start with going ahead and gathering the keystrokes of our person as to what he is doing exactly. So let me check if I'm able to go ahead and okay, check if my net is still working. Perfect. So I'll just go ahead and start the keylogger. So once you have the system access, you can just go ahead and type keyscan keyscan underscore start and hit enter. So the keystroke has already been started. So whatever I do, each and everything will be stored over there. So I need to go ahead and snip that. So I need to go ahead and type keyscan underscore dump. That means whatever it is doing, the person is doing, I will start getting that over here. So I'll just go ahead and go to google.com. Let's see if I'm getting that. As you can see, whatever I pressed over here, I'm getting all of these things. I pressed GOO and then down and return. Or if I go ahead and close this, open, and if I go ahead and type google.com and hit enter, and if I go over here and if I go and try to dump, I should get that I typed Google down and then return. That means the enter button. Now let's say I want to go ahead and gain access to my Gmail account. So I won't be actually accessing my Gmail account. I'll just type, let's say, skyfall.abc@gmail.com, and I'll just go ahead and type tab, and I'll go ahead and use my password, any random password. Uh, let's say I am root. So I entered the email, I entered the password, and I hit enter, and no. And I actually used my fake one. So if I go ahead and dump the keystrokes, I should get that. Perfect. Skyfall.abcd@gmail.com. Then I press tab, and I am root. That is the password. So in this way, you can also go ahead and gather keystrokes of any person that you want. And if you want to go ahead and stop, you can just type key scan underscore stop, and it will stop. The key sniffer will be stopped. If you and for example, for some reason you're not the system, you're just a local administrator, and you're not able to go ahead and bypass the UAC, it's because sometimes the person's antivirus is far more powerful and it does not allow you to bypass that. Then you can still go ahead and view what the person is doing rather than gaining a remote desktop session. You can just go ahead and type over here such as screenshot, and whatever the person does, it will be stored over here in the SET. So as you can see, this is the page of over here. This is exactly the same. If I go ahead and let's say, for example, I open my task manager, and if I go ahead and type the screenshot again, another screenshot should be saved over here. It's this one. Okay, perfect. As you can see, the screenshot is saved. Let's just close this thing, and I'll delete this. So in this way, you can still go ahead and gain access to that. And let's see if the person has webcams. As of now, I don't have it over here, but if I had a webcam, then I can just go and type webcam underscore list. It will show me all the webcams that they have. And if I want to, let's say if the person has a webcam and I want to go ahead and take a snapshot of what the person is doing, then I won't be able to run that because I don't have a webcam. But still, if you had, then you can still go ahead and type webcam underscore snap, and it will take a picture of what the person is doing. If you want to go ahead and get a live session as to what exactly the person is saying, that means he won't be able to hear you out, he or she, they won't be able to hear you out, but you can still see what the person is doing. You can still hear what they are doing. Then you can type webcam underscore stream and hyphen h, and by doing this, it will go ahead and take you to the specified webcam, and hyphen h would be the number of webcam that you get over here. When you type webcam underscore list, it will be either 1 or 2 or whatever you get. And if you want to go ahead and chat to the person directly, then you can type webcam underscore chat, and a chat session will directly be started. Or if you just want to record the voice of the person, you can still go ahead and type record underscore mic hyphen h. H again would be the number of the mic that you have found, and you can just go ahead and it will be saved over here again, and everything will be done. Now this is far enough, but if you want to go ahead and everything is done, you just want to clear all your records, then you need to go ahead and clear the event records. So for that, you need to go ahead and type CLEAREV, clear ev. It will clear all the event records. That means whatever you did from the starting, that means gaining access to the system, modifying or making any changes, and then getting back. So after this, you need to go ahead and after you have cleared the event records, go ahead and delete the fake users that you have created, and again go ahead and clear the event record so that there won't even be an event record that you deleted the event records previously. And one fine thing that I'd like to show you would be to go ahead and disable the user interface of the person. This is just for fun. If you want to do it, is like UICTL, not only for fun. If you want to go ahead and just mess around with the person, you can just go ahead and type, and you can see that you can go ahead and enable or disable the keyboard or mouse. So I'll just go ahead and see my mouse is working right now, and I'll just go ahead and disable the mouse, and disabling mouse. So if I go over here, as you can see, my mouse is not working. Doesn't matter what I click, my mouse is not working. I'll just go ahead and enable that, and my mouse is enabled again. Perfect. And let's say, for example, if I'm writing something, not this one, yes, if I'm writing something, like I can see, I can write anything over here. If I want, I can still go ahead and disable the keyboard as well. So this is not just the keyboard. Any USB that is attached, may it be a pen drive or anything else, the person will not be able to access that as well. So I'll just go ahead and enable that once more. Perfect. Okay, and that is it for this tutorial. And I'd also like to go ahead and teach you one last thing before I go ahead and end this tutorial. That would be to go ahead and create a keylogger. So I'll just go ahead and end this session right now. You can just go ahead and upload the keylogger by creating that. And one last thing that I'd like to teach you would be, if you want to go ahead and download something from over here, let's say I'll go ahead and save this, and I want to go ahead and copy some files from this PC to my own computer. I can still do that. Let me check where I am exactly. I'm still in the desktop, so I can just go ahead and type download, and what is the name of the file? Let me check. It was ABC. So I'll just type, let me check. I don't remember exactly as to how I did it previously. You can just go ahead and type download, let's say C/users / I'll just go ahead and type, copy it over here. And I want to copy the ABC period txt. Okay, I think I would be needing a single quote right now. Parse error, let me check. Okay, I believe sorry, I just did not complete the code. As you can see, the file has been downloaded and I have the file over here. Perfect. This is an awesome file. So, and this is an awesome tutorial as well. So yeah, and I'll be closing this session and I'll be deleting this both as well. And this and this. And I'll be showing you as to how we can go ahead and finally I'll teach you how we can go ahead and create a Python script. And you need to go ahead and create this Python script over here in Windows. Go ahead and install the Python from over here. Python Windows 7, and you can download it from over here, the 2. And I would recommend downloading the 2.7 version because I need you to download other files as well. After you have downloaded the Python from over here, the 2.7.9 version, you need to also download the PyHook and PyWin32, and so you can just download, just go ahead and type, you need to download all the modules, PyHook, and okay, and you can download it from over here, and the PyWin32, I believe. Yeah, PyWin32 as well. So once you download all of these things, you can just go to Windows 7. I have not yet installed it in my Windows 7, but I have that installed over here in my Python. It is inbuilt in Kali Linux. As you can see, I'll just go ahead and run Python, and I have that inbuilt over here. So, but you need to go ahead and install over here, since you would need to go ahead and create a keylogger for Windows. So you can just go ahead and open the notepad. Since I don't have the installed, I'll just open the notepad, and this would be the source code for creating a keylogger in Python. So you need to type bind key return, and then you need to type instead of writing that, you can just type from t enter import asterisk root equals to tk, and define read ignore print hello. And you can also go ahead and ignore this root. I'm just going ahead. This is just a friendly keylogger that in case if you even go ahead and let's say you're unable to go ahead, even if you go ahead and quit or remove your not Python exactly, sorry, your payload, then even this will go ahead and help you to create this. And this is the basic main part of that. So this is how you can go ahead and create a keylogger by using these files. And yes, that is it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, I'll be teaching you more about how we can go ahead and also use Kali Linux to go ahead and inject our own payloads into our Windows updates. as well as I'll also be teaching you how we can go ahead and create a Trojan horse, which I can go ahead and insert into an MP3 file or a PDF file and send it to our client. And finally, we would also be learning Android hacking, that is going ahead and let's say getting into anyone's Android system, even iOS, our Lumia, that's our Microsoft phone as well. That is for it for this tutorial. I'll be meeting you next tutorial, guys. Hey guys, welcome to the next tutorial of ethical hacking and penetration testing via Kali Linux. So in this tutorial, I would be teaching you about the Trojan horses. But before I go ahead and proceed with Trojan horse, I need to teach you something different about the man in the middle attack and how we can go ahead and use it in our Trojan horse attack as well. And as I have told you previously, Trojan horse is nothing but just a fake window dressing over any random type of virus through which you won't be able to see it is. You will think it is some kind of a lure to go ahead and make you enter a trap. That's what it is. So I would be teaching you man in the middle attack today, so that we can go ahead and further continue with our Trojan horse. But even before that, I will teach you two different types of Trojan horses. One is creating a file format payload, and another one is a Java applet method. So, and for a Java applet method to work, you need the person you're trying to attack must have the Java installed on his or her system, so that it will be easier for us to go ahead and create a fake Java runtime error, and he will be able to run it, and then we will be able to go ahead and grab his browser and inject it with any kind of virus that we want or any payload we want. So let's go ahead and first take a look at that, and we will get back to this then. So I'll just go ahead and open my VMware, and I'll just go ahead and start both of my machines, Windows 7 as well as Kali Linux. So the first thing that we would be creating is that we would be creating an MP3 file which will include MP3 or a PDF file which will include a virus inbuilt, and we will also go ahead and write something down on the PDF so that the person does not automatically closes the PDF file, and once he runs it he will not be able to go ahead and close that on his machine. So I'll just go ahead and seems my Windows 7 has started. So I need to install two things right now. One is the Adobe Reader, and the another one would be my own. That's okay. And the other one would be Java, and I would go ahead and install them right now. Let's go ahead. Okay, fine. Let's open the browser. Normally, most of the people have this installed. The reason being that it is very much necessary for to in order for them to go ahead and run a lot of things. And without Java, most people won't probably be running it on the machines. So most of the time, they almost have Java. And install Adobe Reader. Okay. Okay. Install. Wait. That was a spam which I wanted to cancel. So let's first go ahead and okay. Java next, and I'll install that as well. And yes, I don't want Google Chrome. I don't even want this. Install. Perfect. I believe Java is installed. Yep, it's still running. Yes. And now let's wait till the Adobe Reader gets installed. Seems like we have finished our Adobe Reader installation. Now it's time for us to go ahead and start our attack. Let's go ahead and just go and delete all of these things. Now back over here. Okay, so yes, I'll delete this as well. So the first thing that we would want to do would be go ahead and start our SE tool kit. And over here we have different modes of attack. So the one which we would be trying would be we would be creating a Trojan horse. So we're selecting one social engineering toolkit, and as you can see we have different types of attacks over here, but we would be using this third one, infectious media generator. And we have two different types of attack. There is a standard metasploit executable payload.exe, and another one we have is a file format exploit, that is any using any different file and of a format, and then going ahead and converting that into a virus which runs in the background. And so I'll just go ahead and use my IP address to go ahead and create a reverse connection. So as you can see, we have different types of attacks over here. Adobe Flash Player button, Adobe CoolSync, but we don't want any of like any of these specific things. The one which we would be using would be the Adobe PDF embedded exe social engineering toolkit. So this is just a normal, you can say as a normal PDF file which you will be sending to your target using through email ID, and you can go ahead and get the email ID through the harvester method that I taught previously. And after you get the email ID, you can send him something like, just go ahead and view this Adobe for any XXX reason. And once he goes ahead and checks that and downloads and opens that, he will be in a problem. So use our own PDF for attack, or we can go ahead and use the built-in PDF for attack. So let's see if we have some good PDFs, or you can also use your own, but I would be using the built-in one. Never mind, if you use your own, it will ask you the path where it is. I'd be using the built-in one because I don't have any PDF. You can select the either one. And we want a meterpreter reverse shell. So the one which I would be using would be the Windows meterpreter reverse shell, the one which I taught you previously. And I'll just go ahead and start it. And IP address for the payload listener, that means the IP address where it would be reverting back to, that one. So again, I would have to go ahead and use my own IP address. So I'll just go ahead and use this, and I'll just paste it over here. The port would be the 443, same one I would be using. Okay, let's start the listener now. And as you can see, we can also go ahead and create a USB or a CD drive, and then we can go ahead and auto run that as well. So right now I will just go ahead and activate my listener. So as you can see, a template has been created in the SET directory. So I'll just go ahead over here in my root. I believe it is root, right? Let me check. And let's go ahead and show all the hidden files. Period SCT, perfect. And we have the template. So this is our virus file, which I will be copying and pasting it over here. And let's start the listener. And I'll just go ahead and disable my Defender right now. And I'll just go ahead and disable it for the time being. Perfect. I'll just copy this, paste it over here, and I'll just go ahead and cut this and paste it over here. Perfect. Just go ahead and start it, and let's see if our listener has already started. Okay, let's go ahead and try to open it. Let's see if we have the connection over here. So as you can see, it's asking me to go ahead and save something in the system32 file or something like that. So as you can see, as soon as we get over here, as soon as our template PDF has started, we will get a remote connection over here, and then we can go ahead and straight away go ahead and access all the files in this machine by the same method. This is just an example as to how we can go ahead and run that. And if you go ahead and see in the background, we still have an Adobe Reader function running. It is not actually the Adobe Reader. It is our payload file that has been running since now. And I believe that it just got disconnected. It got disconnected. So, okay, so this is a way as to how you can go and do that. If it don't work, if I don't go and open the session over here, it will straight away get disconnected after some period of time, because that's how it works over here. So that if a person is running, if I have went the session on background, and if the person who is over here, if he tries to go and run something, he should not be able to see why the Adobe file is still running even after it's closed. So that is one way of it running in a way. And yes, that's how it works. So, and the first thing that you would like to do is that if the person is smart enough, then he will straight away go ahead and close the Adobe Reader file. The first thing you need to do is go ahead and migrate that to the Windows Explorer.exe. Once you go ahead and do that, the person will not even know that there is something running in the background. So yeah, that's how it works. So that is it for this tutorial, guys. In the next tutorial, I will be teaching you as to how we can go ahead and create a Java applet method, hacking to the Java applet method with the same social engineering toolkit. And this would be quite different from the other one, because over here we would not be asking the third party to go ahead and execute any file, or let's say we don't need to do all those things or send anything in mail. The only thing that we need to know is the person's IP address, and if you know that, we can straight away go ahead and do that. So yes, that is it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, we will be taking a look at the Java applet method, and we'll see how it works. Hey guys, and welcome to the next tutorial of ethical hacking and penetration testing via Kali Linux. So we have seen how we could do different types of attacks through Trojans and backdoors, how we could create different viruses through our payloads through Kali Linux and attack the target system. But just sometimes social engineering fails. Not most of the time. Most of the time, 70% of the time, the social engineering will work, but it will, sometimes there are chances that it may not work. And let's say, for example, if the person is smart enough and you send him some kind of, let's say, for example, a PDF file with a Trojan in that, so there are chances that he may or he may not run that, because let's say, for example, he may doubt that this is something, or if he has a good kind of antivirus, then the program may not even allow it to run. So there are chances where Trojans may not work if they're not encrypted properly. So at that point of time, this kind of attack comes in, which I will be teaching you today. And this is called as Java applet attack method. So what this does exactly is that whenever you go ahead and open your Chrome, if you go ahead and, let's say, for example, you try to run different kind of websites, it will ask you to go ahead and install Java sometime. So let's say, for example, I don't know whether in my system it's installed or not. Let me go ahead and check the keepwid website. And okay, so if I want to download something over here, as you can see, Java applet renewed, it's giving me this specific thing over. That means Java is installed. So I'll just go ahead and on this Java, and I'll just go ahead and refresh it. Let's see if it asks me to install the plugin or something. If I have not installed Java, then first thing is that if your target has not installed Java, this will not work, or it will ask you to go ahead and install Java and then come back later on this website. But if he has Java already, then it's not a concern. Most of the people already have these Java installed, because it's needed for most of the application, right? Like playing Flash videos, or playing videos on YouTube, or downloading one or the other things. So Java is a very common software that most people have. And if they don't have Java, then they will probably get install Java error. I'll just go ahead and show you how that looks like. Exactly. This will be the error that they would be getting, that the Java was not installed or something, and they will ask you to go and install Java. So what I would be doing is that I would be going ahead and injecting my payload inside this Java error. So whenever the person gets this error, he will go ahead and click continue. Let me show you. Install Java, run. So I would be getting perfect. I'll just go ahead and open this. So I'll be getting an image like this in my computer, stating that the person is asking for you to go ahead and run this application. And as soon as the person clicks run, most probably they will, because they will not go, normal people don't go ahead and think up to that capacity that people will inject virus inside the Java. Or even you may not be knowing till now that people normally go ahead and install viruses or Trojans inside Java. So that's what we will be doing today, so that the person will not be able to know. He will, as soon as he runs this, we will be injecting our payload inside his browser, and until unless his browser is closed, the Java will keep on continuing to run, and as well as our payload. So, but there is still a problem that as soon as the person closes his browser, the Java as well as our payload will stop. So today I would be showing you as to how we can actually go ahead and run the Java at one point of time, and I will be continuing that, and I will showing you that how we could actually go ahead and prevent from our program to end even if the browser window closes. So let's go ahead and start our Kali Linux to start with. And I'll open my target machine as well as the Kali Linux as well. Just enter, and over here, perfect. Last time I DDoSed this machine, that's why it was showing that error, so just ignore that. Okay, did start. Looks like my Windows is already started. I'll just go and enter the password 123, and over here I'll just go and run this. Perfect. I already have this payload over here, which I would probably not need. Let me check if our listener is still active. Okay, never mind. So let's see if we have Chrome installed. Okay, we have Chrome installed and perfectly running. I'll just start the Chrome browser, and now I'll just go to the terminal and type SE toolkit, that is social engineering toolkit, and hit enter. Select one because it comes under social engineering attacks, because we are actually fooling the person do something that we want, that's why. And after that I would be going ahead and let's check what else we have. So I would normally go ahead and select two, that's website attack vendors, and after inside the vector we have our Java applet attack method. So I'll select one and I'll hit enter, and this is the thing. Okay, this is what my looks like. So I'll just go back to my Kali Linux. So I have three options over here. One is the web template, another one is the site cloner, and the third one is the custom import. So I'll go ahead and select the site cloner. I'll press 2 and I'll hit enter. So are you using NAT or port forwarding? Since I'm inside Kali Linux, I'll have to select yes. If you're directly on your machine, then you can straight away go ahead and select no. And IP address to set web server. So normally have to go ahead and use my own IP address. So I'll go ahead and select this. I'll just copy it and I'll paste it over here. Is your payload handler on a different IP from your external NAT port forward address? No, I'll just go ahead and hit enter. Okay, I believe I need to enter something. So I'll just select yes. No, different IP from your external NAT. I believe so. No. Let's check and select the option that you want. So over here you can go ahead and make your own self-signed certificate applet. Use one that is built in into SCT, or you can go ahead and have your own signing certificate. I would be using the built-in one on the SCT, so I'll just select 2 and I'll hit enter. Enter the URL to clone. So I'll probably go ahead and use the Gmail one. So I'll just go ahead and select Gmail. Okay, did not start the new tab. Gmail. I'll just copy this and I'll paste it over here. So this would be going ahead and cloning this website. So what I need to do is that I need to go ahead and forward my IP address to that person, and as soon as he clicks on that link, he will be getting something that that he needs to go ahead and run this Java. And over here it's asking me which one do I want to run. If I go ahead and select one, it will go ahead and open the command prompt, but I don't want the command prompt because I have my interpreter shell which can do much more than just command prompt. So I'll just select 2 and I'll hit enter. And I would be using a backdoor executable, which is quite good enough for me to go ahead and gain access to the root system. Port would be the same, that's 443. And let the listener start. While by that time I'll just go ahead and use my IP address. Okay. As you can see, moving payload into the closed side. That means the fake website that I created, I have moved this my virus into that website. So right now, let's say for example, let me tell you what exactly is the difference between actually going ahead and phishing that person to open a payload which is inside a PDF or an MP3, or a difference between actually going ahead and do that. If I go ahead and install a PDF or install a payload inside a PDF, I'll just go ahead and cancel this. And if I go ahead and send that to that person, okay, let me check. So if I go ahead and do that, what would normally happen is that if the person does not have Adobe installed, he will not be able to run that PDF file, and I won't be able to open anything. So over here, I need to make sure that even if the person does not have the Adobe Reader installed, he should be able to run. That's why I'm going ahead and asking him to run this website. So I would go ahead and send this to via email or through Facebook or something like that. Oh my God, see this video or see this image or something. And I'll go ahead and paste it over here. Not this. Just copy it and out. Okay. As you can see, this site uses a Java plugin that will soon be unsupported. Okay, let's see what error it's giving me. As you can see, it's giving me this error that whether I want to run this application. Normal person will simply go ahead and click on run, and as soon as they click on run, they will be redirected to the original website. So normal person will not be able to understand exactly what happened. Okay, I just click the run and I have my email ID. I can surely go ahead and log in. But what they don't know is that I have my interpreter session open over here. As you can see, I have sent my stage to that specific website and my session has been opened. So I'll just go ahead and select sessions 1, L, and I'll select I and 1, and my session has started. Okay, I believe multiple sessions were opened. Okay, perfect. So, but there is a catch to this specific error. If I go ahead and close this thing, I'll show you what happens exactly. As you can see, if I go ahead and type something over here, let's say ls, it will still work. The reason being that even though my interpreter session was closed, there is still the Chrome still runs in the background, and that's why my thing is running. But if the person comes and sees in his, for some reason, if he goes ahead and opens his task manager, he will see that so many command lines and so many PowerShell are still running. So he will probably try to go ahead and run everything, go ahead and close everything over here. So if he goes and closes each and every other thing, I will probably, okay, as you can see, my interpreter session has died. So I'll just go ahead and check. Sessions L, okay. I still have my few other sessions running because that specific Java applet attack method opened multiple sessions. So I'll just go ahead and background this. And let's see how much sessions I have open. I have 4 sessions open over here. So if the person goes ahead and closes all these PowerShell, my session will directly get closed. But I don't want that to happen. So what I would do is that I will go ahead and open either of my sessions. Let's say for example 1. And I will go ahead and see, I'll just type PS to see all the PIDs that are running. So as you can see, I have whatever it's running over here. I can see all of these things over here. So I'll migrate my virus to something else. So let's see the PID of explorer.exe. I'll migrate myself to that. So it's 2324. So I'll just type migrate 2324 and I'll hit enter. Let's see if I'm able to successfully migrate. Perfect. Now, even if the person goes ahead and closes each and everything over here, I'll still be able to keep my access to that no matter what happens, because I have migrated myself from the browser to the normal application, and now I have gone ahead and closed that, or I have migrated myself to the Explorer. So until unless the explorer.exe is closed, my session will still be running. I'll go ahead and show you that. I'll go ahead and close all the command prompts, and I'll get a few sessions died, but my original session is still running. I'll still go ahead and close all the, okay, perfect. Everything else is closed. I'll even go ahead and close the Java update scheduler. So as you can see, I have session 2 and session 4 closed. I'll hit enter, but as you can see, I have still this specific interpreter still running. If I go ahead and make it on the background, you can see that session 1 is still running and all others would be dead. So, but if the person is smart enough, which probably normally no people are, but if he goes ahead and closes his Explorer, but he will not have any kind of doubt that it will actually have migrated to his Explorer. But if he goes ahead and closes that, our interpreter session will close, and we won't be able to do anything after that. So, but normally the person will not be able to go ahead to this much level, and he will normally go ahead and not close the Explorer, which is actually a benefit for us. So yes, that is it for this tutorial, guys, and in the next tutorial I'll be starting with the man in the middle attack or the monkey in the middle attack. Till then, have fun. Hey guys, welcome to the next tutorial of ethical hacking and penetration testing via Kali Linux. So I have shown you previously how we can go ahead and use the Java applet method and the PDF file Trojan horses. But in this tutorial, I will be teaching you something different, that is man in the middle attack, or it's also called as monkey in the middle attack. So what to be more precise, in short, what you're doing is that there are two computers and you are sitting in between their connection, and whatever passes in between them, you are sniffing, modifying, changing, or poisoning all of these cache memories, or not only cache memories, also the active bits that are being transferred. So that's how it works, but there are different ways as to how we can go ahead and do that. And this is a simple way as to how we can go to do that. This is the server, this is the client. The client tries to access the server, but you are sitting in between, and most of the time this happens in public Wi-Fi hotspots. So let's say, for example, this is a McDonald's, and this is you are trying to use the open server of McDonald's, that is the Wi-Fi hotspot that they have, which is most of the time open. And this is the attacker, that is me sitting over here. So when you try to go ahead and log in on the McDonald's Wi-Fi hotspot, you are sending the information, but the information is not directly going over there. It's being transmitted to me, and then I can go ahead and redirect it with where I want, or I can go ahead and poison it and send something else to the server. And then if the server sends something, I can go ahead and modify that again and send it back to you. So I'm just sitting in between, and I am going ahead and doing all the changes that I need. But there are different ways of attacks, and there are multiple types of attacks which we can do, because when you go and try to connect to your client, there are multiple things happening in the background, like gathering DNS information or the ARPs and multiple other things. So these are the different types of attacks that are there in man in the middle attack. That is local area network. That means it's just on. It's not on the internet. It's just between inside the company. It can be like, you can say, as the intranet, for example. So these are different types of attack, that is ARP poisoning, DNS spoofing, STP mangling, and port stealing. And then we have through a gateway from local machine to a remote machine. They're doing the same thing again: ARP poisoning, DNS spoofing, DHCP spoofing, ICMP redirection, IRDP spoofing, and route mangling. And finally, once we have the remote access, we can again go and do DNS poisoning, traffic tunneling, and route mangling finally. So I would be teaching you some of these stuffs today, and I'll let you know how exactly these works. So we will start today with ARP poisoning, and I'll tell you how this works exactly. This is how an ARP poisoning works. The user is connected to the client and you are in between, so you know what's happening exactly between the user and the server. And the actual data that you pass is never reaches the server. It goes through you, and then it reaches server, and whatever server reply, and you know what exactly is happening. So whatever you are trying to send, the attacker can go and modify and send something else, and send something else back to you. So for example, if you go and try to access youtube.com, the attacker will go ahead and redirect that traffic to, let's say, for example, any random website, let's say wonderhowto.com or google.com for example. So it doesn't matter how much time you go and try to visit Google, it will still redirect you to google.com because it is the attacker what is happening. Or if you're it's trying to access facebook.com, it doesn't matter even if it's through https website, the person can still go ahead and gain access through that by going ahead and stripping off the SSL from your, that is the security from your 128-bit encrypt. So that's how it works. So let's start with how what ARP poisoning is and ARP spoofing is exactly. So you may not be knowing what ARP spoofing is exactly, so I'll just go ahead and define that for you in simple terms. The full form of ARP is Address Resolution Protocol, and ARP protocol is something different. And let me tell you that there are two different things. If you go and search on web, that is ARP poisoning and ARP spoofing. They're almost the same, or I can say that not exactly the same, but one is a part of the other. That means ARP spoofing is a part of ARP poisoning. So that means if you are poisoning the ARP, then spoofing is automatically happening in the background. So as you can see, we have two computers. One is the original computer. This is the server through which it goes, and I am the attacker over here. And this is the HP laser printer jet, and this as the IP address. So ARP is a protocol for mapping an internet protocol address, that's IP address, to a physical machine. So it goes ahead and gives a specific IP address to a physical machine, and it is recognized in only the local area network. For example, in IPv4 version, the most common level of IP in use today, an address is 32 bits long. And in Ethernet or local area network, the address, however, for attached devices are 48 bits long. And the physical machine is also known as the media access control or the MAC address. And a table, which is usually called as the ARP cache memory, is used to maintain a correlation between each MAC addresses and the corresponding IP addresses. ARP provides the protocol rules for making this correlation and providing addresses conversion in both directions. So when an incoming packet destined for, let's say, a host machine on a particular local area network arrives at a gateway, the gateway asks the program to find a physical host or MAC address that matches the IP address. So as you can see in the diagram over here, it's asking that who has the IP address of 192.168.0.45. It's asking either of these three computers because these three are the LAN connection right now. So, and the ARP program looks in the ARP cache memory then, and if it finds the address, it provides it so that the packet can be converted to the right packet length, that is 32-bit or 48-bit, whichever it is, and format it and send it back to the machine. If no entry is found for the IP address, ARP broadcasts request packet in a special format to all the machines on the LAN to see if one machine knows that it has that IP address associated with it, and the machine will then automatically go ahead and contact back to the originating machine. And the machine that recognizes the IP address as its own returns a reply, so indicating the same. And ARP updates the ARP cache for future reference first, and then sends the packet to the MAC address that replied. So you might be wondering, what is ARP poisoning exactly? So it is that, to be in simple terms, normal hackers lie, and skillful hackers lie very well. And hackers that are well rounded, they can lie both to machines as well as people. Lying to people is known as social engineering, and it involves tactics which was detailed at length by convicted hacker Kevin Mitnick, such as posing as a company's employee so that the company's real employees will blab all their secrets freely. But lying to machine involves lots of different techniques, and one of the most commonly used one is ARP cache poisoning, and that is the focus of this tutorial. ARP poisoning enables local hackers to cause general networking mayhem because it's mostly incurable, and every administrator should be aware of how this works. ARP is basically a form of networking roll call. It is a very simple protocol which consists of merely four basic messages. The first is that at the ARP request, computer A asks the network who has this IP address, and ARP reply, as you can see on the diagram over here, that this is my MAC IP address. And then a reverse request by ARP, that is RARP, that is called as, and it is the same concept as the ARP request, but over here the computer A, that is the Jessica's computer over here. It replies who has this MAC address after they have the IP address, and then the computer HP LaserJet printer replies that it has the MAC MAC address. So first it checks the IP address, then it checks the MAC address. So all network devices have an ARP table, a short-term memory of all the IP addresses and MAC addresses, and the device has already matched together. The ARP table ensures that the device doesn't have to repeat the ARP request for the devices it has already communicated with. So here's an example. I'll go ahead and teach you of a normal ARP communication about the Jessica and the LaserJet printer, which I will be teaching you today. So, but that is it for this tutorial, guys. Which I was about to tell you as to how ARP works. In the next tutorial, I'll be teaching you in detail as to how this works exactly, along with an example. And later on, we would be trying that, and after that, we will go ahead and inject our main viruses inside our software payload, for which we would obviously be needing the ITER-cap, which is again takes back to the MITM, that is man in the middle attack. So that is it for this tutorial.